conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
I got this picture in my closet. It's gathering dust right now, and the edges have been folded once or twice. It doesn't look the same no more, 'cause the sun has made it pale. I used to have it hanging on my wall some time ago. A picture of you, 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 a picture of you. I could talk to you for hours, and we stay up all night. And when morning came, we'd make breakfast in bed. I don't know why I threw away what we had. What's wrong with me? I don't know why I threw it all away. Picture of you, a 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 picture of you.
Ne, danke, dass ihr beide heute da wart. Danke natürlich auch an Sola und an Kernos, an die Regie, an die Maske, an alle Leute, die am Start waren. Kameramann natürlich auch immer. Ne? Und danke an euch vor allem, dass ihr zugeguckt habt. Wir sehen uns am Donnerstag wieder. Bis dahin, haut rein. Euer Bart. Ciao, ciao. Tschüss.
You thought I was gonna make you watch Prime League? Not even I'm that evil. What do you think about that, Fleshy Wushy? Exactly. I got something way better for you. A cup of an Alcopium with an essence of JDXL Solo Bolo King. Oh, X7 World Championship. And also the best casters. This is perfect. Like the NLC. What do you feel about that, Nymector?
X7. XL?
Take it.
Bifrost Dusty.
Do you like this idea? What do you know? Welcome back to the NLC. It's Berlin, Spandau, home of the Northern League of Legends Championship, Week 7, Day 2. My name is Alexandre Silkero Maya. Oh, I got lost there. And I'm your host, and together on the studio, I have Nymector alongside with Treble Link. Welcome back.
We need to bring some order in the studio.
Oh, leak. There we go. The leak. Are you leaking Act 4 of the NL Cinematic Universe?
I don't know what you mean, Cupcake.
Oh, okay, we got a new character. I love this. Welcome back. It's always beautiful to have you guys here. And on the caster's desk, we are not alone. We have the amazing British Initialize and the Ghost Hunter, Goldberg.
Hunter, I like that. We're evolving with Yark here. New Cold Open coming soon.
Good. I'm still not classifying as British.
No.
I mean,
And
Getting there.
usually Initialize neither, it's just hip brain.
This is so good. Okay, welcome back to the NLC. You know the quality here, man. And also, taking a step back into the past, what about if you take a peek at day 13, where we had Dusty versus Astralis to start it off.
and this was such a big game for Dusty yet again. Of course, Astralis, we knew that they were struggling just over time, really. But then you look at Dusty, once again, excelling in those teamfight engages. Really great to see this team regain that form.
Yeah, and then going over to Riddle versus Eminem. I think this is an Eminem with a bunch of question marks, and Riddle literally took every opportunity they had in this particular game and punished every single mistake Eminem have showed in the past few weeks. They've been a little bit weak on how they play the early to mid game, and Riddle absolutely punished that.
So then we have this game where Vanek kind of outdrafted themselves.
Yes.
I've been critical of Bifrost drafts in the past. This is absolutely not one of them. And it was a bit of a Ludenstiff. We finally saw
I'm
the
saying,
correct
no.
item
This is
on the R.
justice.
It's a Ludenstiff.
This
No,
is
just Luden.
justice to Senna Tompkins.
Yes.
Finally, a team doing justice
I'm
to Senna
fairly sure it was
Tompkins.
the item builds. All the item builds.
Okay, so it's the Yari and the bot line as
And
well.
Yari
Dual
didn't
just
have
smurfing.
fire, so,
Yeah, it's great stuff.
That's a problem.
Look at this Tomcat. She
Keeps
was
going, man.
smurfing.
Keeps going, man.
Dual was just smurfing.
Spoiler, they kill everyone. There you go.
It's a long clip and it's deserved of that. And look in singularity and X7 first pentakill on the split as well.
I mean, spin to win, baby. This game effectively boiled down to,
Wait, do you know what that is?
I'm not sure. Is
is
it
a
It's a helicopter. It's a helicopter yet again. And you can see the amount of mobility that someone like a Trinimir gets. But, I mean, Jaeger popped off, and it's a very important game for this player.
We finish it off with Nuriki versus JDXL, where JDXL show us yet again why they are at the top of the standings.
Honestly, I think Excel right now do not care about nameplates. They don't care who they're playing against because they seem to be on a roll and on a league of their own. The only ones that have been able to take pretty easy victories against them have been only X7. Apart from that, Excel have been looking to be in an absolutely high trajectory here. I think Kryze popped off out of his mind. The entire team played really well. And of course, MNS with his 12th unique champion of the game. You thought I wasn't going to mention MNS? You were wrong.
Another 3 solo kills, by the way.
Okay, now the standings. Obviously at the top, X7 and JDXL are still isolated, followed up by Bifrost. But then on the 4th place, we have Dusty, Riddle, and Vanir. Everybody's fighting for the same spot. And if you look at the bottom of the standings, Astralis Talent, M&M Gaming, and Nuriki. Aside from Singularity, everybody can make playoffs.
They can make plus, but look at the cliff edge. Look at what happens down here. You get the 7-win teams, and then you go straight down to the 4 teams. Now, we do have games left. It's not all over yet. We're still in the race, but there's so much ground to be made up if you're a bottom 4 team.
And the problem here is that you only have 5 particular games left. So if you've got 3 games difference between these guys, tiebreakers are also going to have to come
Hugely
into place,
impactful.
where it's like, if a team has beat you twice, then they will take your spot. So not only do you have to match them in terms of score, win-loss, but you also need to make sure that you have beat them on the head-to-head.
Now we can take a look and a peek at what's on the menu today. It is Riddle versus Dusty. This good start. Bifrost versus Astralis. Astralis are not allowed to lose anymore. Vanir versus JDXL. This is a time for Vanir redemption. X7 versus M&M. Also tough. And at the bottom, Nuriki versus Team Singularity. I gotta tell you, I'm really excited for this one.
Okay, can I? Because I feel like...
Just this once.
Just this once, allow me. You're going to be very happy with what I'm about to say.
I'm sure I will.
I said the Singularity, I think they're going to get the first victory of the split towards the very end, which means they will most likely ruin somebody's run to playoffs. And if I have to point my finger at someone, this someone could potentially also be Nuriki.
Got any...
They haven't really looked the strongest, especially in the last game we saw versus JDXL. They didn't necessarily look the strongest. And even though we have seen them snowball their victories and figuring out how to play in their mid to late game, Singularity and Dragane also tweeted that they have been evolving, and he's really happy with how the atmosphere is in the team and the fact that they are willing to play better.
Got any more of that NL copium?
NL copium.
I think you said something to me earlier.
Obviously, these teams are still able to make playoffs aside from Singularity, but those 3 teams at the bottom, they still have an opportunity, a clear opportunity, but they have to make do. This is why we're going to focus on those 3 teams and allow you on the chat to actually vote on which of these 3 teams you think
that's cool.
is going to make playoffs. But if you need information, these guys are going to give it to you. So give it to them.
Okay, before we give information, let's give some context on what's happening on the screen, because there's a bunch of teams. Of course, we're talking about the teams that are 4 and 7 right now. 3 of them tied up. That is M&M, Nuriki, and Astralis. Right on the right side of each of the teams, you see their strengths of schedule from here on out. That means from today and on, these are the teams they're going to be playing against. The teams that are lit up are the teams that they have previously gained a win against. So, Namer, all yours.
Well, first things first, I didn't think it'd be quite as bad on
nothing
the
lit
side
up here.
for Astralis. So, I mean, if we're going to have a chat about, who's potentially making it, who's got the hardest job ahead of them? I mean, bottom row makes it quite obvious, right? I mean, if you didn't win in that first round robin, it means you're only going to be evening up the head-to-heads with anyone you're facing at this point. They've already dropped a lot of these wins. They've got to catch up 3 to that pack. And they have the top 2 teams in JDXL and X7.
Make it top 3, because Bifrost is there.
Bifrost in there too, and Vanir. This is a very stacked last 5 games. However, what that does mean is that if they do end up taking a couple of wins and making it through, there's no contest in them saying that they deserve to be there.
Okay, I'm going to turn the page a little bit here, and I'm going to say that I think if we're talking about X7 and JDXL, they've locked in playoffs. They're pretty free to have happy games, like a lot of times we've seen from X7 have happy games, pick the Tom and Jerry down the bot lane. Now, Astralis, of course, are still in the running of making playoffs, and they need every single win. Now, I'm thinking here, if JDXL or maybe X7 have a little bit too much of a happy game, and Astralis have got their eggs in the basket like they should be, they could potentially pull an upset here and just try to crawl back in there, because as you see, they're not the only team that has to play against a top 3. So if they manage to pull an upset, I think this is going to be really good for the run into playoffs.
This is a story for Astralis. It's going to be tough road, but it's still possible. Looking into Nuriki, a team that on the beginning of the split, nobody took them.
Okay, you made all the hot statements. You can start off on this one.
I'll give you the hottest statement because I think out of the 3, Nuriki have the highest chance of making it to playoffs. And that
Okay.
is technically due to the strength of schedule from here on out. As you can see, every single team that they have to play is either under them, Singularity, even with them, M&M, or slightly above them, Dusty and Vanille. The only one that's a top 3, they've already beat, which is Bifrost. They've already beat Singularity and they've beat Dusty. So technically 3 out of these 5 teams, they've already beat. And the other 2 are not the toughest opponents to be because we have seen Vanille and Eminem fumble. And Ricky also in a trajectory where they have figured out how they want to snowball that bot lane lead that we always see towards a mid-game scenario.
No, obviously their last game was not so hot. It was against one of those top teams again, though.
Excel.
But if we're going back into this, you look at what happened against Excel, and it wasn't particularly pretty. I think that it was really outside of their hands when they lost that fight around the scuttle very early on between the junglers, and then so many carries just individually just got very, very fed. We keep looking at this highlight reel from
Man,
Price
can we
just
just
popping
say
off.
how production did Nuriki dirty? Because we're like, this is the team that's most likely gonna make it, and they use a clip from where they got stomped by Excel.
But it balances it out, because actually you look at anyone on this list and they have more losses than wins. They've had some hard defeats handed to them, and Nuriki, they still have extra work to do, extra ground to catch up, even though out of the 3, they probably are the most likely to make it through.
Curiously enough, the chat disagrees with us because above 60% are voting Eminem and saying
No
that Eminem
way.
will be the team that will go to the playoffs
Okay.
out of these 3.
And to gaze
Hit me.
into the mind of Twitch chat,
Tell us,
I'm a bit of a mind reader here. Partly it's because they have a really fun memeable logo, and I do like flaming marshmallows. But outside of that, I mean, they were the team that really surprised us in the early split, barring that week 1. They went on a huge win streak. They took the game. They were the first team to take a game to X7. They had that crazy game versus them. And while they do have the top 2 teams again in that schedule, much like we have from Astralis down there at the bottom, this is a team which has already proven that they can hit those high highs. They've stumbled again. They show again that they can come out of a loss streak and just flip their fortunes around, but they've shown a bit more than the other teams in terms of the high heights.
All right, now I'm gonna ground that 60% of the people that have voted for Eminem.
All right, it's
Ready,
on
Chef?
you.
Yes,
Ready?
they made it really close against X7, but the reality of the situation is that right now they have lost their edge. Where is that Eminem that got 3 games straight? Where is the Kana and Royal Canin synergy that was breaking everyone's early to mid game? We haven't seen it, and that's also due to Royal Canin sort of underperforming right now in the early to mid game. And also Kana has been figured out with Hecarim, so teams have figured out a way how to counter that. They're even allowing it to be open and be picked by Kana. So they feel like right now Eminem is just not a threat. I feel like something else has to happen in the team, right? Because the mid jungle duo is just not enough, and everyone needs to step up if you want to pull an upset versus X7 or JDXL.
I mean, the bright spark is Michigu is still actually playing really well. That's where I'm looking to myself.
Okay, I'm going to make a question because I know your side of the deal, which is
You're gonna say you want to play a game?
Oh, not yet. We
Okay,
have a
fair
game, obviously. Noriki should be the team in your mind that actually has a clear shot at
Yeah.
getting into the playoffs. What about you, Nightmare? I want your opinion.
Okay, so the team with the hardest job is Astralis. You see the schedule, see who they've already lost against. Head-to-head's not looking very kind for them. Noriki have the easiest strength of schedule because they've dodged those 2. I think that Eminem
I mean,
might end
they took the bullet before.
They did, and then I think when you're looking now at Eminem, I think that it's a weird one because I think they might end up being the best team out of the 3 if they do regain their form. I don't think they're going to make it any easier themselves with the strength of schedule, though. So I do think it is Noriki, even though Eminem at the very end of the split, in a power ranking style, things might be above them.
I kind of agree with both of you, but I want to see today's game versus Singularity. I saw a little tweet from Singularity player saying today is the most important day out of this split. We're going to show you all.
They've said that every day for the last couple of weeks.
I know,
Yeah,
but
I'd love to
giving
see
you,
it,
you
but
know, I'm
Are they
cooking.
gonna ruin Nuriki's dreams?
I think that's the idea now. Okay, we can't win. We got to take someone with us. Okay.
We'll take it down.
Now, there is a team that is shining constantly and showing us that improvement is the name of the team. A team that told us we can beat anyone on the top 3 if we are on a good day, and that is exactly Dusty. I'm going to look right into your eyes, Trouble, because I know you have a lot of information about this team. So convince us. I'm gonna leave. The stage is yours.
I'm out of here.
It is that time. I'm not going to talk to you this time about M&S. I'm going to talk to you about, like Arthur mentioned, Dusty, because I feel like at this point, this team does need a mention. Now, where does Dusty come into the NLC? They have been in the NLC for a long, long time. They have been bottom as it gets off the table. They've almost been relegated. They came back. They've been bottom of the team again, off the table. Now, coming into this particular split, the expectations weren't necessarily really high because we have never seen Dusty sign as a team. But the names on a roster, as we've learned from the LEC, doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to translate into victories. And this is where the Dusty roster comes in to prove us all wrong. Starting off the split was a little bit rocky, but the last 3 games that they played were absolutely fantastic. And that is a great picture as well, production. I really love Viking right there. That is 3 wins versus Astralis, which arguably is weaker than them, the Knee, which is right above them, and Bifrost, which is one of the top 3, the only team to have ever taken a game out of X7. And Dusty managed to take them down. Now, how did this happen? Because if we go all the way at the start of the split, we see a Dusty, and we're like, right, new roster, new Dusty come in, who do we focus on? It's all about Viking. It's all about the jungle. It's all about this man that plays Rek'Sai, likes to make the aggressive early game plays, and together with Buckland, their mid laner, they were one of the most fearsome duos that we had on the NLC first few weeks. Now, of course, you can't always rely on your jungler to make aggressive plays because the rest of the map will just fall down and you will not be able to recover. So even though, yes, the Rek'Sai worked, yes, the early aggression worked, at some point you get figured out and you get taken down. So for Dusty to climb back up, to make the return, to prove that they're not a bottom of the table team anymore, someone else had to step up. The top stepped up, but mainly it was all about that bot lane, all about the hyper carries, all about the engages. It was all about FGG and Venza. At the start of the split, Venza and FGG had a very, very, very questionable performance. A lot of the times we're actually wondering, we're like, does Venza have an assassin emblem on top of his head? How does he always find himself at the back of the enemy lines? A lot of questionable affiliates performances, but come to the last few weeks and they have stepped up. They've turned unfavorable situations into favorable situations, like these 2 versus 3 that they managed to turn around. FGG has been the primary engage tool for Dusty together with Viking. But let's go back to what we mentioned. That is their first few weeks stats. 5-17, 3-13. These guys, all they did on the map was die, which is kind of hard for your mid-jungle duo to bail you out when you're the hyper carry and you need to be making these plays. Now, fast forward to the last 3 games, boom! 29-7, 5-6-43, 84% kill participation, and the death percentage has gone down. Now, I asked the production to find us a stat, but we couldn't unfortunately fit it here, so I'm gonna let you know. FTG has one particular stat that is very important, and that is him being down in experience at 14 minutes into the game. And that is due to him making plays all over the map, which has initially changed everything that Dusty has started playing for, and has made him the primary target from every team when they play against Dusty.
I'm impressed.
29. Oh, Lord. That is a lot of kills to the bot lane. I'm
He sort of
convinced.
swapped the deaths to the... You guys, I don't know if you have watched like the Cinderella story, where she's like sitting down there with like the ragged clothes and just brushing the floor, and suddenly bippity bobbity boopsie becomes a princess. That was the story of the Dusty bot lane.
It's actually kind of similar because FGG actually went from, like, again, we kind of said on broadcast a couple of times, but FGG went from like UK EL qualifiers, like 4 divisions below this, to NLC in about a couple of weeks. And he's still up here crushing people.
And the rel gameplay. I mean, we don't see a lot of rels nowadays, but he makes it worth watching that champion. It's beautiful when he's like, oh no, I'm going away. Aha! And he goes back and boom,
Gotcha.
It's the double kill. Like, what is happening? It is beautiful, and it's always beautiful to see these players shine up, getting more access to new players, knowing more players. And this is exactly what on the interviews, we're getting more faces. More faces means more backgrounds. So we should rate them, rate the background. Last time I was caught
I wasn't here. I'm so hyped.
Okay, so this is your game.
Yo.
Last time I was the one getting caught at the end. I know we don't have anything special at the end, so let's see one of the players that we're gonna rate up. You guys are going to decide from 1 to 5 and give us a score. And this is Kevo. We're going to begin with Kevo Vanir.
Sorry, I've got to get into character quickly. Just. Oh my! Look at the amount of
Oh,
colour
yeah.
in the background.
Can I do Gulborg?
You can certainly try.
This is typical Scandinavian here. Yeah, this is how we do it over in Denmark as well. And this is how they do it in Finland. Yeah, I'll give it a 5 because this is our style. Yeah.
Oh, well, I do like the color, but it's a little bit plain. It's only a 3 from me.
So we got an 8. Did we get Denmark? That's always how he ends the phrases.
overall, yes.
So 8 to begin for Kevo on the lead, obviously with the first background. Really simple, but makes it work nonetheless. Let's see what the second one is. It is Jaeger from X7.
Look at the wood paneling.
wood pan-
Look
yeah.
at the texturing. It really captures the imagination of the hearth and home. I love it.
Okay, I have a very bad thing when like a door is left open in the background. But
That's a
Jaeger's-
security
Ja-
floor.
yeah, Jaeger's
Security
door is
floor
like-
minus points.
No, it's not. It's closed.
It is
Oh,
closed.
it's open. Oh, good
you're
heavens,
so
I thought you
old,
said
man,
the
you
door was
kinda-
open.
No. I have a thing when the doors are left open in the background, but Jaeger has closed his door very tightly. So I would say that's a solid 3.
Only a 3? Look at the okay, it's a 4. Yeah.
So there we go. Is behind now with only a 7 right now. So still at the top of the standings, we have Kevo on Vanir. Jaeger, you tried, man. What could be better? Like, on your opinion, what could give him more points?
A better filing system. I don't like the folders.
I would like more wardrobe. Like the whole thing would.
Organize your paperwork, young man.
Okay, if this is the old 9 meta, I'm gonna go across the world. I don't wanna. Okay, moving on into the third picture of the day. Oh, it is Krez, man. He got the
That?
swag.
What is that?
I
I believe
think,
that's some shelves.
yeah.
Oh, it is.
Really well organized, you know? You're not showing
That's
what
because there's nothing on them. It's very hard to organize nothing.
Well, it is because it's very hard to organize
I mean,
nothing.
you know, I think
give
this
him a 5.
I think this captures the nature of the League of Legends player. Discard everything about life. Only play League of Legends.
No,
it's a 10.
No, I think this was perfect because like it's really hard to be able to organize nothing, but he's done it.
He's
Chris
done it.
has done it.
Incredible.
This is the perfect score.
It's the perfect score.
First time we get this on the show. Obviously, this is
And
the
the
only...
door is closed.
And the door, no security floors here.
So this is a 10. Krez goes into the top. He's now in first place. For Astralis on the background right now. Let's see the fourth one. It's going to be hard to top the perfect one. We have a lot of things going on.
He has a door on the window on the wall.
But security floor right in the
door is
middle. Yes,
Is that the door or the window? I don't know.
You know what? I would give you a 0, but that's not possible. So I give you a 1.
Well, I do appreciate the musician's instinct, so I'll give you an extra bonus point.
Oh, but still.
Door open.
Only 4.
I'm quite confused by the space hopper, though.
No.
It's a workout.
You know what?
Play music,
you
run
know
away
what
if you can.
I appreciate the fact that he has matched whatever is behind on his chair
Yeah.
to the drawers.
It's very abstract, yes.
He's like an artist of soul.
They see there with a Picasso background and still not able to get into the first
It's the
place.
door. It's the
It is the door, man. You gotta close the door when you play. Apparently, that's the rule. Okay, you cannot do it with the door
It's
open.
also dark and it's a door open. No.
Oh, we still have one last picture. What is this? Oh, no.
Oh, the horror! Oh, I cannot see it anymore.
Wait, do we have a marker, please?
Can I turn it upside down so it's a -1?
Can I have a 0 for that one?
Do you have a marker? Can I
Okay,
amend
say a
my
number,
score?
say a number. I'll take it into
give them
account.
that. I'll give them
We'll give them an NLC out of 10.
that.
If possible, I would like to say, like, the studio itself. I mean, it's a good studio.
Oh, it looks-
the
it looks very
colors
familiar.
and the emblem. I don't like this. It could be better, man.
It could be better. It
could
could
be
be
way
purple
better.
and it could be blue. And
Oh, it could be
pink.
perfect.
Ah.
Do we have like
Like
a
this.
perfect room? I don't know. We have the perfect room right now. Like
This one looks very good to me. What an
the
incredible
window.
background!
This
Why
is
didn't
the
you show us
perfect
that
one.
before?
okay, so if we're going into the ratings, it is Crash with a win on the perfect background.
course.
Really
It was
simple.
his organization skills or nothing.
I mean, you got.
It's quite
gotta take
obvious,
it.
really, when you look at it.
So that's a victory for Cress on Astralis. Now, into our predictions about today's games. Let's see what we came up with.
You're in for a treat.
Oh, hey guys, I'm back. Did I miss a segment?
No, it was perfect,
Good.
man.
Just
the
check.
old Mimera is perfect.
Oh, he's a
for
great guy.
these. Everybody's agreeing with everything aside from trouble with Vanny. Oh, for GTXL. And I'm kind of lonely with Riddle versus Dusty. I know we just discussed the Dusty segment. I didn't listen to the segment before I made my predictions, or else I was going to swap it.
Did we clone ourselves? Did we all draw inspiration from?
No,
the same, like,
look at that.
prophecy?
You need to talk about that because she's not going to address that situation. Vanny versus GTXL. Nightmare, you tell me. You tell me. Look at me.
There is one imposter among us.
We should vote. Should we vote treble?
Actually,
Yeah, that's no trouble.
listen. Everyone knows I'm a big fan of Vanir. I'm a big
No,
fan
really?
I'm a big fan of Sahira, therefore, I'm a big fan of every team he plays in. This is why I went for Vanir.
Sahira, those hips don't lie, and neither do the votes, apparently.
Love it. I don't know if I should swap the last one, Nuriki with Singularity. I think something is going to happen today. I
I think
like...
some League of Legends will happen, regardless of what you vote.
Thank you, old Nightmare. Thank you so much. But we've done everything for today. We can start with the action. It is the first game, Riddle versus Dusty. The team that is shining non-stop versus the team that needs those victories to
Take us
stay.
there, Captain.
Should I do it?
Yes.
We're gonna do it, guys. Prepare yourself.
Should
It
go.
is time to get the light show. Boo, 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 boo. Welcome back to the NLC. It's the desk, and look at it. It is perfect as it is.
They
Won't
hot
change
mic'd us.
anything. Oh yeah, I think everybody heard the wow, wow, wow.
That's meant to be for us. You were never meant to hear that.
Yeah, we are weird people. But first game of the day, Riddle versus Dusty. This could be one of the big ones this week.
Okay, and bringing back a level of seriousness, which is very hard for us, but
Yes.
this is such a great game to start today out with. We were talking about, oh, wow, these teams at 7 wins are not safe. They're not solid at this point. They can obviously lose a fair amount of their last few games, and there's a good chance they can get caught up to. Now, we have 2 of those teams facing off in the first match, and if one of these slips up enough, they lose this, chains into a couple of other losses, that's capitulation for them. There's a lot of ways they can get caught up to.
That's a great word, 1. And 2, these 2 guys are like tied with each other. They're both on 7 wins, which means if you win today, you pull out of that group of the 7 victories and you move into your own safe pillow. And I think a lot of these teams, especially because the 4-win teams are chasing them, they do want to be starting to run away. Because if you make the gap between you and then the second group of teams a 4-game gap, and you only have 4 games remaining after today, it's going to be really hard for them to reach you.
And one last point in the standings. Basically, all of these 7 teams won yesterday as well. They're
Yes.
they all coming off the back of victory as well.
Monday.
So, okay, so actually,
always do this.
You know how there's object permanence, where something which you don't see just stops existing? That's basically me with the rest of things which aren't NLC. I'm actually only existing while the broadcast is live. So it was yesterday for me.
He's living here, by the
Yeah,
way. I know
that's
you
right.
guys don't
Yeah.
know
He
that,
lives
but
here.
he lives here, underneath the desk.
It's
by the
really
way.
freaky on Prime League days.
It is.
I'm pulling us back before Champ Select. We talked a lot, well, I talked a lot about Dusty.
Yes, that's exactly
it's
what I
time
want
to
to
talk
ask.
about Riddle as well.
Exactly.
So the problem with Riddle is that even though they're pulling up victories, it's like, how do they do it? Because they look
Hero play.
extremely inconsistent. Sometimes the early game is inconsistent, sometimes the mid game is inconsistent, sometimes the late game is inconsistent. And they don't necessarily have one player where we're like, okay, they're gonna pop off, they're gonna pop off, they're gonna pop off. No, every single time, someone on Riddle has to push above and beyond to carry that particular game. This is why even though Riddle is on the upper bracket of the teams that are tied at 7 wins, it's just so difficult for me to put my finger on them and be like, oh yeah, this is why they win games. No, like somebody, yes, absolutely pops off, but I think it comes more to like skill discrepancy at that point more than teamwork.
And the last time was MC, right, in terms of the Singularity, that was
And then
2 games
Fatichan on Monday, yeah.
and Fatichan on Monday. But then you look at these hero plays, they have to pull out. You start asking questions about, oh, come on, you're making your job a little bit difficult here. So I am still waiting for this team to consistently have all of their members performing at the same time, because I genuinely believe they can be I reckon they could even be a top 2 team, actually, if all of them are performing at once. I think it would be a difficult battle. I think we need to catch one of X7 or XL sleeping. But I think that's the caliber I think that they have. It's just a question of, can they pull it out game after game? And they currently haven't done that. And Dusty are the team that are doing that right now.
I have one thing, if I may, which is really weird, but I think it fits the scenario, which is
It fits the
Riddle
general world weird.
needs to pull a Dusty move where the team finally is able to play together and every single line is going to appear. So they're fighting the team that they need to become in order to win, which is really weird.
It's very poetic.
It's
Kinda
very poetic,
interesting.
but it also makes sense because we mentioned how Venza and FTG have stepped up, but we've also seen Fatichan step up massively. So it's going to be like a carry versus carry situation where we could potentially see Jinx out of the picture, we could potentially see a Phyllis out of the picture, just so these two guys do not get a hyper carry that is S tier right now in their hands.
And I think both junglers are really important on this game. Specifically, obviously, if Nidalee goes through, something would happen on the studio.
We're working on NLC like literacy, right? Yeah.
There is no way.
There's no way,
It's
obviously.
been tried once. It failed from Ricky. Never again.
But the idea is MC needs another jungle where you're like, okay, he's on this jungle. He's like on this Rex side of Viking, which is really weird because both junglers will fight it off.
I mean, MC
Needs
had
to
that
pull it
Lisa in
off.
game.
I was about to say, so I think when we go to like the non-AP champions, right? Because there's still Diana right there. He picked it last time. He was pretty good on it. AP junglers are his bread and butter, right? Rumble is just not that relevant anymore, even though with the removal of Sterox, we could potentially see some shenanigans.
Also,
then
he's also getting a buff next patch and some base armor.
Exactly, but then we move on to MC's territory, which is the half farming junglers, such as Graves. He just really likes playing this champion. It kind of works like an AD Nidalee as well. You just blow someone up, especially as you go towards lethality, but also his Lee is something to be feared of. Now, I can't necessarily think of any other champions where I'm like, ooh, MC, lethal on that champion. So it is a very small pool. And maybe this is one of the reasons why Riddle have not been able to be, consistent, because you're missing that, heavy, hard tank in your jungle.
We still have a few minutes before we go into the champion select. And
NLC
my idea
podcast, let's go.
Oh, I'm fine with that. What about the top lane? What is our take on the top lane? Obviously, nowadays, people go whole breaking and are really happy because they don't have to do anything at all. But what about these specific players?
on Monday.
Monday.
I got it. We were we were really talking about how ALF has really stepped up on the likes of the Gragas. There are a number of players which have had to do that, but having this again, because I know you're talking about certain roles on certain teams need to be filled, right? So like engaging supports, the supports are just used to shot calling their engagers. Hard farming junglers, it helps the way that they path and play around their lanes. In terms of the top lane, having the ability to also not just be kind of like on the Camille, which is sometimes be a little bit different. When we had, ALF playing towards the Ornn, not quite working, the Gragas has filled in the cracks quite nicely, where you can be... And the Aatrox is another way, because you're disruptive, you're tanky, you survive on your own regardless of what your jungler is doing to you, and you have a lot of your own individual agency to play and make through the game. I think that the Gragas and the Aatrox are both great picks for the side of Dusty's top. The question is, what is Kex going to bring out on the other side? Because he had that one monstrous Renekton game, then had the less good Renekton game against Patoshkas on the GP. It's been a bit flip-floppy on that side too.
So the light is not going to be on the top, it's going to be probably on the jungle and the bot side. The mid lane, though, is there a face-off where...
Just to cover things up.
Yeah, I want to go on every single line before
I
we go into
basically think that
champion
mid
select.
lane right now is just the most irrelevant lane there is in the game. When in terms of like fun, when you want to watch fun, interactive League of Legends, and you've got Orianna.
Let me
Victor,
introduce you
Syndra
to a champion of...
What is
some
that?
renown. It's a
never saw
Luden's
that.
building champion called Ari. It's lesser seen in this
The one that beats
region.
Putrifier?
Only when you really want to hurt my feelings.
Interestingly enough, I was talking with you about this on the green room, where we saw a lot of Ari today on LCK,
did,
and it was Everfrost, Everfrost, Everfrost.
I mean, that's
So,
effectively...
are you wrong, or are they
No,
wrong?
it's just people think, oh, I have other champions that do damage. I have to stun people in place. Just hit your charms. It's fine. Do it. Do more damage. Fury figured that out. Yes, Monday. Other days.
Monday.
Yeah, look, it's a hard time for me. But yeah, I mean...
Nightmare is sticking around, yeah.
Just wait for the casters now to be saying yesterday.
But to bring it back to the overall point in terms of like, is mid lane a boring role right now? It has often been the case where jungle and support do all of the early game shenanigans. They're the ones that bat and pass over to your solo laners and go, sweet, you can team fight now on a Victor or a Corki for most of this season. Now, there are some picks which showed a little bit more interest. We've seen a bit of Syndra.
Silas.
Silas is almost there. You know, just one more buff and he's probably there. But you've got a couple of champions which are a bit more playmaking ready. And if you're an M&S, it doesn't really apply to you, right? But most of the global leagues are finding that mid laners, their duty is team fighting. Outside of that, you're on your own.
Now, before we go into the champion select, I would like to take a peek at this because we have trouble, so it makes sense. Looking into champions that could be removed on the ban. Are they going for the stable bans, or are they going for the Rel, taking away the Rek'Sai, taking away the Nidalee, obviously? And is there any specific champion that is going to appear today that is not supposed to? And I'm looking into like your keen minds.
I'm thinking ADCs here are going to be targeted. I think Venza and Fatichan have been core members of all the shenanigans, and they have been the hard carries. I think if anyone has showed up from Riddle the most, it has been Fatichan in the bot lane, and I think equally Venza on the other side. So maybe you want to ban one of the two, maybe first pick the other. We've seen a lot of B1 jinxes as well.
Well, that's the thing, because now you've got 2 bans left, and there were 3 high priority AD carries left in the Zeri, the Jinx, and the Aphelios. So Riddle would rather handshake on the 2 remaining hyper carries, because they knew they were going to get one of them. So if they ban away one of the AD carries, then obviously Dusty, they're going, well, we have to leave both up now, otherwise we're not going to have a premier team fighting AD carry. They have to ban away something different.
Exactly. Now the thing is, you've left Diana open, which we said is the secondary most dangerous champion in the hands of MC right after Nidalee right now, but you've also left Venza's Aphelios open. So you can choose to take that one and then possibly handshake, like Namera said, with the Jinx.
And also leaving the realm open.
Or take the Jinx yourself.
You take the Jinx.
Interesting.
But the thing with something like a Jinx is that Jinx allows you to play different kinds of supports to Aphelios too, because Jinx does the wave control, which Aphelios doesn't really do at level 1, at least, because your AoE rockets tend to wave clear in a way that allows you to take control of the lane, even though you lose out an early lane versus something like Aphelios Thresh. Thresh is already gone, you pick the Jinx, you get wave control early, allows you to play something like the Hecarim to hard farm a little more.
I prefer this than the Rek'Sai because you're capable of not only getting the early game, but also help on the late game and not be as squishy as you are.
Let me remind you, FGG played Rel, Viking played Hecarim on the previous game versus Astralis. You saw it was the 4-man Fear into the 4-man Rel ult. It was absolute disaster for Astralis last time they played against this. And if I was Dusty right here, you could potentially be locking the Rel at this point and just make it a very fearful
I hate blind picking Rel. Blind picking Rel is so rough. I mean, the thing is, I think you should first round ban.
Everyone is just so short range.
But the problem is, if you then have to play into something which really hard counters you, and I mean, I know that there are different opinions on stuff like Alistar, because you can kind of chain him out of his combo too, but there are a lot of things which can punish a Rel, because Rel is actually not that tanky for a support.
But you know who doesn't care? FGG, because she's never in lane.
That's very true. Well, there you go. I guess FGG doesn't...
Because he's never in lane.
When Rel was like prominent on the bot lane, one of the counters that people were talking about was the Janna. You can actually EQ the jump. And Janna is better nowadays, so that could be something for the bot lane?
Maybe, but right here I'm looking at top lane because I know MC is rocking the Diana in the jungle. You need to ban Tryndamere here. Graves does suffer a lot into Tryndamere. It's one of these champions that is really difficult. There's of course some little other gems that I've heard can work versus the Graves as well, but he really does suffer into the Tryndamere, so I would be really surprised to not see it banned out here. Even though Aelif has not necessarily played the Tryndamere, he does turn to default into more like Aatrox, Gragas picks. If you do want to play towards that, it's open. I mean, it's available.
Camille's still fine in something like Graves, depending on if you want to play towards that. Obviously, Aleph was playing more towards tanky facilitator. We talked about the Aatrox, talked about the Gragas, and Gragas would still actually be fine here because you wave clear, you disengage from trades. Well, you're never going to get the push because it's Graves, but you can still play something like that, which is more than fine, really. I'm more interested in seeing what the perceived support counterpick is from Riddle because they've managed to now ban out that Janna, which is one of them. If you do lock in something like a Leona, you still can't cancel the jump, so it's just engage versus engage, who's hitting yourself harder. And we're really waiting to see, what you're going to pair up with that Aphelios to try and get yourself some 2v2 kill pressure because you know that the Rel can go for those options.
Yeah.
Mir is available. They didn't ban it. Tell me.
And because you have picked the Graves now, there is no blind pick for Dusty. They can pick the top laner here because the top laner has been locked in for the sort of Riddle. Gnar is a matchup that does pretty okay into the Graves. You don't fear being killed by Graves, and you actually do have kill pressure if the Graves does stray away from the Hull Breaker and the Gnar does go for it. You actually have kill pressure onto the Graves. So I think it's a pretty even matchup right there. I don't think A-Leaf will have any problem. Plus, you have one more layer of protection for your Jinx.
See, as an LGL enjoyer, I see myself a lot of Gnar effectively all the time whenever they play. They just don't care if the champion's good or not. But it's actually pretty good right now anyway.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of Hullbreaker, Trinity Force after the change is really good on that champion. You have an ability to play on weak or strong side depending on whatever your draft really needs. It kind of feels like a bit of a lukewarm pick in some ways. Like, you're not the best strong side, you're not the best weak side, but you can do both.
Favorite. It's going to be one cancelling each other's combo.
But then the problem is, now you've got Graves getting flexed around potentially, Aurelia potentially getting flexed around too if you want to put that Graves into mid lane, and Aurelia versus Gnar, that is not a good matchup.
What I'm seeing right here is a Riddle that is extremely short range. And if this Nico gets locked in here, I'm going to lose my ears, but Veigar would be also
Perfect.
Very short
because
range.
You have,
yep,
you
that's
have
a killer.
1, 2, 3 melees. Graves was extremely short range. Aphelios too with the wrong guns can be extremely short range as well. And then you have a Jinx that can literally hit you with rockets from her fountain. And you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 protectors around the Jinx. I think Dusty have come up with a really well-rounded draft where you've got engage, disengage, room to breathe for your Jinx. It would be a surprise for me to see Riddle somehow reach Venza, unless Venza pulls up one of his Assassin Emblem
It has to be all inside lanes for Riddle in my eye of things. I look at there is some 2v2 potential in the bot side.
Yeah.
You're not going to have the Aurelia versus the Gnar in lane, but if the map gets opened up because of early Herald plays, there's a chance that side lanes get wacky. I think that's Riddle's way into the game. It's hard to pull off though.
There's not 2v2, remember FTG is never in lane.
Very true.
There you go. If you don't build Mercury threads, I don't know what you're doing, but the CC is amazing on the side of Dusty, and Riddle needs this victory. But we need to pass it over to the casters who are waiting for the first game. It's on to you, Initialize and Goldberg.
What a pleasure to have Silk Arkarom here in the studio. I'm a Borg. Dangerous man, that
Welcome,
host.
Initialize.
I know. Here we go. Glad to be here for this game, and some interesting drafts there. Slowkey gets back onto the Aurelia, did pretty well on the last week, but then I'm looking at the other side. Hecarim Rel again for Viking and FGG, and we were having a conversation about comps.
I'm nervous for Archerum's prediction already with Riddle in the driving force. Now, I don't think it's because they don't have any win conditions with the side of Riddle's draft, but I think it becomes very slim for them to find that window if they fall behind with their composition. Reason for that is that they don't do too well into the disengage that coming up from the side of Dusty. I think that was a very intelligent Veigar R5 with all the short range that the desk was mentioning as well. They're just going to be having a lot of issues moving into the champions of the side of Dusty, and Jinx is just going to have so much peel for her at the same time. So if you don't find a leverage or a way to get ahead in the early game from the side of Riddle, I think the team fights will just go over to the side of Dusty. So we need to see a proactive Riddle in the early game.
I completely agree. If you want to find a way to split divers apart, throw down a baby cage and watch them all get split up. You've got the Rel, you've got the Hecarim for the counter engage, and makes things a bit difficult. What they might not be expecting though is this level 1 invade onto Viking, who does manage to get out before anything further comes through. Ward put it down on red buff, but no further action comes through here at the level 1.
It is not the worst shout going for it. You don't have the best level 1, but invading a Hecarim with only a Ghost, 1 flash Q from Nukes, where Viking is not expecting the race to come out, could be a first blood going over to the side of Riddle. That will not be the case. They will be exchanging vision. That means they get the priority of where Riddle is currently starting with their jungler, MC on the red buff. As you can currently see in the inventory as well, no sweeper from either jungler, which means that we don't get that level or early level or that early XP going over to the side of any of the solo laners.
That is just cruel. He's going to try and mind game A-Lift, thinking he's not going to be in the tri-bush, he's going to come this way to try and be safe, and it's not going to be safe because there is the Graves. We've got a couple nice autos off, but actually the trade back makes that a bit more even than I feared. I thought with the blind bush invade, that would be a bit tougher, but he will zone A-Lift off this wave at least a little bit right now. Just going to keep autoing, and Kex with the reload off the quick draw, going to force out the pot early here.
Great level 1 there from the side of Kex, knowing that the Hecarim doesn't really have the tools to come and gank him immediately. And that gives you the control of the lane as well. Obviously, Aleb does have that grasp of the Undying. Getting to proc that will get you some sustain back into the lane, but Kex, with his own fleet footwork, is sitting in a comfortable position. in this mid lane matchup as well. Level 1, with a range into Aurelia, they usually do better. But as soon as Aurelia hit that level 2, as soon as you get that flawless duet, that's where you need to have the right clicks as the range mage in this one. Because if you get caught off guard outside of turret range, that's going to be a lot of damage piling down on you. So actually in the early game, especially when Vega's cooldowns are so long with these spells, it's actually a mid lane that's got priority on the side of slow queue.
Yeah, and I did want to call out a little thing I saw there from Backland, who did at least pulled off a quite cool little thing where he was dark mattering the minions to see whether Ellie would dash back into them, kind of force her to think about where she was using her Qs. A little ironic considering the name of the player playing Aurelia as MC.
It's early.
Yeah, it is early, and there's a bit of ward over the wall there, so they'll know it's happening. There's the level 3, might make this a bit harder. They're going to go for the dive anyway. Pale Cascade comes down. There's the Hopper Kex.
Oh, no.
Kind of reads it, takes a lot of damage. They do pull it off, though. Nicely juggled, even if that got a touch close.
It looked messy. It looked like Kex was going to fall to that turret, and MC, intelligent jungle pathing here. He skips out on the blue buff and the Grump and just goes up towards the top side immediately because Kex has communicated that he was crashing a wave. Down towards the bot side, that's where Viking has been pathing, but going for a dive on an Alistar in the early game, despite Venser stacking up a wave, pushing into them, I just don't think it's going to be the case.
And you can see as well, Fadachan, I think, had a fair amount of ammo on Severum, the red gun as well. You dive when you don't get the kill. He just heals straight back up and runs away with the onslaught speed up, and that gets pretty tough to boot as well. And I'm kind of throwing back to a game versus Astralis that Dusty had, where Kex got the early attention from MC and turned into the most monstrous of crocodiles I have ever seen.
Oh yeah, for sure. That was Kex that was supposed to just try and at least be weak-sided against by the setback. Then this time around, he's taking the charge into the Gnar. But it's still going to be difficult coming ahead in this one. It is a ranged matchup, and you are taking control of the lane, which is something you want to play towards. If you can get a crash on the minion wave, force the Gnar to slow push into you. If we take a look at the laning phase earlier, that might be a good scenario for you. But you need to time it with your jungler. Going for that solo kill can be very difficult. So Kex right now is in a decent position. There's 4 minions or 3 minions right now from the side of Aleb, one of them being a cannon. And a lot of Aleb's tools right now to CS is AoE tools, which means when he's going for a lot of these minion waves, he quite often will make the next one even lower. Because of this, it can be difficult for him to not stack the minion wave against it, but this time around, he managed to do it fine. You can see there's 5 ranged in the backline right now from the side of Kex, which means that automatically a slow push will come towards Aleb.
Gonna be something to keep our eyes on. Minion management, always one of those little bit more esoteric things I always struggle to keep track of, so it's always nice to have someone who knows what they're talking about to lead me through it all.
Oh, don't worry, you know what you're talking about.
Mostly. The rest of it, I can fake it. There you go. Well, behind the scenes look.
Secret's being exposed right now. Initialized doesn't actually know what he's talking about. Leaked on broadcast by himself. Am I reading that correct?
I just couldn't live with the guilt anymore, Goldborg.
Oh.
I just had to admit it.
Okay, fake it till you make it.
MC going to take this opportunity as well with where pathing is at to get onto this early dragon. And though Viking is around, I don't know whether he's going to be here quite in time. He'll just pop the ward over the wall and leave it to go down.
Small thing I actually appreciate right now from the side of MC is that he didn't actually go for an instant alternator buy on the Diana. That is actually not very cost efficient on junglers. So going for something like a Blasting Wand with an Amplifying Tone or a Darksteel if you know you're going to try and snowball yourself is actually way more efficient. And as it gives you more AP, clearing out the jungle camps yourself, puts you on a better timer with your tempo, and all in all, just more damage when you start brawling. Now, Viking is coming around, does have smite himself. MC does not any longer, but Scuttle will go over to him.
Yeah, didn't feel safe enough, and with Scuttlecrab pathing away from the horse made things a bit difficult, as he did actually look for a potential gank in the bot side and trade, but can't make it happen, has to back away, and Viking not really managed to make things land so far in this early game. That's not necessarily the worst thing. It's about 500 or so gold that Riddle are ahead. But I feel that potentially that's necessary considering how difficult it could be if it does devolve into 5v5s around objectives.
Yes, so if I were to predict what would happen next is the fact that MC, his bot side camps are no longer up, but you want to move up towards the top side. You want to start attacking here.
No, my days, just gets the transform in time, and now Kex is in trouble, and he's solo killed in turn.
That is not good coming out from Kex there. Did not respect Dinaba from Aleb, and just like that, get walloped into the wall stunned up and taken down by a boulder. Kegs, he came in with the early momentum, the early kill. I was about to say that MC should be pathing up towards the top side to try and attack Aleph once again. And now MC is here, should be a kill, but Kegs going down, definitely not what you wanted.
Let's see whether MC can make his way in. There's a hop towards the wall, but it's a flash for the Moonfall. He's over the wall instead, and actually Aleph is going to get out of here. He gets a kill onto that the Graves, the top side. He sticks in between a wall and the Nard place, and then gets away from the Diana afterwards. Just beautiful stuff from Aleph.
Yeah, brilliant. And if we could have a look at the wave state from topside as well, I just wanted to see what he's actually recalling on, because, yeah, as you can see, it's just going to be Kegs trying to push this one in immediately. Aleph had a crash. He was going to go and recall. He was afraid the wave was going to stack and then slow push into him, so therefore Kegs wanted to break that immediately. Crashes on this one, and now can just get some plating for himself.
And a surprise to no one who's been watching the NLC, FGG is not in lane and was hanging around mid with Viking to see whether there was a play to be made. Is still hanging around mid lane, and Venz has actually come up to join. And of course, Herald has just spawned, so that's probably what they're looking for, is priority in mid. They're moving up towards that objective spawn. Kex is here though, and has got flash available, so maybe you can think about playing around this, but I feel like Riddle just aren't in the position right now.
They are not. They have decided to play for the bot side of the map. You can even see MCs hovering there, but now you have a new point of attack that you can go for. So there's plating for the side of Fattichan, but there's also the fact that Dusty's camps have just respawned. So now you either try and defend that, or you just say, all right, let's handshake it. We know your blue side is spawning in less than 1 minute. We'll start pathing towards a vertical part of the map instead. But looks like with the bot lane of Dusty back, it is just going to be the blue buff taken away, and potentially more pressure from Riddle to stop them from coming in and getting some farm here. You can see Viking making his path down towards the bot side as well now.
It does get the Herald, but it costs him both blue buff and Gromp. It's going to leave Venza and FGG zoned away from a fair amount of the wave. At least it's a cannon minion, so that will soak up some of those turret shots and allow them to pick up some of those minions that they might otherwise have lost on a non-cannon wave. And they're left with that still that 1,000 gold to their name, as Aleph looks for an opportunistic Gnar into the wall. Is now back into Mini, and still pretty happy trading in this one.
And honestly, as a Gnar, your ultimate is so low cooldown. Yes, it feels bad missing it, but every time you have the Gnar bar, you might as well go for it.
Right.
And when you get 3 points in it, the cooldown as well is 30 seconds. Like, it just gets lower and lower every time. So you have a lot of room to work around with here. You can already see a quarter finished. So next time he gets Mecha Gnar, it's going to almost be up again.
Yeah, I think that's probably a deliberate design choice, right, for that Gnar, in the sense that Viking coming up here will have that conversation about design choice on Gnar another time, because Kex is going to have to try and make his way out of here. It's a decent flash, but an onslaught of shadows comes through and ensures the Graves dies for a second time this
Yeah, and just have a look at the vision control currently from Dusty on the top side. Ping on complete domination with the red wards. They have all the intel to go for. Aurelia is spotted in the mid lane. They saw Alistar move up towards the mid lane as well. MC is not currently spotted, and therefore they know they can just commit to these heavy dives. So Dusty, they're just coming in with a better preparation for these ganks.
They really, really are. It's what we were a little bit afraid of. It's going to be a bit risky if this keeps going. Of course, MC has taken this opportunity to get a lot of additional farm. He got a lot of that blue side quadrant, got to full clear again. There are still camps up for Viking, who's lost some of that efficiency, but it's come at the cost of getting good gank, getting the Herald, and Nuke's now in trouble as well.
Yeah, watch out. There's TP priority for Aleph as well, so I think Nukes will just die here.
Surely does. There's a Ferromancy crash down. There is an Event Horizon flash forward from Backland, who's a little bit afraid, and he will eventually get forced down by a Primordial Burst, but it took a little bit more there to secure the kill than I think they would have liked.
Yeah, so the idea for Nukes was that he just saw the jungler of Dusty up at the top side, so he thinks to himself, okay, my time to finally get some vision on the enemy instead. But the move is so fast from Backlund, and the recall has already come through from Viking that has a Herald in the inventory, so the reset timer is way faster than Nukes is anticipating. On top of that, Kex just TP back to top lane because he died, so even if a fight were to break out here from the side of Riddle, they would just lose it, because the TP could come in from the side of Aleph. It's bugged in the replay, by the way. The TP was up when this play happened.
There we go. That is good to note. A little bit of a bug there. And you can see it on your top right there. It is in fact off cooldown and definitely wasn't half on.
I was just gonna say I'm not just
not blind. No, I saw it
BS
too.
here.
I saw it too. I will back him up. Yeah, Goldborg does actually know what he's talking about, whereas I may have admitted otherwise.
No, stop that. No, you know what? I'm sitting in the green room so often, and I have to listen to Sam and Chimera be so self-deprecating, so self-critical. You know, it's all right to give yourself a pat on the back every now and then.
The problem is, if I do it too much, I let go. I become too powerful to contain. As what could also be slightly too powerful to contain is that Moonlight Vigil does a lot of damage to Venza, but MC not quite managed to find the angle yet. Does have the flash, but will get the track repelled in place there for the stun. Does mean that Herald doesn't finish the charge, though.
Yeah, that's a bit disappointing. I feel like they still have more time to go around for priority here from the side of Dusty, especially because we just saw how well they were teamfighting around him. Alif on the top side with a flash advantage.
It is with the flash advantage. It's the collateral damage that is the collateral in that trade, and he gets out, does Kex, but has to back again. There is no teleport. Alif will have the Mega Nut to top of his health bar, and that means probably another plate or two going the way of this top laner of Dusty.
Oh yeah, Kex starting up the Grom, getting the fleet footwork procced as well, but I mean, Alif, one jump, one flash. You can still get on top of Kex here.
Yeah, there's no collateral damage, there's no flash. It's not that many ways out as it stands. There's the second plate, as we talked about, and Aleph feeling very happy with that series of trades.
Oh yeah, and I mean, it's just going to take so long before the side lane starts being controlled again by the Graves. It's one of these explosive matchups where if the Graves gets ahead in the early game, well, he'll take over that top side of the map. But if the Gnar suddenly takes it, it is ranged into range. You start dictating the waves. You start poking him down with that Q, and all of a sudden, you've just lost control of the top side. So there was a lot of pressure in the early game once again from Riddle. I want to reiterate that this is a team that if they fall behind, they will get out-team fought by the composition of Dusty. So when Kex went up there in the top lane and dropped that ball, that actually has huge implications for this game of Riddle.
And Riddle is a team that while they are tied with Veneer, with Dusty, for the fourth place, they are 7 and 6 altogether. 3 game clears of the teams below them, but looking now towards playoffs, remember, after today, there are 2 more weeks of games left. We've got this position where Riddle, probably, honestly, as we've been discussing, the most inconsistent of those teams at that score point. And it's games like this, plays like this, that have been a little bit up and down for this team that make us a bit nervous as we go in towards the end of the split.
And before I add on that conversation, I'm just going to hold here, see if Nukes find a pickup. Because blue buff has spawned, and they're still aggressive towards this bot side of the map. They're still aggressive to try and get resources on MC. So far, it's just a war of attrition of this vision currently, though.
Over comes Backlund, so this would be everybody on the bot side of the map available. Just a little bit of control being fought over. 2 wards into that bush just below the blue buff and the Gromp, and nothing comes off of that little rotation, that little near skirmish.
No, but it's the fact that they have priority, so they are moving it around, which is still great to see. And yes, I want to take it back to what you just talked about as well, Sam, because even in interviews with Nukes recently in their latest victory, they were talking about how they are not really the team they would have wanted to be in the offseason, and there are still a big way for them to even reach European Masters just because of the skill discrepancy there is between JDXL and X7, but we're going to talk about that later. Viking in the top side.
X is going to have to work as well as he's being shoved away. He's got a collateral damage, but I don't think he has enough space to move. Wait and look at your mini-map, though. Slow Q and Nukes are around, but they just can't get there in time, and Viking gets that kill in. Kex, this is a problem with Riddle. We have one player who seems to be always misplaying at some point, and it's such a frustration.
Oh yeah, it looked frustrating as well. Collateral damage in the wrong way, only to put them into closer grounds of the Hecarim and the Gnar once again. And it's the volatility of topside as well. For mid laners quite often, when they are being frozen upon by the enemy mid laner, they can cry for help for the jungler or just even the support to come up to try and break the freeze. But as a top laner, if you're suddenly put in a position where wave states have pushed you in a way where you can no longer farm efficiently, it takes a lot of the time and resources of the team if you suddenly need to get bailed out, because it's so far up to the top side. The rest of the map moving with the mid laner gets to create so many more plays then, and just going on the 1v1 here with the Hullbreaker, Aleph is now taking complete control of it, netting the first turret of the game for himself, and remember, not even with Herald implemented.
And when you're kind of looking at a position where you're trying to build towards similar or the same items, the fact you kind of down that pressure point, down that experience point, you know, there is that level difference right now for Aleph. It is a difficult position to be in for this Graves, who has not been able to get the consistent priority in lane even after it was a really good level 1, it's just not worked out.
And this is a very pivotal fight, because this is going to be the turnaround fight for Dusty. in the ideal scenario, this is the fight where Riddle maintain a lead, but they cannot do it. They're getting engaged on.
Look at the teleport behind. Fatachan needs to be afraid. That's Alif coming in, but it's not a Mega Gnar. And that means Viking in a dangerous position. But the baby cage is good. It prevents Slowq from getting a bit further in. In goes MC, gets a massive chunk onto backland. And look at Kex running down the rest. It's a triple onto Fatachan, who survived everything else. And somehow, some way, despite the teleport, Dusty fall down. It's a 3 for 2. And Riddle will have position on this Drake. Alif has Mega, though. But I don't think a Rel plus a Mega Gnar are the players you need alive to contest for this.
No, and that was what I was just going off it. Well, this had to be the fight where Riddle at least threats the soul point, where they threat a team fight to finally make something work here. And all in all, I think Viking pulls the trigger way too early. You can get 2 members caught here, but the Veigar is currently not in a position to get the cage down immediately. Yes, you CC chain the Alistar, but he's currently got the extra bonus resistances from the ultimate. And as you all about, Slowq in the back with that ultimate, with that damage, just really sets up a nice cleanup for the side of Venser, or Vatican rather.
Never mind team fighting. We'll go back to what's been working this game, punishing Kex in a side lane.
Oh,
you
no.
might be Graves, you might shove up minions real fast, but you also die real fast. He is dead for the 4th time this game.
Kex definitely very popular today from the Dusty camp, and Alif finally putting in a position as well where he gets to shine a little bit. We're so used to seeing Alif as the weak side either on the Grackers or on other tanks as well. But this time around on the Gnar, it's quite fed all of a sudden, making his way towards even more kills. Got 300 goals shot down already, and pushing down the bottom side at the moment.
You want to call this out, though. Slowq on this Aurelia, got the Blade of the Ruin King, got to level 12, so that second rank of the Vanguard's Edge is very much available in that last fight, the 3-man Vanguard's Edge.
But how many times can you repeat that team fight rather?
Wow.
Because it's very difficult normally for the composition of Riddle to get into your backline. It should actually be a little bit illegal for the backline to be wide open for the Aurelia. That's why we talk about the team composition being so nice from the side of Dusty, because if you have vision tracking of the members who want to dive into you, I mean, one baby cage or a Gnar, even as a disengager, will completely destroy you. So for the side of Riddle, they need to do what they've been doing so far, and that's staying aggressive for the vision control. Because if you create the pockets of fog of war, like Slowq just finding the back entrance, as we saw in the earlier team fight, that's how you make your way into this game. That's the small windows we talked about the composition have, because there are just bigger windows on the side of Dusty's comp.
Yes, there are. What I will say, though, is, of course, that while Alif has been running over this side lane right now, and he's got the whole break and certainly very scary, this Aurelia, probably once she picks up another item or so, is going to be pretty difficult, actually, for Gnar to deal with in a side lane, potentially. That might be another option for you as this game gets a little later, especially considering you have the soul point. You don't necessarily have to fight for these dragons. You can play towards the side lanes with the dragon stacking advantage you have. And I know we were talking about this kind of off-screen before we came over to the caster test, that there is a point later on in this game where Slowq into Alif on this Gnar could get a bit unmanageable.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, Aurelia into Gnar is always a great counter that's favoring the Aurelia in that matchup. The problem is so far that it is difficult to see games be decided by side lane pressure. Like, we are not in a meta any longer. I think every time I speak with Nightmare about it, he goes like, last time this happened was in Season 8. But he's right.
Yes, he is.
In terms of when that was really happened. Like, now, side lane pressure is great in terms of taking care of the inner turrets, in terms of building up some exponential gold. But at some point, it'll have to come around for a team fight. Even for Riddle, they want to use that pressure to get that soul for themselves, because that needs to be the advantage that they're getting in this game to start winning out on these team fights. Because we talked about it, stylistically, they should not win. But if you are ahead, you can obviously bend those rules a little bit.
And we've got to start keeping our eyes on what summoners, what items will be available in a minute and a half, because it will be the soul fight. And while Riddle have managed to stack their way to 3 dragons, as we've said, they don't have the easiest time team fighting if Dusty is set up, and if Riddle lose control of the vision. We'll keep harping on about it, it's so damn important. Can Aurelia do something like maybe complete more of Malmortius? Can we get a second item onto MC, who has just done that and now has the Zhonya's and an active stasis? That's the word I'm looking for again, because of course the stopwatch was broken in the last fight. Big pickups coming through there.
And here we go. So setup so far will be slow queue pushing in the top side of the map. A wave has been responded to by Backlund. Backlund though have TP, so he can always join the fight. Now the priority, or the fight rather, is going to be against the mid lane, where you're going to see who can you push back, who can get the first move. And now that the top side wave has just been pushed out, Backlund is going to go in with his TP to join the fight around the Vision here.
Straight front to back right now. Vision control for Dusty, and I think Riddle have potentially wisely here said, we want mid lane control, we've already got the outer tower there, and maybe they don't even have to fight for this. They can wait for another item. Aurelia kind of stuck on 2 half items there, maybe not at the point they want for this, considering how pivotal slow queue might be. Of course, Farachan at the 2 items himself, 3-0-0 all off the last fight. Maybe they feel like they can do this anyway.
FGG stepping up though, but they can just start up the Drake. It's spawning now in 2 seconds. Okay, Baby Cage down. That's a window. That is a cooldown you can play for wards for Riddle now.
Oh, MC walks onto the flame top. It's Venza who catches him out some way. The rest of the fight though is continuing. It's a turnaround from FGG though. A magnet storm to end them all. 1 for 1, made that 2 for 1 though in trade back. As of course, Slowq and Fatachan get firing until the damage from Venza trades it back again. AD carry versus AD carry. 3v3. And now we're left with neither jungler alive and a dragon that's still yet to be claimed. Another good Baby Cage though puts Kex down to next to nothing HP. A flash in from Nukes makes Venza's life hell. It's Fatachan on the backside with an onslaught that is finally traded out, and both AD carries die. It's Nukes and Kex that are still there, but on such little HP. Backlund flashing forward for a primordial burst. Sorry, not a primordial burst, a dark matter that doesn't quite pay off. And he'll have to back away. It's Dusty that chase out the members of Riddle and will stop Soul going over. But again, a tense fight.
Yeah, the fight did not start out in favor from the side of Dusty. I gotta say, setup was a little bit worrying with the way they were positioning their abilities. Now Kex back, did TP in. Slowq is TPing on the bottom, but I think those TPs will just be wasted. And the resets will come through from the side of Dusty. And I'm looking forward to seeing that replay, because a little bit of a disjointed communication, it seems like, coming out from Dusty, but they come out on top of that skirmish right away.
And honestly, I thought when MC failed on the flank and got deleted by Venza, I thought this will be it. This is the win. But on the other side, it's still Fatachan, it's still Slowq, who got to play their game, weren't forced into some awkward positionings, as Viking might be in a dire strait, does get a decent onslaught of shadows and makes that a kill and a 1v2 on the tower. Now Kex needs to back away. Aleph is here, though Riddles, MC, and Nukes are around Viking. Still very low. Aura Dread is down. Hex Flash gonna come through shortly. There it is, but Nukes needs to find his way on the Viking. He's got the unbreakable will to make sure he gets tank tower for forever. Here comes Fatachan around the side. 2v4, a big moonfall, but it's a stopwatch to invulnerable in it, and the Magnet Storm pins them all in place. They're gonna try and turn it around. FGG goes down as well. The Super Mega Death Rocket from downtown, making this one a complete mess. It's a debacle, but it's an excruciating tower dive. The Dusty are the ones that I think just about come on top of. 3 for 4, just about in favor for Dusty.
Never have I seen a team get that hungry for a fight around an outer turret. 24 minutes into the game, they were positioning around that turret like that was the Baron buff they were fighting for. And let's have a look at the replay once again, because they just get desperate for a dive here on Viking. And granted, if you can kill the jungler here, you can move the pressure up towards the top side of the map around that Baron. But with then Aleph joining the fight, they have to disengage it, but the full vision has not come out around this turret, because why in the world would it? So obviously Nukes and MC has made their way down here and just becomes an extended team fight that is favoring the likes of Riddle, while Nukes had that ultimate. But staying around here now with the Narbok going up becomes difficult. Aleph unfortunately misses the stun on the W afterwards, doesn't stop Kex from going down of the rocket coming up from uptown. And then, when Backlund finally joins the fight, well, we get the kills coming through. All in all, it seemed like a little bit of a net positive for Riddle, if I'm not wrong, and they do get their turret. But once again, a lot of aggression coming out from an outer turret, and I think it is a testimony to how aggressive Riddle want to get as well before Dusty starts fulfilling their third items on their champions.
So it was 3 kills per turret for Riddle, 4 kills for Dusty, so probably somewhat even, but the additional map control just about favors Riddle. But it was a mess, I think it's fair to say. I'll call out that was a great Magnet Storm. That was so smooth from FGG. That guy is very good on the champion. but we're left with a game state that is not even 1,000 gold apart. It's 400 in the lead for Dusty. Still soul point for Riddle to work with. Remember that they've got 3 more chances to claim that soul as these dragons spawn. They can look to play around this. 2 items are now on slow queue. It's 3 on MC, who did take the early farming approach and is out very strong on this Diana. 3 items completed for Aphelios. Maybe their composition doesn't have the straight up advantage of 5-type, but they've got the items to do the damage now.
They definitely do, and especially on the scary guys as well. I just wonder if we can look at the AP on the Veigar as well at this point in the game. Because he's sitting at 699.
Yep.
Rabadon's Death Cup as well, and just finished up the Anathema's Chains as well, which is actually quite an aggressive fire on the side of Veigar as well that allows you to play more
Who's he
front.
attached it to? Do we know? I'm looking for the effects, but I can't see it quite now. I wonder whether I think it's Fatacham. I think, but I'm not sure. I say that with not a huge amount of certainty.
That's great.
Sorry, I know. I put a statement and then rescinded it slightly by. Sorry about that.
Could be on the Diana as well, because she's going to be the one diving into the front line where you can play around the range as well from the Veigar cage. But there's loads of possibilities. Hexgate's coming through. Pinks are coming through as well, but it's Dusty and FGG quite alone, actually, leading the charge by getting some aggressive vision right now. He knows he can jump over the wall, so he feels free to just move up here. And I think they did spot slow queue on the top side ward as well around the blue buff.
Big shout out to production there as well, who did check it for us. It's Diana, you were right, that has been attached. Of course, MC will be the point of the sphere. Spear, not sphere, though I grant you maybe moon references. She's got a crescent weapon, so that's kind of vaguely spherical.
Oh yeah?
I'll take that as a pun, even if it was unintended. 14 seconds though until this Drake. Riddle are the ones that currently have position. Aside from that teleport behind. Where is Aleph though? He's not got a Mega Gnar bar to work with. That's problematic. And look at that vision. Look at where he's going to go around. That's a big chunk though onto Nukes. Takes a lot of damage. Can they make their way through? As FGG gets into the backside, leads up for the onslaught of Shadow Slowq, starting to dance through the background of this fight. But Venza stays alive. The leader in AD carry death will not fall. He'll prove that he's still on an up. His games over the last few weeks have been phenomenal. And Dusty finally find a clean team fight. They will secure themselves another dragon. They will get to move over to the Baron, and finally this game feels like it's breaking open, and it's in Dusty's favor.
Beautiful from FGG, layered up by the other horse of Viking there. And once again, it goes back to the composition. If you're not coming in from vision pockets of Riddle, if they know well where you are, and they just take the head-on-head team fight, you will lose out on it. With the CC chain that was beautifully placed by FGG, and then later the kiting back of slowq by the best effort, who tried to pick up kills in the backline, but did not have the damage to facilitate it. Baron will go over to the side of Dusty. The team fight will go over to the side of Dusty, and the 2 Drakes now over to the side of Dusty. And just have a look at FGG, because it is beautiful. They flash into the moon, the Magnet Storm immediately for the crash down, opening up with Viking as well. Cage stunning up the Alistar, stunning up Diana, and that's that slow range we talk about. It becomes so difficult for the rest of them to join the attack on the backline. And then Aleph with the Gnar bar able to just get the stun onto Kags, making sure they get this team fight and the Drake and the Baron, and you know how the story goes.
I'm becoming increasingly convinced that FGG just stands for Ferromancy God Gamer. Like, he just plays the rails so well.
Fair enough. I appreciate that.
There's a few other acronyms
not
you could probably go for.
Not too bad.
It's not appropriate for broadcast.
I was going to say, I was expecting
I know,
one.
I wasn't going to quite do that one.
You would have put one up. You know, it's
Look,
fine
only
so
Daniel
far.
Drake is allowed to do.
Ferromancy is a good one to go for. If you haven't played Rel, that is, I guess it's a class or something like that.
It's Ferromancy Crashdown and Ferromancy Mount Up are actually the
yeah, but I think it's called Ferromancy Magic. It's kind of the thing, the horse itself.
It's Metalmancy.
There you go.
So Ferro is for metal. There you go.
Well, now with Baron buff in hand, they're opening up on 2 lanes. They don't have to open up on 3 when they have the Baron buff. It's just easier to play around like this. Aleph going to be moving on the top side. He's got the Hull Breaker. Leave that poor boy alone. Let him take care of the turrets while in the mid lane itself. No stack minion wave, so Dusty still going to take some time before they can move that pressure around.
And that's been a little bit of something that maybe has haunted them a bit. Some of the setups, some of the coordinated split map plays, maybe not as synchronized as we might like it. It does mean that Riddle have a little bit more space and freedom to counter some of this Baron push, maybe mute it a little bit.
Yes, Keck side lane pressure forcing a recall back from Backlund. does have that teleport, obviously, but once again, it's these things, right? You want more onslaught of your Baron buff. You want to be able to punish this a little bit harder. You got the top turret, that's great, 600 gold on Aleph, but you want to be able to move the Aleph pressure into the mid lane immediately after as well. The setup, which is not there for it just yet.
Yeah, and honestly, when you've got a Veigar and a Jinx, you should be able to siege pretty well with that. You throw down the cage and Jinx gets to delete the tower.
No.
Wait for it.
Yeah, I mean, we still need to be quiet.
No.
Careful.
Oh.
Riddle cannot step all this far up because while it's great for you to push Dusty as far back as you can to get more time to work with, especially when you have Baron up one minions pushing into you.
Okay, so he's got to teleport.
He's on
out.
vision, though.
Is he going to get the cage to stop him? And he is stunned in place. The event horizon is there, and he will get sucked into the void. Charge goes Viking, and it's been like Lindisfarne all game. Comes rampaging in to this side lane, this undefended point of the map, and just ransacks him for all the gold he's worth.
And this is great now, because now you have a mid lane wave you can push in here. You can move that pressure down towards the bot side with now Backlund coming in with a minion wave, and this is what we want to see. So should be able to pick up the first one, then afterwards you can continue on either pushing this minion wave, then move down towards bot side, where Backlund will now be arriving with his cavalry of minions on the inner turret.
It's not just the minions of the cavalry. You've got yourself a very scary Hecker, and we've already sung the praises of FGG's Rel many a time, and I'm sure we will do more yet. Can see just completed a Zhonya's as well on the Rel to add a little bit more of that temporary immunity, that temporary tankiness where you throw down your ultimate and you just get to press your stopwatch and you're feeling pretty happy about yourself.
Oh yeah, solidness from Dusty showing up. We always talk about how this roster is about Venser. This time around, it's Aleph 6-2 on the Gnar. Backlund 6-1 on the Veigar. Granted, though, his pick works phenomenally into the composition of Riddle. And now, short of 1 minute before the third Hex Drake spawns for the side of Dusty, that'll be 18% extra ability haste and attack speed going over to the side of Dusty if they can pick it up. The base stats on this Drake, when you start stacking it, is absolutely insane.
And especially when you're on someone like a Jinx who's at 4 items, the attack speed right now is obscene. So quick with the additional Drakes, as you were mentioning. It's Riddle, though, that have actually managed to get here nice and early. They're pulling off an old-school Fnatic Death Brush, but that one ward just at the bottom edge of your screen will give them away. There's a teleport for Backlund available, but I don't think he'll want to come in as a flanking option just yet.
And remember, from the side of Riddle, it's that backline accent. If you don't come in through Pocket Visions, you're just going to be layered up in CC once again for a team fight. Aleph is the one pincering them right now. Backlund, Venser in a comfortable position.
But then Aleph is a long way off Mega Nara's yet. That's a flash away from Venser, and FGG is being blocked off by Slow Q. It'll be Nukes that's taken up by the Event Horizon, but the Unbreakable Will comes through and will keep him alive. That's a big ticket ultimate down for the Alistar. Aleph now with the Mega Gnar. Custada's own people off as Slow Q is left isolated. He was trying to zone and is instead left to the Wolves.
And once again, it's like when you have this composition, you have to try and come from a flank position. You cannot just walk into them face first, because you'll lose. And it's not necessarily Riddle not playing out their composition, it is just harder to execute. Dusty just have a composition that works better into what Riddle got. It's literally rock, paper, scissors, and unfortunately, it's the rock into paper for Riddle.
It really feels like it for now. And yes, Fat Chan has got 4 items. This Aphelios, given space, can absolutely win a team fight for you. It's doable. It's just hard. And you've gone for that 3-dragon advantage to now being even in dragons. Both teams at Soul Point. Riddle need to win the next fight. Need to, or it's lights out and the lights are already looking mighty dim.
Oh, they for sure are, and that's not the only thing looking dim here. You take a look at the vision control currently on the map, and Dusty are just in control of the Baron as of right now. They're champions. 4 items Jinx, threat through a Baron as well, and now with mid lane priority pushed in, top side pushed in as well, Dusty are in control of the Fog of War, and they can look for plays as well now.
Baron is back alive, and it's Riddle who are trying to control at least an avenue to get towards the Baron pit, but Dusty comes straight back over, clear things out as Viking might be caught out, but it's only 2 members. I just don't think they've got the damage. Here comes Fadichan. What can he do? But he's rooted. Bring it fruitful. It's a backline axis for MC, though. Rename him. That's beautiful stuff from Fadichan to follow it up. Riddle going to try and back out, though, as Backlund does delete at least 2 in trade. Mid-jungle down for the bot lane of Dusty. But Riddle hold on. They don't quite manage to secure the team fight when that looked inches away from being theirs.
MC found the window and it was wide open. You can see while Nukes and Kegs are trying to catch off guard Viking, the rest of them tries to pincer around, trying to blow down the Alistar. But MC, Hectech Gunblade, not Gunblade, Hectech Rocket Bell forward, flashes forward as well just to get into that backline. Slow Q just not in a position to follow through immediately. Had he been, that could have been a completely different team fight. But it's that small and hard execution we're talking about there from the side of Riddle that can net them a victory, but they need to be able to replicate this again. And that's a small probability.
And you can see the damage that MC is doing right now. He's got what it takes. Literally, if Fatachan managed to get a Moonlight Vigil there, I think you get another. You can start maybe winning that fight. But it's so difficult, and if you don't execute perfectly, you see what happened when Backlund throws down an Event Horizon, when FGG gets to pull off the easiest Magnetstorm of his life because you're all grouped up kindly for him. And that has proven problematic time and time again. We've seen one good team fight, it feels like, from Riddle, and the rest of them have been these either wipes for Dusty or close affairs where they can't convert what they start.
Oh yeah, for sure. And now one thing that is bothering Dusty a little bit is that they can't just put Na in the bot side lane and have him TP in, because you mentioned it earlier as well. Slow Q, quite happy going up against the side lane against the Na, even with Na being on the 4-5 items now, full build actually for Aleph. That is just the nature of Aurelia with the Blade of the Ruined King as well.
Yeah, I mean, Na has got the Death Dance, has got the Chempunch Chainsword, so has some tools, but the moment Aurelia gets on you, it's going to be very difficult to disengage as that got a little bit close. Aaron's still available, but it's Riddle with a shove in mid that might be trying to call the bluff a little here. Viking and the rest of Dusty might be starting up Baron though, and I think we're looking at a cataclysmic fight on the horizon, Goldborg.
Yeah, we definitely are, and once again, you need to have some sort of backline access, but MC, he doesn't have that flash. It becomes more difficult for him now, and look at FGG's position!
Does it again! The Magnet Storms are just beautiful! It's Fatachan and Nukes that are left to the Wolves themselves. 4 dead, make it Kex the last man alive, and he will not be left so for long. Dance straight through the backlines, then dance on their graves. They are left ashes to ashes. Dusty put Riddle to dust, and they're going to win this game and move up the standings.
Yeah, beautiful stop once again coming through from FGG, and just starting up that Baron put Riddle in a really unfavorable position where they just had to walk through you. And once they had that entrance to the river, FGG, he was ready, and he was ready to punish. That is the game, should be going over to the side of Dusty, pulling ahead in the chase for playoffs.
Read my lips, listen to my words. Do not give FGG Rel. He's too damn good at it, and it's a fantastic game from Dusty, despite some mid-game attempts from Riddle.
Oh, definitely. But once again, like, I think we can give Riddle credit with the draft they had, because they did find a lot of windows where it came through MC on the Diana, even Slow Q as well in one of these team fights. But it's a very hard to execute composition.
Yeah.
And while I respect them going through it with trying to go forward with their mechanical prowess, having that Vega as the 5th pick with Backlund just getting the Anathemas chains as well, always being a thorn in your side, it just became so difficult for Riddle to play. And Dusty, they pull ahead. They had a great composition, and they played it out to not perfection. There's still room for improvement, but they played it out how we expected them to.
They absolutely do, and they break the tie for 4th, and they secure sole 4th, at least for now. We've got to cut to a break, and when we come back, Archron will take us through a few interviews, so don't you go anywhere. See you in a few.
Welcome back to the NLC after Dusty taking down Riddle for the second time. This split is going to be a good question for Viking when we jump into the interview. Oh, he's already there. I don't. It's too soon, Viking. But welcome. How are you doing?
Thank you.
We meet again.
I'm doing good.
Yeah,
And you?
really important for you guys because you took Riddle for the second time, which means you guys are almost locked in into the playoffs. Not yet, but getting really close. How do you feel?
I mean, I want higher than playoffs, so it doesn't feel much. I'm not satisfied with only playoffs. So, I mean, I am just happy that it's going good in general. We have things to improve on, and yeah, it's just that doesn't feel like too much.
Okay, interesting. I want to jump back into the Champion Select to talk about FGG Rel that is being popping off so far. Do you think the Rel of FGG is ban worthy? Or is just like one of the flavors that FGG can bring into the matchup?
I think he's just good. He's good on several things, and don't think that I would never ban it. Like people just need to play better. It's as simple as that now. Like our bot lane has just been playing better than most bot lanes recently, and it's as simple as that. They had a bad start, and I think that any matchup that they're confident on, like they will win it.
I think we have something to show you. Let me see, because I just got info of that. By the way, I don't know if you saw this. So this is the matches that you guys are still going to play. I think these are the matches that you guys are going to play. Yeah, the last wins you won versus Astralis, and now versus Riddle. That is a specific image just for you, by the way. We prepared that just for you. And I want to go into your champion pool because you used to play those early champions, Rek'Sai and all that, but now you're deviating for the Ekrim. Is this a way of you saying to everybody that you feel comfortable with your team and you can finally play something aside from only early game because you know the team is going to be there and you feel more comfortable?
I mean, I do think that I haven't been able. I mean, there's like champions I play, but I'm not. I just think that it's better if I play certain champions. But I think that now, like before, I felt like this honestly, but now I feel like way more comfortable to like pull out way more. But we also had a different read on a meta before, and Hecarim I've always been good on. If you watch me in Bench League 2 years ago, like actually did one good split when we got tied second place in LFL 2020. And I played a lot of Hecarim, and people in France know me for my Hecarim more than other champions. But yeah.
It's showing off, let's be honest. Also, I love the way that you guys are doing the Dusty Special. I don't know if you know that, but we have something called the Dusty Special, where every single game you go for the adults at 8 minutes, you get FGG rotating to the top side. Is this something that you guys plan or just happens because it happens?
I mean, I think that every team should want to get the Herald if it's possible, but you should not fuck your game for it, which many do. And I mean, our bot lane has become better on it, and the team in general. And it's just that some people just don't know how to get the Herald, how to slow push, like when it's good, and mistime it. Jungle, like sometimes the jungler fucks up, right, and doesn't start it on a certain time and good time. So it's like a lot of like knowing the limits, you know.
You're talking about knowing the limits. This is the last question that I have for you. It's about the Dragons, specifically about this game. I was looking into the Dragons, and it was Riddle taking the first two. I think you allowed them to take the Dragon, and then you went for the later Dragons on the game. And this is something that I want to ask you, because most people on the chat will probably not realize that, but you as a jungler didn't fight for that. Why is that, and what is the advantage of that?
I mean, obviously, like at first Dragon, we can't contest it because we have Veigar mid lane, and like second of all, the second one, like I don't remember exactly, but like we just know at third Dragon or fourth we will be stronger. Like no matter what, like only if we like play bad and they catch us a lot, we will be stronger with items and stuff. So why would you risk the biscuit to go for the second one or something like this? Like why? Like like if they play really good, I don't think they played like that well today. And what's called, if they play really good and we fight second Drake, like we probably lose, you know. And I mean, we didn't play like that well, like. But yeah.
That is such a good insight about the reason why you let the Dragons go. Thank you so much for another interview. You guys are almost locked in, so good luck on the next week, Viking.
Yeah, thank you so much. Have a nice night.
You too, man. There we go, Viking giving that information. It's really important when you see a player in-game allowing the other team to take some objectives, not fighting over them. Why is that? Getting the reasoning. You don't need, even on solo queues, you don't need to win every single dragon. You don't need to go for every single plate on the turret. Like, focus more on the wave management and all that. So it's really important to get the insight of pro players on the NLC. So this is why Dusty are so high up on the standings. Everyone on the team is showing up. Viking is allowed to actually bring specific picks and not going for the early game, going for the hacker and feeling a little bit more comfortable. But now I want to know on the Riddle side what happened. Were they comfortable with the champion select? And this is why we have on the interview Nooks with us. Hello, Nooks.
Hello.
Welcome back. I know it's not the perfect time to talk, obviously, but welcome back. Riddle losing this game is kind of a big deal for you guys, no, in terms of position on the standings?
Yeah, actually, I'm not sure how the standings are, but I heard someone from my team say that if we win, we're in playoffs for sure. So we have to win some more now. I'm not sure how many games, but we need to win.
But I would actually have to make the math. I think it's like 2, but I have to make sure of that. I have to be sure of that before talking about that. But you guys are still close. You're one of the teams that are really on the top of the standings. Even if you only get like the last place for the playoffs, it's more than enough for you guys. You will feel comfortable, no?
Yeah, I mean, probably gonna have to play against third place then, but yeah, I mean, playoffs is playoffs. Like, first we wanna make playoffs. And I guess doesn't really matter who we play because eventually if we win some games we're gonna play against the best team, so we need to make playoffs first.
Okay, another question that I have for you guys is I was watching the Champion Select and on Dusty's side they had a tremendous amount of crowd control. It is really hard to actually play versus a team like that. How can you actually build and prepare yourself for that sort of composition?
I think actually, I'm not sure if their comp was just better or not. Like some of my teammates disagree if theirs was better. I think theirs is just better, especially in terms of scaling. Because I mean, we played early game pretty bad. Like we didn't play around mid. Our top lane died a bunch of times, but I mean, playing against Veigar Rel with like we had 5 short range champions. Like everyone is short range. Like Veigar is perfect into that. Rel is really good. Like I think at some point it's just really hard for us. Like we can win for sure, but it's just much easier for them.
Exactly. It's about executions and team compositions and how easy it is to execute your composition. And I've been seeing this on the Riddle side that it's not as easy to pull off the teams that you guys are drafting in as I've seen before. And this is why you guys are at the top, like close to the top of the standings, but are struggling a little bit now. Do you think the Champion Select is not going as smoothly as you think? Or the team is in disagreement with what you guys want to pick? Or is this just a win passing by?
I think like the champion we played, there are strengths, and I mean maybe there's actually different stuff we can pick, but for sure, like I think if we went like longer range, it's not really our style, but better. So I'm not even sure if we should like counter pick them in champ select.
So it's more about watching the VOD now and realize what happened and work from there on. Is there any team that you have to fight from now on that you're really excited to play against, or a little bit fear, with a little bit fear to face it?
Wait, who are we playing last week? Because it was top 1 or top 2 team. I don't remember.
I think it's
like,
top 2 at the last week. I don't have it by memory.
Yeah, I think so too. I think like, I mean, in terms of scared, like I think when we played them, like we got completely stomped, and I felt like panicking atmosphere around my team. So I hope we don't have that anymore.
Okay, it's about confidence now, man. You guys are so close to the playoffs, so good luck with that. Nooks, thank you so much for another interview. It's always a pleasure to have you with me.
Thank you.
See ya.
Here we go. It's Dusty taking another victory versus Riddle. Riddle have to fight it on to actually get it onto the playoffs. But talking about that, next game is going to be Bifrost versus Astralis. Astralis are not allowed to lose any more games. They have to go hard on it if they want to reach playoffs. So stick around and I'll see you soon. Welcome back to the NLC, and there we go. We have another game, Astralis versus Bifrost. Top 3 fighting it off versus the Danish. Bifrost. Yeah, top 3 versus Danish team. But, oh, touche, I didn't got that one. So this is one of the last opportunities for Astralis to get back on the horse and go into the playoffs.
They have been riding that line fairly close. Like every so often, it just says like, you know, one more loss and it's really looking bad for them. They're probably going to be not making playoffs at that point. But they've just about managed to keep it up with a couple of wins here and there. Obviously, that 2-0 week 1 has kind of bolstered them enough to kind of sneak 1 or 2 beyond that. But we can't give you any more slack. One more loss, you're effectively out.
I think at this exactly. I think at this point onward, you're looking to win every single game, because we mentioned now one team, which is Dusty, has moved up to 8 wins. So for you to reach them, technically, Astralis would have to win 4 out of their 5 games. And then still, they're going to be tied with one of these teams. So losing one is just not going to be enough. Tying up is not going to be enough, because then you're not going to be relying on yourself anymore. You're going to have to be reliant on the previous results.
At the end of the day, you know, this is an academy team, one of the LEC teams. We know that this is a roster with a lot of eyes on it, with a lot of expectations on it, and they're just not delivering right now.
Hey man, they're delivering the same results in both leagues.
Okay, but
If that's not consistency, what is?
For confidence,
Cool book is like piercing me from over the desk. I'm scared.
but for confidence to silence the naysayers, this has to be an absolute rocket fuel end of the split, and we haven't seen anything close to that yet. On the other side, Bifrost, they've seen better days, and they have to step up to match their own expectations that they set earlier in the split.
Champion Select is on. Let's see what Bifrost are capable of bringing. Is Fury back on the Assassins? I would like to see that one as well. Or do we get to see another Carlson with the Renekton on the top side? The Crocodile, the crazy one. So far, it's only on the bot side. Ben,
I wouldn't like to see is probably Shikari on the Gwen. He looks very scary.
Yeah, don't get him
every time he gets this champion. Even though now with the usage of a lot of hull breakers, and Astralis is one of these teams, Carlson is one of these players who will play champion with hull breaker, the Gwen is just not as oppressive anymore. Bifrost though, they do ban it themselves, which makes me think what you're looking to be one here. Are you looking to
That's
be one
exactly my
potentially
question.
a Graves? Are you looking to be one a Jinx? Because Aphelios, Caitlyn and Zeri are out the picture. Your other S tier pick would have to be the Jinx. If she gets banned out, maybe we're looking for a Graves first pick.
I think that actually Shikari on Gwen might just be the scariest looking top laner in the whole NLC. No, not that we don't have good top laners elsewhere. You know, you can look at Kryze, look at Jaeger, but with this is such a strange first round set of bans.
I love it. Finally.
Is it Diana?
What?
It is Nymera.
Me when I go old and white haired. Okay, so welcome Ruination me. That's this has got to be some scrim meta. This has got to be. Remember when we talked about some of the weirder drafts from, dare I say it, Singularity? They tend to read the team's nameplate rather than the draft itself and say, look, if they're always going to dive into us, if they mess up, maybe we can pick a Viego or something and punish that dive, get one reset and go off of it. But I don't see.
Astralis is just not that team though. Astralis is never the team to draft.
I don't see it right now.
Or the heavy dive, right? Because I haven't necessarily been able to coordinate that. So, okay. Okay, locking in the Jhin here, somebody has to dive in. But, okay, can I?
Go for it.
Because Odian Duel did justice to that Senatam Kens last time, and they absolutely 2v9 the entire Rift. 2v9 doesn't make sense. 2v8 the entire Rift.
What I'll say is that often I try to understand the viewpoint of a team when they do something like an odd first pick like this. I just don't like Viego before you've seen the enemy comp in a lot of ways, and now you have to deal with a Jhin Zillion, which isn't going to get pressured by this 2v2. It's going to scale up into stopping that first kill coming down. I mean, one of the best answers to Viego is something like a Guardian Angel. Well, now you've got a Zillion ult too. I just don't see how a first pick Viego fits as a power pick here.
To me here, it looks like Bifrost want to play extremely defensive when it comes to team fights, because I'm seeing a lot of killing, a lot of
that's the name tags
But
on
something
it,
that also breaks this up could be a Veigar. We saw how destructive it was to any melee short-range champions that want to walk into you, same as the Viego does, same as the Tamkens. Like, Duel was able to do whatever he wanted on the Tamkens the other day because there wasn't much CC on the opponent team, so he was able to walk in. Now you've got Zillion slows, now you've got Zinza that keeps you at arm's length, and potentially maybe a Veigar that could be locked in for Crest, because we know Crest does play that, and you won't be able to even walk in.
I gotta say, do we know that Zillion is going to be played on the bot? Everything is pointing to that, but you can flex it.
So the last time I called, I was like, oh, he's into the Gwen, and the Gwen just kind of gets kited for forever and stuff. I mean, Jhin Zillion is a fine 2v2. It's into a 2v2 that you see already. You have full information there. Outside chance, so I'm not going to stick on that anymore, even though the chance is there. I think as a 2v2, it gives you a lot of different
very well done, Bifrost.
And yeah, I think Bifrost, they're banning away stuff. I mean, I feel like you should ban out stuff which is longer range, because I feel like Bifrost's angle to win at this point is be longer range with the setup with, I wouldn't say an Azir, but a control mage in the mid lane that can, maybe something like a Victor, right? Where you can then say, look,
What else would you say?
So What I say is that you Bifrost want to have the longer range, so they force Astralis to dive into them. Then the Viego comes into their own. Then the Senna Tahm Kench comes into their own. But the Viego's been picked on the other side, so now you have to deal with Jin, Zilean, and a Victor, which heavily outranges you. It feels like you're going to be outranged yourself and not going to win in the first pick war because of the Zilean ult.
I'm thinking here. I'm looking at Fury and I'm like, maybe you can go back to the Ari, right? But I'm thinking Sylas, Akali. Sylas could be so strong here because you can choose to steal the Zinza ultimate and be tanky, or the Zilean ultimate and resurrect yourself. Syndra can work as well. Yet again, I'm seeing a lot of peeling, a lot of pull back, pull back, pull back, pull back. And Astralis doesn't necessarily have a hardcore go-in composition to do that too. So I'm seeing so far like a lot of back and forth, a lot of peeling, a lot of protection. What I'm not seeing is heavy engage. Like, who in the world is going to start these fights? Like, the Dragon's going to happen. What are you going to... They're like going to be throwing spells at each other.
You have arguably even mid lane. You have... Losing's hot lane, you have okay, bot lane CVT is okay. Like, you don't have super winning early lanes, which is what you've sacrificed your 5v5 for. You then have a Syndra into a Jhin ult, you have a Syndra into a Zilean ult, you've got... I don't see many answers from Bifrost. This has to be entirely win lane win game. It has to be hand stiff. They just need to brutally outplay their opponents because the comp is not screaming green lights to me.
And on one side, you have Gnar versus...
I love the Irelia aspect.
It is such a good pick. You hate to see it when you're playing Gnar. And this is one of the most experienced players versus a rookie that is one of the stars of the team. And I think it is time to pass it over to the casters while waiting for this. And by the way, it's one of the first days that Goldberg did not vote Astralis.
I wonder why.
I was going to bring that up. Because it's unusual that Goldberg betrays his nation.
It's
What's going on, man?
the first time I've ever voted against them.
Tragedy.
But if there was one time I would like to do it, it would be when there is just a better Dane on the other side of the team.
Ooh.
You thought I went against my country, but no, I saw C-Boy on Bifrost after his last performance on Viego, and I was like, you know what, if there's ever a time where I think where I can allow myself to not vote for it, it'll be now with C-Boy on Bifrost. So I still had some sort of leverage in this trade deal.
Shocking revelation there. Goldberg, he planned it all aside. That's good, man.
Yeah. That's what I didn't tell you beforehand. He came to me beforehand. He's like, I'm gonna question you on Astralis. Try me.
I did. I concede. That was well riposted, sir. What I will say though is, I personally prefer Astralis' draft, especially when they get Carlson on an Irelia into an R, which is known for deleting that champion.
And this is an interesting narrative point as well. Because for the longest time as a weak sider, let's be honest, Carlson have not showed up. He does not do well when he really doesn't get the resources to pull ahead. But if we go back to the most successful week 1 of Astralis, when he was on the Renekton, when he was facilitated, we were talking about it. He was deathless. He was the one racking up kills. He was diving into the enemy backlines on the Renekton. Like, this is his bread and butter as a champion, as a stylistic. So having that matchup with Irelia into the Gnar, I want to see him get played for. I want to see Chrisberg and Vendel be the bot lane that just absorb pressure. Because there's honestly not going to be much, because it's the exact same role for Odie and Joel, where they're also just kind of chilling. They're kind of just waiting for items, for scaling. It allows C-Boys to play for other lanes or C-Boys to be played for. I think Bifrost's point of attack in this game, in the early game when we speak of that, will be getting priority with Fury into the Victor matchup, because Syndra can't do that. And then you need to find some favorable skirmish with the Viego. You stun up with the CC chain. You just get the kills and you try and pull ahead like that. Because I do agree with the desk as well, saying that winning lanes or just like going offside when we get into the teamfight stages, it can be rather difficult playing against the Astralis composition, especially when you get to have a Zilean that just get lanes for free.
And I was definitely having a moment of deja vu as we were watching that draft as well. And of course, that wasn't just because Zilean was there, and that's kind of half his deal, is the whole deja vu and seeing people have to die multiple times the same way again. But I on day 1 of this week, or back on the Monday, Bifrost ran the Senna, the Tahm Kench, the Viego, into Veneer and got the win off it. They also had the Ahri and a Camille for Shikari at that point, though. While Fury hovered the Ahri, didn't lock it in, so it's clearly a combo, these three champions, that Bifrost feel very comfortable on. Seaboy had a phenomenal Viego game at that point, so maybe there's something they know or feel comfortable with this draft that we're not necessarily seeing as yet, but
I think it's also comfort. Like, it goes down to, once again, what's have worked out in Scrim. We know they've already played this composition. Them playing it now again just means, like, yes, this is something they've practiced in the past. First picking the Viego here, I think it is just that comfort from the side of Seaboy as well, of this champion. You don't want to show too many cards already this early in the draft. If you first pick center, it's doable, but it kind of tells the story already that you want to play topside, although Astralis was on red side, so they still just waited it out so they could get that counter pick for Carlson on 5.
And in fairness, when Bifrost have looked at their best, it's often been when Seaboy has been looking really excellent on the Pixie Bang. I'm thinking of the Poppy game he had into X7 to get the win for Bifrost that really put them on the radar earlier on in the split, and sometimes when he's been a bit quieter, Bifrost have looked a little bit more shaky. Same, honestly, for Odie and Duel. When they've not managed to get the rolls going, it's been a bit tougher.
Now, tracking up the early junglers here are that the Taxa has pathed off towards the top side, Seaboy path out down towards the bot side. Seaboy could have tried to look for a gank, but quite honestly, the bot lane of Astralis should know that he's made his way down there. Taxa skipped camps to try and see if he could find a favorable gank timer on Shikari, was not able to do so, and therefore has now to go back, pilot the a little backpedal rather, a little bit, to make sure that the camps goes to level 2 after he's slain them.
Absolutely. We'll need to keep our eyes on that. Does get the clear done, but we'll keep our eyes on those experience points.
Working up towards top side.
What do you know? Irelia into Nar, very volatile matchup, and Carlson with the fully stacked passive. Maybe look for somebody to look at Taxa.
It's a good read so far from Seaboy, because look at the wave state right now. It's Shikari with a slow push into Carlson. Taxa, though, know that Shikari needs to step up as well, so let's see how this one plays out.
He's there, he's got the Spectral Orb, but Taxa's around. It's a counter gang on the counter gang. Seaboy taken very low, flashing away, but still gets stunned up by the flawless duet. They both got Conqueror. Carlson gets the W of First Blood, but there's no reset available because, of course, the jungler has died. Shikari trying to trade back best he can. Carlson into the bush, can't quite get on top of the Gnar, and it will be the 1-for-1, but it is Irelia that gets the first blood, and therefore with the slight advantage. Bot side, remember this is how it played out the last time. Duel loves to be so aggressive with those abyssal dives. It might not be the Senatile Genji of old, but Duel loves to play that one face first.
Now, I'm just curious here, Carsten. Barely any mana. Shikari almost reaching Mecca.
There's no flash. I think he's in trouble. I think he's just done. Surely there's no way out. He's dead.
Oh, and Carlson, once again, we talked about it. He's had an inconsistent start. Rather split in general, and let's have a look at the replay once again, because it is a really good read from Seaboy. Great flash aways from Carlson immediately to just make sure he won't go down, but the damage is still in favor from the side of Shikari and from Seaboy. They are the duo that's duoed up, where Carlson and Taxa, they're a bit disjointed.
And that's going to be a frustrating moment for Carlson. He got the first blood, but I think at that point, you just have to back away, especially when you don't have the mana and no flash.
Oh, yes.
With the Mega Gnar coming up, there's just unfortunate choice in decision-making there, a little over-eager, and it now leaves Shikari with the steel caps, and this is a man that we know is incredibly consistent, and when you give him an advantage, he doesn't throw his way. He's very responsible with his leads, which I can't always say about some of the other carries we have in this game and in the NLC in general.
Another thing that is quite curious to me, or I'd like to praise as well from the side of Bifrost, is Odie and Joel, because they've actually managed to stop Chrisberg from CSing quite a bit down towards the bot side lane. Staying even as a Tahm Kench into a range of the Jhin and going against the Cillian as well, it shouldn't really happen. But they've made sure to force them away greatly with Odie's pressure in lane, and just made sure to body block with Joel, absorb the damage with the thick skin, so Chrisberg just can't step up and CS with a deathly flourish every time towards the canyon. Now off towards the top side, flash still available for Shikari.
The Vanguard's Edge is going to go straight back onto Carlson, but he gets Nard away. Shikari has got the mini Gnar, so the speed up there with the Hyper Proc is available, and he just gets to walk away. He's so clean. It was a nice attempt by Carlson, but just not quite synced up.
And Carlson can freeze the wave outside of the turret, which would be great considering his jungler is on the opposite end of the map. But this could also be Astralis diving too far forward with their bot laners.
Tried to make that work, couldn't quite get the combo off this time, and Odie takes a bit of a chunk. It's the heal that is popped, but of course, Chrisberg down the flash right now. Does need to be a bit wary as Wendell nowhere near a level 6. There is the Spectral Maw, but a Time Warp slows Seaboy down to a crawl. And will allow Astralis spot lane to escape, but they are losing so much because of it. That's a lot of XP.
It is, and like right now, you wouldn't mind losing if your top laner was doing the exact same thing to Shikari right now, but the fact is he's just not. Shikari's been outplaying the matchup in the top side of the map. Now down towards the bottom side, you're still taking heavy poke. Seaboy could have still stayed around as well for this one. And even when he's not, you can still see it. Chrisberg, Vendel, they're pushed so far back by the poke of Odie.
And this is not a lane I tend to consider. Yeah, they're going to take towers super quickly. Senna was notorious back when turret players first came in for being an awful champion to flip Herald over, because you would stay bot and Aphelios would go to take the Herald, and Senna could take half a play, just couldn't match up. And despite that, they're playing it so well. They played it so well on Monday as well. Remember the 2v1 double kill from Duel on the Tomcat?
Exactly, and now Taxa just around in terms of dive would be coming through, and it does come through. Joel.
He's going to try and get it anyway. That's going to be so much damage with the Ignite. I think he just gets it. He'll die in trade, but that's just a statement.
Yeah, carry for carry down towards the bot side there. Jewel picking up a kill for himself, and Taxa, a good read on the potential dive here, but once again, Bifrost, they're not falling behind. Quite on the contrary, they're actually still ahead right now.
Yeah, it turns out when I'll think about how to phrase that one a little bit better in a second, as we've got a fight going on instead, as Wendell does force a flash out at Odie. Yes, Duel just managing to dive in on top of Chrisberg there, did such a good job.
But now they have the vision of Taxa, they have the priority of the mid lane, they have the priority of the top side in the side of Bifrost, and with this, Seaboy should just be able to start up the Herald for himself. Joel even out roaming.
Press did spot Duel coming on over as well there, so just not have to burn anything. Throws out the Rammus, okay. Gets to back out, and Seaboy free to start up the Herald. No contest, no one's come over, and there it is, easy as you like.
Just like that, didn't even have to move up your bot laner. Yes, you had Joel in the mid lane, but with all the pressure coming through from the solo lanes of Bifrost, it's just as easy as it can get from the side of Seaboy. And this is an interesting Herald, because you don't really have that great carry on the roster right now that you just want to say, all right, let's get you ahead. So you can't just be using this one for the mid lane as well to just set up that pressure where it becomes easier taking down the sides later with a low HP turret in the mid lane.
They can certainly look to do it. They've certainly got the tools to do it. Syndra plus Viego is enough CC to make Victor's life quite difficult. I mean, if you can combo that into the tower afterwards, it's a nice play, and it's a pretty standard one in the current map.
And have a look at this. 4 ranged minions right outside of your turret. Bifrost has stacked them up. Means that it's just a freeze right now from the side of Shikari. So Carlson, he needs Taxa to break this freeze. They're not necessarily just going for gank here. They just need to crash the lane so Carlson can get a decent back put. Shikari, he's relentless. Now with these 3, I'm not too sure it's going to stay at 3s, just due to the fact one of them is a little bit low. But Carlson, he's still going to be forced to recall here. Shikari almost got TP up and available soon as well. Matched with Carlson, can just push this lane in, and Carlson once again is just going to lose a wave.
I imagine he could probably turn that into a slow push as well, and if he can manage his Narbar, it's about a minute until this next dragon. Carlson won't want to give up that wave. He's not got the teleport. It should mean that there's a free opportunity to both pressure this bot side as they've got the Herald. Whether they'll drop it or not is another matter, because they might not even need to.
I don't even think they have to use it, right? You just take it slow. The more waves you can drop from the side of Astralis here, the greater. You have 4 minutes to work with before plating falls. You don't even need to get the turret right now, because this turret right now is just removing resources of the map from Astralis. Every minion taken but this turret right now is gold, experience, taken away from Chrisberg, but Odil gained at the same time, and Joel here, so it's just Bifrost in complete control of the map. In a draft where we said they might be playing it from the back air foot in the early game, they've completely flipped that analogy around.
All right, Duel could be in a spot of bother here. Where's the 3 Talon Strike? Do they have it available to interrupt the Abyssal Dive? They do, so that will force Duel to flash rather than use the W, and Taxa manages to punish a little bit there, but the tower still goes down. Bifrost still up a significant amount of gold. That's about 3,000 here at the 10-minute mark, and that was not what I was expecting from what we potentially anticipated to be a relatively low-impact lane early on.
Yeah, you're completely right about that one, and I mean, you do still have members to play for from the side of Astralis. Crest can be scary, creating ground around him. The problem is that he's going to be having a hard time stepping up to a Cinder, stepping up to, well, I say stepping up to the center, but the fact of the matter is that that's going to be a Tahm Kench in front of that center, who's ready to gobble her up and just give her that insane amount of shield.
With the
when
way
he
you're
spits it
being
out.
playing, it's more like he's going to dive straight onto you. You stare into
for
the abyss,
sure.
and the abyssal dive stares right
I mean,
back.
we saw it Monday, right? He just dived into the enemy team. Trouble was mentioning it as well. There were 2 versus 9. Wait, sorry, that was Trouble saying there were 2 versus 8. And they were just completely taking over that game.
Blade of the Ruin King completed for Seaboy. Very appropriate, really, considering the champion has the ability name as well. Of course, Q is the name of the Blade of the Ruin King, so synergizing up there, at least lore-wise, we appreciate it. And looking like Seaboy, not a huge amount of time left with that Herald, so I think it'll just be dropped
it's going
top.
to be now for sure. You're completely right about that.
And they're going to get a hold of this one. OD's here for even more gold, and there's nothing Carlson can do to stop this. And another lane that should have been a counter lane, not going to plan. Hullbreak is complete. Tower falls down. Bifrost extending this gold by up to 5,000 at this point.
It looks sad for Astralis right now, because even when they're coming through with their rotations, they're just responding. Nothing is gained on the map. Wherever Bifrost is dictating the next play to be, Astralis isn't finding a crossmap. Astralis isn't finding plays down on the bot side right now. They're responding to a play that they're just essentially losing out on once again. And 13 minutes into the game, 4K gold lead right now. Irelia behind, definitely not what you wanted to see. The Victor behind as well. Yeah, we did expect that coming through from the laning phase. Tam Kench more gold than the Jhin at this point.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Every member at Bifrost right now is just showing up. And it's difficult once again for Astralis to play Thor.
And if Astralis still want to consider playoffs, they need to make up 3 games on the very minimum Riddle. Riddle are currently the team that are kind of locking out or playing gatekeeper for the bottom spots. You need to get to 7 wins. You are currently on 4. You have got 5 games to make that difference up, and you need to hope Riddle don't win too many more games. That is a problematic situation.
Most definitely is. And I mean, they still have to deal with this problematic situation before they start dealing with the forthcoming ones. And you can see the movement right now from Bifrost on the map as well, who's already played this phenomenally. They're taking care of all the altitude first. They can now push in the sides, then gather around the mid lane if that's what they're looking for, and just wait for the response once again from Astralis. When you push out the bot side, they'll have to move on members from Astralis right now, as you can see. When that happens, you can push Fury back towards the mid lane.
Sure.
And then when the wave has been pushed back by Astralis, well, that's the timer window from Fury. He's just going to move back down towards the bot side. So it's the fact that Bifrost right now, on every lane, gets to play the dictating part of the wave push.
Yeah, and the waves are crashing, and it's Shikari with a hull breaker to make sure that Astralis will be left floundering against the reefs that Bifrost are putting up. And with a Thornmail, with steel caps, with hull breaker, this counter matchup is like, it cannot do anything anymore.
But have a look at it, right? Take a look at Fury right now. He's doing exactly what we just talked about, right? Pushed in the bot side. Now the stack came in through the bottom side. Is he going to miss any minions? Maybe one. But
there you go.
yeah, that's all he missed for that rotation. But it's the fact they keep moving pressure around that Astralis has to respond to. And it's this push that's coming through from Bifrost all the time that they need to break somehow. Taxa looking forward with some vision control right here, because there is not a lot of vision control from Bifrost. But even then, Fury smelled him out. And while they're attacking the bot side turret for Astralis right now, well, what's the move from Riddle, or Bifrost rather? Well, they are taking care of the Rift Herald.
They already got the first one. They did so much work with it. They can use a second to break open that mid lane turret that you said would be a little bit problematic to get through otherwise. And Seaboy, this is the second Herald this game where he's been able to sit there and solo it. Happy as you like, playing PvE without any contest from Astralis. They have yet to get a turret of Astralis. They are down, what, that's 3,000 gold, 3,500 gold. That is a vast discrepancy right now into a composition that feels like it scales pretty well, especially because you've got the Senna ahead and scales super well.
And right, you can use this Herald in the mid lane. You can even move it up towards the inner turret on the top side as well. There's so many possibilities for Bifrost, because inevitably it looks like Astralis will crumble under the pressure. But if you take care of this mid lane turret first, taking care of the inner turret and the side lane is going to be even easier afterwards, because then you can use the movement we just saw from Fury in the bot side in the mid lane instead. You push in the mid lane, then you move to a side lane and collapse on a lane that's so easy to dive, because you're trapped against a wall. There's not a lot of movement for anyone who's defending an inner turret in a side lane.
And here it goes again. It's just good map management from Bifrost right now. It started off with some good plays in the lanes, yes, but now they are just running Astralis all over the place. And I made that nautical reference earlier. Astralis really are floundering right now.
Yes, but look at their pings are coming through from one ward. Carlson is in a position to TP into the tri-bush as well. And I think Astralis recognizes either we win this fight or we're just going to get completely blasted throughout the next times of the game. So Carlson in a position to attack now.
And they find a way to right this ship. Carlson is into the backline, but look how much damage is just done by Duel, who does at least manage to go down in the end. It's a 2-for-none right now. Bifrost over the wall, secured the Dragon, but did lose 2 in trade. Carlson over the wall. He has got the Vanguard. Just a double for Chrisberg. And somehow, some way, they found this turnaround. The teleport was there. The call was correct. Odie cannot save his top laner. Taxa stays alive. Crest puts down the gravity field, but the Dawning Shadow comes through and gets kill back onto Taxa. But he is the sole sacrifice for a full team ace for Astralis. Much needed.
And that was the play we set up. Astralis, they had to make that word if they wanted to stay in the game. TP comes through from Carlson. And quite honestly, Bifrost are scattered. They're fighting 2 fronts right now. The Cillian ultimate, as we already talked about, is giving you so much extra pressure to play around. So the fact that Taxa gets to stay alive, tank all this damage, while Fury has gone down to Crest and Carlson, and the follow-up comes through with a great flash from Carlson here, is brilliant from Astralis, and exactly what they needed to get back into this game and make it competitive.
And that is going to be a mark of frustration for Bifrost. They had such a clean early game, but that mistake loses them all of the control they had, so much of the gold lead, and it brings Astralis back into it. And that was so much better around an objective where we have consistently criticized them through the split. Their Dragon setups, their Dragon fights have often lost them games.
They have, and this time around they had to come through from some black backline access. They found it, but how many times are they going to find that? Because, oh, okay, let's see. They found Vendel here to start.
That's a good use there. Time Warp is used to get him to run away. Seaboy will get rooted in trades. There's not going to be much room to chase. After that, Zillion will have to back. And the one thing Astralis don't have in a great deal is easy ways to face check, as Fury will take a hefty Chaos with it.
Great movement from Crest.
He's trying to bait it, but it will be the 1v1 solo kill. Fury tried to bait it and got deleted in play instead. Taxa now might have gone too deep. There's a Devour through. And an Abyssal Dive will get Seaboy out to safety alongside that Devour. And Astralis coming alive in the mid-game.
Quite honestly, Crest just showing up there and the Victor. A guy we've not really have too much to say about. Like, I don't know if criticize is correct, because he's just been on control measures all the time, just farming, right? It's kind of just a job that you have, but you're right. Definitely have not proven to show the same value Crest or Sencox used to have in the past. But that time around, completely styled on Fury, sidestepped all the abilities, and just found an all-in-all great 1v2 solo kill.
Veteran of the European League of Legends scene, showing some of his caliber here, and it's nice to see some of that returning here in this game. Great kill for him, looking like he's going towards what looks to be, I think, is that going to be a Shadow Flame I'm looking at with the items there, or an event?
Oh yeah, that's a Shadow Flame.
Yeah, that's what I had a moment there of madness thinking,
Event Horizon would, Horizon Focus wouldn't really come through here on Victor.
The reason I keep saying Event Horizon is cast so much Veigar recently.
We just had a Veigar the previous game, of course. Now, moving in with the mid lane, you can put this priority, just push the mid lane in, move down towards the bot side, see if you can attack Shikari on the Gnar.
Carlson, is he going to take the bait? Seaboy is around. There is about a minute and a half until this next Dragon. Shikari, even with the Mega Gnar, is losing this one, but does get the stun. Crest is roamed down, though. Dawning Shadows will make sure that Carlson dies regardless.
Feels like a way too early play from the side of Carlson there, because Mega Gnar was there. You didn't utilize the fact that your team had the first move from the Vira either. And yeah, just caught lacking once again from Carlson. Just seems like the wrong decisions at the wrong time. So now, double TP, Crest up towards the top side in response of Shikari's teleport as well, to stop him from taking down the inner turret.
Does be a little bit afraid of this. Crest is relatively quick here with the Q movement speed. Siphon Power offering a little bit more gas to the mechanical legs, but does manage to get out of dodge. Minute or so until this next Dragon. It would be soul point for Bifrost, and while they did absolutely pay a heavy price for their first Mountain Drake, they will surely be looking to set up for this next one. 65 souls on Senna, not quite at that 70 soul break point that a lot of people mentioned in times gone past, but might well be getting close to it by the time that Dragon spawns.
Yeah, and you know, pivotal part once again is the fact that Cillian is a champion on this map. Shurelia should be finished up shortly. from Vendel as well. And yeah, there we have it. Just came through in the inventory. And this gives you so much room to play around with, especially in a composition that plays around range. Because this Jhin can become so fast that he can dodge out on all the CC from the side of Bifrost. You can sidestep a Scatter of the Week if your movement is good enough, which we have seen in the past from Chrisberg. Also seen it hasn't been in the past from Chrisberg. So it's going to be curious to see how they show up with this tool in their kit.
For a team that has struggled with consistency, struggled over the course of the split in general, Chrisberg has still been putting up excellent numbers. He is a player that has been relied on from Astralis to do the damage. Something like about 612 DPM as it stands, one of the highest in the league. Mount Dragon is spawned, second item is complete for Chrisberg, and Cress not there for Bifrost, and that could be detrimental at this pivotal fight.
But it's, once again, the positioning from Astralis is not bad. It's the same setup they just had before, with Cress and Carlton coming through from the bottom side. It's a pincer movement.
Taxa takes a lot of damage. It's Shikari stepping forward, looking for the Mega. No Crescent Guard popped. He goes Resurrection, thanks to a Chrono Break. Sorry, Chrono Shift, I apologize. Can't get the reset Conceive. That means Heartbreaker is down. Taxa with the Crescent Guard down does present a target, but the curtains are opened and they're going to try and close this Dragon out in the favor of Astralis. Health bars are chunked, Wendell is low, but it's Astralis right now with position around the Dragon.
Play around Cress, he still has the Chaos Storm, and you can just beat him up with the Cillian all the time. Finding that pivotal movement speed to dive in will be crucial.
Tongue Lash will not get what they wanted. Duel has gone too deep. He's trying to heal up, will just about survive, but now falls to Chrisberg, who's on a killing spree. Seaboy looking to maybe hunt Cress, who's stepping forward, but he's gone too deep. That could be dangerous for the Victor, who does have the flash to escape. Won't quite die to the burn. It's all Dawning Shadow!
Double!
Takes it for a double. Odie coming to claim some souls.
That's a sweeper right there. Just a vacuum cleaner over the rift, sucking up those kills. Brilliant from Odie, but once again, Drake goes over to Astralis, and you can see how difficult these fights become once the movement speeds come through from Cress. Enabled by Vendel and the Cillian, but with these deaths, Bifrost, they're just going to be starting off the Baron instead.
It's what they need. Make it a UNSC reference. That Mac round was spinning up, takes out two, and with the support and mid laner dead, it is a Baron start. Taxa is here with Flash, Crescent Guard shortly. Can contest. This would be a flip. There's the teleport. Baron has not started to reset until just now, and they'll take that teleport as a win and force a flash out of Chrisberg, and Bifrost will take those as the reward and back out. We've got the replay to see how this started, because the flash from Duel may be a little overeager.
It may be a little overeager, but it's also a great ultimate from Crest that just zones Fury away from the fight, and it makes sure that Vendel can stay alive even after Flash Tongless. Crest then stepping too forward, getting too greedy from Shikari, but great positioning from Seaboy, who's put himself in a great spot through the fog of war. And then this, I mean, it's just great here. Vendel tries to save him with the movement speed. Flash was even up and available for him, decided not to use it, and just falls in that instance. Chrisberg
has got Gale Force, so will be okay without the flash. Gets to back away, doesn't fall, and Bifrost still with a healthy lead, but they don't secure that dragon, of course. But it does feel that way at the minute, that these mountain dragons are becoming a very pricey objective to secure.
Oh, most definitely, especially if you can start stacking them up. Now, this time around, Cress against Shikari in a side lane. Seems like he's getting the benefit of these short-handed traits, obviously playing off the cooldowns of his abilities. Also has gotten that Leandris finished up, so great against the target with a little bit more of HP, and having him pushing down towards the bottom side of the map, you can see the rest of Astralis moving up towards that Baron, trying to stay with defensive vision active. But Bifrost, they're trying to contest that at the same time as well. And we've just come into this little war of attrition, really, of control of the map instead, while the objectives are down.
Now, my knowledge might be a little outdated here, but I believe 80 souls is another range increase point for Senna, getting to be increasingly difficult to get on top of. Carlson, though, has managed to even up a lot of the early deficits, now at 2 items, up in CS, is a side lane threat again legitimately. And this game, I think it's fair to say, it's still Bifrost favored, but Astralis are in the position where they can still play this out, can still find a way back into this game. The Aurelia, the Victor, even the Jhin right now, very much in a position to do the damage required.
Oh, definitely, but you still want to wait a little bit for Astralis actually getting to 3 items on the Jhin, picking up a rapid-fire cannon as well, with Cillian speeding you up, is great, because what essentially ends up happening is just you get movement speed on the Jhin, you run around for that one extra long proc of your auto attack with the rapid fire cannon, and you just run back until you get the range again, and you just keep walking back and forth. And both Cillian, or both Jhin and Victor are great champions being facilitated by Cillian.
Bifrost, I think, are in a very dangerous position, about to get teleported. It's a good scout of the week to prevent too much of a follow-up as Fury flashed over the wall, but it's into the waiting on to Chrisberg. The flanking Jhin is the deadliest. Gets the kill over onto Fury. And now the curtains are called, and C-Boy needs to have his dancing shoes on. The Spectral Maul will allow one miss. And the fourth shot blind will not find its target.
In the mid lane, though, they are picking up a turret for themselves, or they're very close to at least. Taxa wants to stop it, but flank him through from Vendel.
Odie, so difficult to deal with. Taxa's gone forward, he's gonna take so much damage. Will now have to resurrect, but I'm not sure for how long. Odie's looking to secure another kill. It's Duel that secures it, and Taxa went speeding to his death there.
And that can be very dangerous. One reset to come through from Bifrost. They can start setting up around the Baron. 10 seconds on Fury as well, but they're gonna use this extra pressure to just run down the mid lane instead, trying to break open the inhibitor turret.
And Odie didn't even have to burn Flash or heal or Dawning Shadow, so difficult to deal with. Crest being sped up though, because started trying to run people down, but the piercing darkness beginning to hit for so much damage. This Senna is now a problem, is now dangerous, is at 2. Make that 3 items if you include the support item, that Spectral Sickle that's fully stacked up. And I need to see Astralis find a way to shut down this Senna, because it's getting hard.
It is definitely getting hard, but once again, backline access is what we're looking for. It also becomes harder from the side of Bifrost to play in an open scenario with the Victor. This time around, though, they had a man advantage, which allowed them to be aggressive instead. But playing in a full 5 versus 5 with Cillian all available to Astralis, it can be difficult. But as you're saying right now, Bifrost, they're definitely looking like the team ahead.
And that rapid fire cannon you were requesting has been completed for Chrisberg. Can he rename to the Fast? Can he turn into an after image? He's going to need to hit Mach 5 to outplay that, though, as that is a vast quantity of damage, down to 1/3. Dragon started, secured. That's Soul Point. Stunned in place is Taxa, but he's got a Crescent Guard to prevent too much follow-up. What can Carlson do in trade? Not too much, and the Scout of the Week from Fury chunks him out as well. And Bifrost get the kill and get out the first time in 2 Drakes. There isn't a vast teamfight win for one team or the other.
Great zoning from the side of Fury. You saw what he did to Chrisberg. Could barely join the fight, and Cress too late to the party as well. So a freebie for Bifrost, and they managed to disengage beautifully as well, allowing them to just reset on the map. Jewel potentially getting caught out, but the Abyssal Dive allows them to just get over the wall, and nothing further has happened. They get their reset through, and we talked about it, 3 items before, 2 items for the center before. They're still building up the goal discrepancy in their favor for themselves as well.
Absolutely, and 3-0, 3-0 Syndra. Fury definitely doing a fair amount of work with those Scout of the Weeks. With that Shadow Flame now complete, definitely doing enough damage. Just Duel, maybe in a spot up the bird. Chrisberg caught out trying to make a pick himself, has got the Gale Force to back out from Duel's Abyssal Dive, and now Duel has maybe gone too deep. Not quite yet, he's not entered the Abyss forever. Carlson at the back end of it with the Vanguard's Edge, trying to outplay C-Boy in a dangerous position as well. Rooted is Carlson, so can't follow up. Heartbreaker over the wall gets C-Boy to safety. And Astralis may look to chase Bifrost through their own blue side jungle. Not quite yet. A big piercing darkness hits hard alongside the Bone Meringue.
It's so difficult for Astralis because they're so reliant on this burst damage to come through. They don't have any form of immediate engage, so they have to try and chase them down. They have to be reliant on the movement speed, but Bifrost, as soon as they start kiting back, as soon as you got the scatter or the eat as well from Jewel, you can just never really finalize a kill, and it's allowing Bifrost to get away even from moments where it seemed like Astralis was put in a good position, because it was a good flank from Carlson with the TP to come through. Great stun as well, but you didn't have it in you.
Yeah, and
finalize any of the kills.
And that is something of a problem, right? There's not hard CC per se, unless Taxa gets a 3 Talon Strike. That's not easy. You've got ways to dive, you know. Aurelia and, of course, the Jhin's out. Definitely got ways to do that, especially with the Zillion speed up on top of you. But it's not Mega Gnar hitting 4 people into a wall.
Definitely not. And it's a rather upsetting situation from the side of Astralis, because they would have liked to be in a more favorable position at this point in the game. But now, Odie finished up that Mora mana for himself as well. He's going to be doing a lot of damage on the Senna if he goes unchecked, and if he's allowed to stack on those auto attacks on you.
And room 101, make that 102. The reference is going to fall slightly flat for those 1984 fans now, but that is the soul count for Senna, and I think she is a bit of a nightmare at this point with those 3 items complete. She knows exactly how to make it hurt. It is a very excruciating time for anybody who gets hit by any of those abilities right now.
I think you're just waiting currently from the side of Astralis. You can see those 2 needlessly large rods in Crest inventory.
Huge.
They want that rapid and death cap as well, and honestly, you want the Infinity Edge on the Jhin as well. Like, quite often, we don't talk about composition spiking on 4. We always talk about the 3-item powers by Chrisberg.
Scatter the Weak comes through, but it's a flash from Chrisberg to boot that will allow him out. Flash for Flash, Fury and Chrisberg down those key summoners, but it does force the Jhin back. It does force the side of Astralis to cede this mid lane. Tier 3 inhibitor exposed, minute and a half till Dragon, and Bifrost continuing to make slightly more profitable plays over the last 10 minutes or so.
Oh, definitely. And this is just such a difficult situation when you're up against this stacked mountain, because it's 6% extra in those resistances. Currently, they're sitting at 12, right? They're going to be moving up to the 18. Oh, wait, no, I'm definitely getting my numbers wrong there. It's at 4%. I think they're sitting at 8, making their way up to 12. Like, all in all, you're going to be needing true damage as well, or the armor pen as well. And you currently have it from your carries, but is it going to be enough? Because 1 extra item of defensives, especially on this time Kench, he just becomes so difficult to cut through.
It's a death cap complete for Crest, and that is great news. But the flat pen from the Shadow Flame, less valuable, as you said, with those Mountain Dragons that have come through. And there is no Void Staff to be seen as yet. You're right, the 4 items becoming more and more necessary, it feels like. The Abyssal Dive not interrupted there, so Duel does manage to escape. Last Embrace comes through and attacks, taken down to a 3rd HP. Needs to be very afraid. Sped up his Crest, that is a very rapid Victor. The Glorious Evolution moving at Mach 5, definitely hitting the technology boom, it feels like, at this point.
This time around, Astralis finally first on the river here, trying to get control. If they can put Carlson in a flank position as well, they can be really, really crucial. They don't have the vision. Taxes going forward.
Gets onto Fury, chunked out, but it's devoured to safety. Stun onto Wendell, but that's not the big point. Carlson off the side, Flash, Vanguard's Edge onto Fury in trade. Seaboy taken so low. 1 dead. Meganar will be the prize right now. Make that 3 for none as Astralis make the engage work. Opportunities be damned. Duel will try to turn this around. Odie is still a threat, but chunked out. Rooted.
He's gonna die.
The deadly flurry is gonna try to heal up. He tanks for so long, but a siphon power will take the soul of Odie. It's a 4 for none now for Astralis, who will not take the dragon. In fact, they do, because Carlson ran over to take it, and now they move to Baron, and they found the play they needed.
Definitely, they should be able to pick this one up, and we were just talking about what it meant to have 2 Mountain Drakes against you. Well, now Astralis, they're the ones sitting at it. And that's just definitely going to put yourself in a greatest position when you start team fighting as well. Carlson, speaking of fighting, just goes down on Jewel right now.
He can keep tanking for a long time. The stun eventually comes through there with the tongue lash and the passive. Gonna get as much done with the acquired taste as he can. Now Carlson needs to think about how dangerous he's been there. He's got the thick skin, and now he's in trouble. Does not have flash, does have Vanguard's Edge, can look to outplay, but it will be a 3v1 until Wendell comes over. Does he have the chrono shift? Does, but that is now burned. Wendell with no mana needs to be in a dangerous possession. That will be a missed Mega Knight into the wall, and the turnaround's coming through. Duel still here, still tanking. Crest gets pushed away by the Scout of the Week. Fury 0, 4, and 0 has been struggling in this game, healed by the piercing darkness, and Carlson survives everything in the kitchen sink that Bifrost throw at him.
Yeah, that's actually incredible that Carlson manages to stay alive in that, but let's have a look at the team fight that decided it for Astralis. Close finding that stun there, but it's initially Carlton just diving forward, forcing out the Abyssal Dive, and now we're talking about playing with that range, because at any point in the game, or in the fight right now, Bifrost is not actually able to lay down damage. They're too busy running away, and with the extra movement speed once again facilitated by this Cillian, they just can't. They can't enclose the gap, and it's Astralis that just makes the team fight work for them. Odie stepping too far forward, great deadly flourish bomb. Chrisberg allowing Crest to pick up the kill.
Awesome stuff from Astralis. They found 2 of those incredible fights now around the Dragons. They'll need to potentially pick up some more. It's earned them a gold lead, I think, for the first time this game. That was sole point. And now with this Baron, they need to see what they can do to try and cement the lead they have.
This is where it starts becoming fun, having that Jhin Cillian.
Oh, yes.
Because now the Infinity Edge has come through. Your 4 items. You walk up and get a 4th shot in that rapid fire cannon, they're down to half HP. The amount of damage that you're able to pull out there is absolutely insane. Except if they're going on duel. But currently, they're playing on 2 lanes. Top side is being attacked by Shikari, but Astralis, they don't care. They're going to keep putting their resources on towards these turrets themselves, but Shikari rather, might look to trade that himself.
He's going to try and get a hold of it. Is certainly in a position with the hull breaker and 3 items completed to make sure that happens. Inhibitor will fall at the same time, and it might well be just a trade here, which is pretty damn good going into the Baron. And there's not going to be anybody who's back in time to stop them. Inhibitor falls in both side lanes, one for Bifrost, one from Astralis.
Yeah, they continue going there. Carlson back there, so Shikari should not be able to continue any further in the mid lane. Astralis able to pick up the turret themselves, and Seaboy might be looking for the engage.
So much damage, but does get the chrono shift off in time, but that means it's not going to be available for Crest, who has got the flash away from Fury's abilities. Will not go down there. But some key abilities down. Crest without the flash, without stopwatch, could be a very valuable target. And the moment I say it, he backs and completes the Zhonya's and makes it just that touch harder.
Yeah, you're completely right. But Astralis still showing signs of weakness despite them being the driving factor here. But speaking of that, Fury still not being able to find his mark in this game. 0-4-0 in a game that's been vastly dominated by Bifrost as well is not what you're looking for. Especially since your scatter holds so much power in a team fight. You saw what it did there, forced out the flash from Crest immediately. You want more of that from the man in the mid lane. They used to be so star-spec here in the LEC.
They were, but right now, the journey to returning to those heights of glory will need to start with finding a way to get this win. Again, a reminder, Astralis need to pick up at least 3 wins. At least 3 wins to match the current bar to playoffs entry. That can change if Riddle win later on as well, because they are the minimum deciding factor.
But so is Vanny as well. They're going up against JDXL after this one. Let's look at it. Chrisberg with the movement speed, with the 4th shot, with the rapid fire. Oh, he's lost vision. Come on, I just wanted to see it.
It's so close. You could see the Gale Force was maybe an option there as well, but just doesn't feel secure doing it. It does force Bifrost back into their base, though. It does force them to cede all of this vision control around this soul point fight to Astralis, who have full control of Bifrost red side jungle.
And let's look at the buys, because Vigilant Wardstone has come out from OD as well. 12% extra resistance, adaptive power, HP, everything you want there gained by that item as well. Extra pink wards, of course, which can be great from fighting any movement. Jewel might get caught off guard by the deadly flourish, but he's still very tanky.
He's got it. Remember, this is a fed Tahm Kench. Well, that's not a support Tahm Kench per se. Level 15, same as his ADC. 3 items, including a Randuin's Omen complete, to try and mute some of the damage that Chrisberg can do on this 4-item Jhin. Stopwatch onto the Maestro as well. Seaboy on a flank can come into place in Fed.
And TP into the base.
Into the base. Can they come back and retreat?
It's stolen.
It's stolen away. They take the soul, and now they're in their fight at the base as well. They're dying in the base. They need to stop the backs. Can Astralis even get there? No, not like this. Not in the late game. Not versus Bifrost. It happened this way the first time these teams met. It was an Elder Dragon then. It will be a soul point this time. The Dawning Shadows goes over to Chrisberg, trying to get away. Will be able to do it. What happened in the base? Shikari has come down towards this bot side, has left what was happening around there. Will secure Wendell. They'll take a Nexus tower, won't go for the full game win. What is it today, Gulborg, with League of Legends and mad late game base pushes?
These games are getting complete out of hand right now. There's 30 seconds, 40 seconds on the Baron as well, but Bifrost right now, they're going to be having their looks on the inhibitor. They can take the mid lane one. They can reset because they're lacking a minion wave right now. No, I take that back, Fury. He's escorted it in. There's 1 turret left.
They've got 1 Nexus turret left, and a play not dissimilar to Damwon and T1 earlier in the day might be coming to win Bifrost. This game, Tax has gone in, but the Crescent card is down. The Nexus fall, and Bifrost pull it out by the skin of their teeth.
It was messy. 10-4, but they finally do it, and Astralis, they fall. And once again, a hurdle that seemed like a game they could have made, but not able to pull through, and the double TP on the top side to take Carlson down created a lot of pressure in that team fight. You could see how scattered they become. Bifrost, they capitalized on that and moved their pressure into the mid lane to take it down.
Once again, another frustrating could have been for Astralis, but they do fall. Their playoffs hopes getting slimmer and slimmer. But the games remaining aren't getting that much slimmer. We've got lots more to come. We're cutting to a break, but we'll be back very shortly.
Welcome back to the NLC, and this was such a close game, but at the end, it was Hellbreaker taking the game. Oh no, Bifrost, by the way, I'm just saying. The Nar pick actually pulling it off at the end of the game. Just as Treble was saying on the green room, Nar was capable of taking the inhibitor at the same speed as 4 players from Astralis on the other side, on the bot side. So this is another victory for Bifrost, putting them even closer to the top of the standings, while Astralis are now running on fumes. They cannot lose another game. They're getting really close to getting out of the playoffs. But before we move any further, we should look into Bifrost. And today, I have the pleasure to meet Mitchell. I think it's Mitchell? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Hi,
Hello, pleasure to meet you, finally. How are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm fine. A bit stressed.
why?
It was way closer than it should have been, I think. But I mean, draft was hard. I think draft was a bit favored to them. So yeah, it got a bit stressed in the end.
It was really, really close. Let's be honest, it was really, really close. But tell me, the Nar pick versus the Irelia. Obviously, the Hullbreaker helped a lot because usually... Oh, there he is. Hello. Because usually it's supposed to go to the... Oh my. Love it. It's supposed to go for the Irelia, but Nar was capable of pulling it off. Why do you feel that happened?
I mean, I think Hullbreaker is just giga broken. The item itself, and especially on Gnar. And I think at the end, we didn't have like, I think we like understood that we can't really win team fights 5v5. So we just said, okay, let's go split push and let's try to backdoor and like try something there.
Also, trying something different. You're the first team on the NLC that actually makes the Sin Tom Kent work. Nobody was able to pull it off, and you guys are doing it for the second time in a row. Is this something that you guys have been practicing on the scrims, or is this something you guys are pulling off just on the pro play?
Yeah, I mean, I could say no that we expected Astralis to not be that good, so we just didn't try to show anything. But that's just a joke. So, I mean, like, Ode is a really good Senna, and we practice it a lot in scrims. But I mean, they also like banned literally every hyper carry. So Senna Tamkan is really good here. I think also into Jin it's fine since he has like troubled dealing with Tam.
Now I'm going to look into the entire team and the way you guys are playing. You guys are on the top of the standings, secure to the playoffs, if I'm not mistaken. It would have to take a miracle for you guys not to be at the playoffs right now. How do you feel about the team? I know the team is feeling good, but what about you? How do you feel about the roster, the way they're playing? Do you feel comfortable with Bifrost going into the playoffs?
I mean, if I look at the game today, I think it was a great early game, like really good macro, and we definitely improved on this. But we need to step up so much more to beat XL and X7 in best of fives. So right now, I mean, we are secured playoffs. I mean, we are just looking to improve. Like for us, it's just like giving everything we can in the practice and every match, and then moving forward to reach our final form in playoffs. So I think I'm confident that we will make it. We have the talent and the players for sure, 100%, but we need to make it work, and therefore we need a few more weeks of practice, but we have those, obviously.
That is such a good mentality. Like, okay, I know we're locked in on the playoffs. We still have a lot to work, so let's give it all, put the gas, pedal to the metal, and now going to look into the playoffs. Thank you so much for the interview. It was a pleasure to meet you finally, and good luck. I can't wait to see Bifrost on the playoffs.
Thanks for having me. Und Grüße an Justus.
Thank you so much. Have a nice one. And there we go. Bifrost are still looking to get better, to improve, and this is such a good mentality. Just looking into the future and how can we be better? I know we are in the playoffs, but how can we improve? We have a long way to go until we are capable of destroying X7. JDXL, they were the only team actually taking X7 into a defeat, so obviously, they know they have what they need, but they still need to work to be the best team. But now, looking into the other side, Astralis side, Domby is with me, and I know we have a lot to talk about. It's not going to be an easy conversation, man. Hello.
Oh. Hey, man.
It was so close. Was it the hull breaker?
What did you say? Sorry.
Was it the hull breaker?
I think Gnar with the Hull Breaker ended up testing our macro, and our macro didn't stand the test, so yeah.
As a top player, I gotta tell you, I feel you, man. The pain is real. I feel you. The Aurelio pick versus the Narn, in my opinion, was perfect. The team fight was perfect as well. You guys were capable of hanging the bot lane. The Senna versus Tom Kench. The Jin was working as well with the Zillion. You got the Zoomies going out. So the macro is looking way better nowadays, but you guys were not capable of getting this victory. And now I'm looking into the schedule. Your schedule is one of the toughest to end the split.
Yeah, it is. I think the schedule is hard for us, and we need to win everything to make playoffs, right?
Yes.
And even by then, it's not even ours to decide fully. I think at this point, I think we had to win all 5 for us to decide on our own. And like it just shows like we're playing all the playoff teams right now, and I think if we beat them, we deserve it. If we don't deserve it. It's easy as that.
Okay, it's a good way to look into it, but it's not easy on your position, but also for the players. And one thing that I want to focus is, because it's really baffling in my opinion, the way that you guys put the top line like the last pick, getting the Irelia, obviously looking into, again, the rookie, the playmaker. And I was looking into the questionnaire, and funnily enough, every single player on the question, what is the biggest surprise on the team, everybody answered the same thing, like the top laner's age. Every single player was talking about that. But still, you guys believe that he's capable of being the carry, right? You think it's just too much pressure for the top lane, or do you think he's fine with that?
I think Carl is fine with it. I think ultimately it's also about how we play around it as a team. And I think Carl during the split has really shown that he's capable of playing like both the weak side and the strong side. I know that means different things to different people, but as you saw, like Monday where he played Camille into Poppy, which is a counter matchup, he solo killed him. And like today as well, he did fine, I think. He could have done better, but we still have a lot of faith in him. And I think this is his first split ever in the ERL. He's only 16. Like he was 25 days older than the threshold for playing ERL, right? So this guy has a lot of time to grow. He has a lot of potential, and I really believe in him, and so does the team.
Probably that is a sentence that I can use to tell you something. Even if Astralis are not capable of getting playoffs this split, let's be honest, the team has a lot to explore, to evolve as well, and who knows what's going to happen on the summer split. This is a team that I'm looking into the future, and I know is going to bear fruit. So good luck on the next games. It's always a pleasure to have you, man. I wish I could have more time to talk with you. I have a lot of questions, but good luck for the next games, and let's see what happens into the playoffs, man.
Thank you, man. It was a pleasure.
Always, man. And there we go. It's the end of this game. Astralis almost took it up, but it was Bifrost in the end to get another victory and put themselves at the top of the standings. But coming up, you know what's coming up. It is Vanir versus JDXL. And for the first time, Trouble didn't vote JDXL. What does this mean? I don't know, but I'll tell you after this short break. I'll see you soon. Let's go. Welcome back. It's Vanir versus JDXL. We have little time, so I'm going to toss it over to you guys. What do you think is going to happen?
I think XL are going to pick Katarina. I think that they're going to smash the game themselves, and it's going to be a very short affair.
This is the dark arc of Trouble. The past of Trouble, the way she became the villain. Okay, so obviously they teased with the Katarina. It didn't appear in game. Turok, I'm heavily disappointed.
I think I was muted. I just wanted to reiterate what I said at the start. I said Vanir is going to smash JDXL. Thank you.
There you go.
Just so there's no doubt about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But what if they pick Katarina? I know it's a far-fetched pick.
Okay, let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation about Katarina. I'm stopping it here.
I like it.
If Showmaker says that champion is trash, we listen.
Slightly more realistic nose. I do think that for me, I want to see a little bit more from Zamrilek. Had a couple of rough games recently. Has obviously been one of our best AD carries. That's why I say I'm just like, I want to see him can really stamp his mark. He looked great on the Jhin, looked great on the Varus as well. But outside of a couple of key champions, had some off moments. So I want to see Zamrilek have a bit more of a good game today, because that would really solidify JDXL kind of again going into the last couple of weeks and trying to hit further and further up the tree.
My eyes, though, got straight to the top lane because I felt like the previous game was decided by one item and one item only. That was Hullbreaker. And both Nila and Kryze play a lot of these champions. They play the Graves, they play the Camille's, they play the Fioras. They play all of these champions that can build the item. And I'm thinking that here it's going to be a battle in the top lane. Kryze likes to play aggressive. Nila is also on the aggressive side for the side of Vanir. So I'm wondering what they're going to choose to go here. You can first pick the Graves if you want to, which is the safest of the top
There's
lane.
a Phelios and Jinx if you want to choose the better end of that matchup, whatever you're going for.
There's also Tryndamere that can be picked into Graves. There's the Zinzao that Noodle loves.
Because most of the time, I do value choosing your side of the AD carry matchup, because that kind of determines how you want to play it your early game and how you want to play out certain parts of your draft and stuff.
I would forgot that.
We did actually forget the Gwen, so that changed a lot of things, right? Because it means that the great thing about stuff like the Jhin Zhao and the Gwen is that you can have either of them have that effectively, you know, the immunity from long-range carries, which is your Aphelios and your Jinx. If Aphelios is locked in, cool, you're not going to be hitting the Gwen anyway.
Yeah, but let me sing you the song of my people. Gwen does not build Hullbreaker.
No.
So you could technically...
Not until like 4th item. You can at that point, but that's long ways off.
You have it as a 4th item. Somebody else is going to have it as a 1st item, and they initially win the 1v1 trade. So I think I really like the fact that Vanir are going with the Gwen, because it's a really strong team fighting tool. But on the other hand, for JDXL, you can go for so many picks right here that will just straight up build the Hullbreaker and make it a hell from point of view.
And I do think you do have to lock in the Jhin Zhao here, because you need to stop having the Gwen and the Jhin on the same team. Because you give that, I give it to Noodle, very, very dangerous. And now at least you got, we've kind of split the difference on having high damage carry, high range denier in your front line. So we've both got a bit of both there. There is a difference in how you play out the early games, of course. Gwen can be quite dominant, even in, before first back against something like a Graves, even at that point. But Jhin Zhao has the almost like complete domination over level 1 to 3 as junglers go. So you've got different points of power, even though in teamfights they perform some similar roles.
Do you pick a jungler now and reveal if this Gwen is going to be a flex, or do you keep it as a flex? Obviously, it could go into the top lane. It's more secure in the top.
I was about to say, depends on what options you have for a jungle later on. So far, the things that are open still is the Lee Sin.
Nautilus is the answer.
The Lee Sin and the Viego so far are the two things that we're seeing that are being prominent at the top tier next to Xin Zhao. There's the Javan that's still up and available. I think into a Xin Zhao and into an Aphelios, you can very easily pick the Javan, create that space in front of your Jinx, and then allow her to free hit away.
And I will say, I really love the Aphelios lane with the Nautilus, specifically into the Lulu, because something that Aphelios can struggle with is wave control at level 1. What Nautilus allows you to do is say, who cares about minions? Hook! Let's go, level 1 fighting. And Lulu can really struggle with that. You hit the hook, it's actually quite a high base damage. You have the Glacial after that point for the extra chase down. You can start looking for really strong 2v2 kill potential with something like a Nautilus. So I do like JDXL saying, look, Zamrilek, Kikis, you got all the go beans, let's go.
Thinking with the Jarvan is something that we were expecting. The champion is appearing a little bit more. He's really strong nowadays, especially in the jungle, just removing everything from the bot lane. Has a lot of pressure. Now, will Vanir focus on top side? There we go, top side. champions. It makes sense.
It makes sense. You
It makes
have to
sense.
remove the whole breaker champions. Also, maybe they might look to remove something like the Camille from Cries.
Yeah.
Also build whole breaker. Can also be a nuisance in the backline. Reach the Jinx. Maybe dive into the backline with something that MNS can pick. And now that I mentioned his name, is it going to be the 13th unique pick?
I mean, I can think of some champions he's not played yet, which build Ludens and all of
They
that.
build Putrifier as well.
They don't. If they want me to be happy, they should never build that. And other items which begin with
It's
an
only about you.
yeah.
Your
Well,
happiness.
don't build an item which starts with an E and rhymes with Severfrost. Don't build it.
All right. GP again, one more top laner being removed, but you still have the Camille, just as we talked about. He has shown this before. Cries on the Camille is destructive.
Yeah.
You can do it with the Gwen, so you cannot be
pick
defend
here.
them all.
Yeah, you should pick here top lane because you know
Yeah.
that the Gwen is most likely. I mean, you can swap it to the jungle if you want to because it's a flex pick as well.
I feel like you can pick Jace it, though,
You
can't
could pick Graves here as well. I feel
Graves or Jace are both pretty
since
fine.
Tryndamere has been banned away, you can
I mean, that is a...
the 13th
The
unique
13th
pick
It is.
of M&S.
There you go. Wait, there is a very outside chance because
No.
this used to
Don't
be...
say it, don't say it, don't say
I'm
it.
saying
I
it
thought about it.
because it was a niche counter to Fiora. There was briefly top lane Aphelios. It's not happening. I just want you to know that it's it's not happening, but I wanted you to know that. So Zig's probably in mid lane.
Giving
probably
information, yeah, giving information to the viewer so he is aware. On the other side, you can go for the control mages on the mid line. There you go, Victor appearing once again. It's like a stable
I
pick.
think, okay, I think if they don't lock in the Camille here and put the Gwen into the jungle, Cries is gonna lock in Camille and then it's gonna hurt a lot with the Ziggs ultimate because they're gonna lock in
That's
the
true,
Jig,
yeah.
they're gonna lock in the Jinx, and they're gonna pop on the Ziggs ultimate and then no one gets
Or
out.
the Victor, right?
No
It's
prison.
two mobile carries. I mean, the problem with that is that ever since the Camille W nerfs, Camille has struggled versus Gwen in lane. It used to be a lot more even. Now you both take Ignite and the Camille can really struggle on that front. With the Gnar on the other side, though, which still means that the Gwen's in the jungle, so it's not going to be the Gwen matchup, you can go for something like your Jace. You can go for something like your Camille. Both fit the composition very well. You can play with hyper outrange with the Ziggs and the Jace in terms of that poke, or you can go towards something a little more teamfight oriented, whether that's dive, like that Camille, or something like the hovering, a bit more frontline.
He deals a lot of damage. I was looking into Moonlight. He deals a lot of damage.
Oh, not again!
Here comes the
You
time.
can't keep doing this. You can't keep getting away with Zillion top. Doesn't work like that.
Apparently it does. Apparently it does. What do you guys feel about this? Last words. Good analysis. Love it. What about you?
I'm just waiting to see the swaps happen because I still see the Ziggs in the bot lane and Eminence having the Aphelios right there. You've got 35 seconds to swap.
Oh. Wait. Wait.
I think a Ziggs really matters Jinx when it comes to the wave clear, and Nautilus works the same
Seriously?
as a Leona.
No, it's on 20
It's
seconds.
after 20 seconds.
I'm
Yeah, it's on
saying,
20
okay, I
seconds.
was saying
I
the
give up.
The Nautilus.
I give up.
So the Nautilus works the same as a Leona, and the Leona Ziggs lane was first encountered in the LCK. So you lock someone down,
And you bomb 'em.
You pop all the bombs on top, and it's like a big nuke, and someone dies. It can work the exact same with Nautilus.
Okay,
but Nautilus
I got
makes,
info.
but Nautilus makes sure that the R of the Ziggs will land because the R chases you from the Nautilus, and wherever you land, the bomb will land 100%.
I'm assuming this is confirmation.
I got confirmation now, and sadly, it is Aphelios mid. I have no idea what's going to happen. Eminence with another
13.
spicy pick. Exactly. We're only missing on the Katarina, but apparently he's going for useful champions. Now to test it over to the casters, it is initialized with
I don't know
Goldberg.
about this one.
M&S, I have all
I've
these
seen this one
notes.
before. I've seen this before. I've seen it before. I've Aphelios mid. I've seen it before.
Go on. In ARAM?
No. So basically, I have
Was it in solo queue?
No. So
Was
I
it
have.
you?
There's a lot of stories to this guy, but I basically I do have my old mid laner Eden Fox, who we did used to play together back in the day, or I was coaching him, and a highly ranked challenger player. He used to have these finicky ideas of always these weird cheese pick he would bring out. And one time he saw the Shy play Aphelios up in the top
He did,
side.
yes.
And he thought to himself, well, I can do that in the mid lane as well. And he became a little bit of a connoisseur with it, with press the attack as well. where it's about finding the footing with the setup for your jungler. It's a little bit like the scatter of the week as well, which just setting up on the mid lane as well against someone who's extremely immobile. It's playing around with your gun rotations too, and having that 6 down towards the bot lane actually neutralizes what the Jinx want to do, because you can no longer just take control of the lane. 6 will be able, as soon as he finally gets that lost chapter as well, to just completely neutralize what Jinx usually does so well to the game. And having a top side to play for who's AD going into Victor means you will have the priority in the mid lane. You will be able to push the minions in because you have auto attacks, and your auto attacks deal more damage than the Victor auto attacks. And that allows you to skirmish around distance out, which gives you the movement speed forward as well if you combine it with Cries.
And I was looking here a little bit as well, is like Zamalek basically gets... It's just not involved in a lot of what JDXL do in the early game, because Kickers leaves, and then Dan and Kickers roam around the map and control the jungle, and they play through their solo lanes, and rightly so in a lot of weeks. M&S and Cries have often been very aggressive, very competent in lane, and Zamalek is often left to be alone in the lane. He is the lowest kill participation, or the 9th kill participation AD carry. I could have phrased that a little better, but he's down to about 58% or so on the kill participation, compared to someone like Cover, who's like 2nd at 71%. That's like a 20% difference.
And I think that quite often speaks to the champion pool the man has as well, because we quite often see him on the likes of Varus instead. Like, we don't actually see them go for that hyper carry all too often, because it does become it does revolve around other players on the roster as well. And here you see it with the auto attacks, with the Calibrum. You actually get to stack up the first 3 waves here. You get to take control, and you trade so effectively with press the attack. And it's great in a meta right now where control mages will struggle, at least in the early game, but will be able to fight you back in the mid to late game, because JDXL works so well around their early pressure.
Absolutely.
Now they get the ward down on towards the Raptors. That means they can keep tracking Noodle in the jungle. That gives you intel to the bot side, that gives you intel to the top side in terms of how you want to start out your game plan. And then with the Calibrum, I mean, just great spacing under the turret. M&S once again putting up a class in the mid lane.
And I love this identity wipe for JDXL. You've got Zamalek, a player who's often left to his own devices, left alone, with a pick that can hold by itself and then support the rest of his team with a global ultimate. You've got your superstar, zany, insane solo killing machine M&S on the Aphelios you want to play through. That's going to be your hyper carry. Even if it's a bit odd, you explained how it works. Identity-wise, for who JDXL and how they like to play, I really like the thinking as well.
So, how do we win the game then as Vanya? What is our point of attack in this in this composition? Because the desk was talking about the lockdown. It's still very, very much there. Depth charge from Nautilus together with the bombs from 6, you get chunked down. I'm gonna continue with the conversation in just a bit, because they could look to threat a little bit of a dive here on Sahara.
They're gonna hold the wave outside of tower, but the onslaught comes through, get a big chunk. There's the dive under. Wind becomes lightning, misses, but the graviton binding is there. Binding Eclipse binds Sahara, and he is bound in chains and sent for hell.
Can we talk about that great gun rotation as well? Semrov runs out immediately, and then Gravitum is ready for you for the lockdown afterwards. Beautiful stuff, as you mentioned yourself. And once again, M&S put ahead in JDXL's games. Who would have thought? Who would have known? Who could have foretold?
Guldborg, you're a madman, and you're a brilliant, brilliant genius as well. You knew it was a thing, and you called out literally as they were walking onto the rift. It's all about weapon management. 3 weapon switches are the bread and butter of great Aphelios. Apparently M&S is right up there with them.
Exactly. So let's get back to the point we were talking about as well, because we talked about the lockdown CC. That's going to be tough for Kevo and Sahara to deal with. You know who doesn't care about lockdown CC on the roster of Vanya?
I wonder if they can become immune and make that quite hard.
Yeah, and I wonder if they start with a G and end with a Wen. Because that is exactly Noodle on the Gwen here. You can get ahead on this, and you have very squishy members to try and run down on the side of JDXL. The one thing you do hate about this is the Cillian into the Gwen. We saw what it does at laning phase last Monday as well, where it's just like, Gwen is fast, Gwen is annoying, but as soon as she's slowed down by 90% by Emax second on Cillian,
Ghost. Yeah,
you don't really care about it. So that's why it becomes so difficult. So what happens when you can't front to back immediately? Well, we come over to vision control. It's about the vision pockets. It's about finding that backline access in a point where if JDXL wants to kite back, they're not going to be kiting back into the rest of Vanya. So it's a difficult situation, but JDXL, despite how funky their draft is looking right now, I think they have functions and purposes into Vanya's composition. And Cries, I mean,
there's method to the madness, as you said, as Cries is going to actually potentially look for a solo kill. He's going to get really close with the burn.
He's done.
He's there. Tick, 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 boom. So the boys from the south, it's a POD reference because, oh my days, they get it. It's some old school solo kills from the old school top laner.
I mean, is it old school seeing a Cillian solo kill a top laner?
It's a very old man, and it's old school. JDXL pulled us out enough to split for it to count as certainly not a new pick.
Fair enough.
So I grant you, perhaps.
Old school, new school, coming in from JDXL, inventing their own genre of League of Legends on the Rift.
Who needs LS drafts? Who needs Enchantress mids when you can run Enchantress top and Aphelios mids? Kikis. Just trying to play this the best they can. Noodle on the Gwen, stepping forward with the Whimsy. Going to be pretty difficult. Can actually look for some more damage as top lane. Nile nowhere near a Mega Null. Will just die, and Dan secures that one. He's teleported back to lane and just died of a chain.
Absolute disaster. Look at that minion wave. Look how huge that is. He does not have flash. I mean, at this point as a top laner, you might as well just be like, game over. I'm completely out of that game. That is big. Vania, though, they decide to capitalize, get something for themselves on the other side of the map. In the first Drake, the Infernal. But I mean, that's huge. And Dan already sitting on a shutdown, haven't even finished the first mythic, but is sitting on that Iron Spike whip, and he's going to be having a lot of damage when he's moving around with the Cillian movement speed as well. We talked about the skirmishing factor. I mean, we're not many minutes away from JDXL trying to counter jungle already in this game just because of how far ahead they are.
Absolutely, and JDXL are well known for having the highest jungle control of any team in this league. Dan and Kikis use the pressure of their solo laners, who are pulling out strange picks like the Zillion and the Aphelios to absolutely dominate the enemy jungle, to secure vision and maybe put some damage on him. That's going to get stunned. He's got heal, he's got flash, he's going to be just fine. I think he's trying to trade this one out a bit. Doesn't even pop the heal. He knows his calculations better than I do.
That was the thing. I forgot the fact he had heal as well. But I mean, with the mid lane turret already being this low from Eminence pressure, one Herald, one activation. That's the first turret down in the mid lane.
He's got Honeyfruit. He'll be back up to HP just quick enough. He's got Severum and the Onslaught, the healing that will give you. He's going to be just fine.
Two autos, maybe, but
well, he can press Q and get the healing off that, even if you'll get it through the next weapon combo at least.
That's beautiful.
As Zamalek takes a little hit from Keva, but is otherwise just fine, and JDXL find themselves up about 2,000 gold. I felt like we've seen a lot of early laning advantage. M&S does have to burn the heal to get out of the gravity field, and Sahira beginning to sort of see some trade opportunities here. Probably hasn't a lot of experience against Aphelios.
Dan's around as well.
Noodles here, Dan's around. M&S might to flash over the wall, does so, and that will be the summoners burnt from M&S. A bit frustrating for the man who thought he'd managed to outplay, came back to lane, and now has to burn both summoners.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I wonder if he's even going to stay around for this, but no, he does bite the bullet and accept that he has to reset at this point. 8 minutes into the game, Rift Held has spawned, and thus we usually see the rotation from the bottom side of the map move up towards the top side. Currently, it is Vania who started it up. It is Vania out with the first move, but XL, they're in a good position to try and deter them for this. And they're just pushing them out of the river right now.
What they've done is rotate Zamalek up and left M&S to play around the bot lane. Of course, Aphelios is one of those players, one of those champions, rather, that is known for being able to shred turrets fast. The moment you have Crescendo, the moment you have the white gun, you will destroy turrets.
But it's also just the fact you can say, oh, that mid lane turret is so low in satchel charge range. So now we just do the body system, high five, all right, I'll swap in my bot laner instead. You just need a couple more autos on that turret, 6 can take it down, and you won't even have to use the Herald in the mid lane.
Yeah, they won't. And of course, with Kryze and Dan having already got some chunk on the top side, you could use that top, let Aphelios deal with the bot lane. And think about it then, they're going to try and get this down to satchel range. It's going to get real close. Not quite.
Awkward.
Yeah, couldn't quite get enough damage down, even with the short fuse passive from Ziggs.
Don't worry, another wave's coming in. He'll get it at this one.
And of course, Noodle is pathing away. He had a stellar last time out on the Gwen. I believe he went 7-1, I want to believe, on that champion, if I recall my KDAs correctly. And this time, they secure the turret. First turret falling down in mid lane, up 3,000 gold. Very happy.
Point of attack, though, from the side of Vania. You can see Noodle's position. Emin is stuck on the turret. Rest of the bot lane's trying to join with him again, but face checking a Gwen.
Oh, that's going to be dangerous. He's got a Infernum and a Calibrum. He's going to try and play this one back out as well as he can, but the snips come through. The Super Mega Death Rocket makes an explosive end as Noodle is going to get taken nearly out, but not before a Hallowed Mist comes through to keep him alive. Immune just in time.
Yeah, Eminence not so used to being the weak side or in a side lane, as you can see there. Just face check the bush. didn't have a ward. He's opted in for a sweeping lens instead, so no form of security either. You can see JDXL, they tried to move down. Kevo's getting caught off guard. No Lulu ultimate.
Unfortunate, he's got no heal. He's going to be in a lot of trouble. Zamalek, though, is being traded back onto, but Dan is here. Nearly going to get this one back. One auto away, and Zamalek gets out with it.
And just like that, they do capitalize on it. Kevo investing a lot in trying to secure that kill as well, but even with Flash, even with a heal burn, it's just not enough. And I wonder, Dan, with this Rift Herald, what is your next point of attack going to be? I don't assume he's...
He
is
just
actually going to go for it here.
Maybe he felt like he was running a little shy on time.
No,
Does have Dragon coming up.
It's fine, it's fine. Under normal circumstances, maybe not so much, but look at this. Who's back in lane to take care of it in just a few waves? It's the 6 ready with a satchel charge, so you don't always have to take the turret low when you're playing around with a 6 in the bottom lane instead. And once again, it's the 6 matchup into the Victor. Normally, this is decent for Victor because you can just clear out the wave, but I wonder if Zahira will have enough damage just yet to take care of it.
Gravity Field will allow him to get rid of most of the wave, does manage to do so, and Zamalek can at least make sure that Zahira can't leave very easily for this dragon, because if he does leave, that turret is forfeit. And JDXL used the pressure, used the fact that mid lane is kept in lane to be forced into a difficult position. Does M&S looking for the solo kill? He nearly gets it, can't quite.
M&S showing some interesting plays so far. 0-2-1 on the Aphelios mid so far, and while I do know he had kill pressure there, Kevo also had a team around him where the setup was not quite there yet from the side of JDXL.
Destined to be a 1-for-1 whatever, I suspect.
And the fact Vanya gets this Drake is actually, it's nice. It's a nice sight for them. It's definitely a Drake they shouldn't have been able to be picking up when you consider that there's no mid lane turret for Vanya, so JDXL should have been able to push that in. And now Vanya...
Oh, Zamalek.
Looking to continue the pressure. Zamalek, no flash.
Noodle on the Gwen, starts leading the charge and gets themselves a kill onto the isolated Ziggs. Nice kill back from Veneer, who are managing to keep this goal a little closer than it was earlier in the game. And of course, it is on the back of the likes of Noodle on this Gwen, who's been so important to this team before. Might lose this top lane turret, though, as Kikis zones out more people, and we'll see what happened as Zamalek very much in the dark here.
Oh, definitely, and there's not much to say about the situation. It's just a Gwen who's just going to be running in with Ghost and, you know, Whimsy up from the side of
the turret,
yeah. Zamalek, gone, dead, forgotten, out of here. Not much to say about that one.
Yep, no, he threw a big firework up to celebrate his own death, and that was about it, as M&S avoids Gravity Field, and the Super Mega Death Rocket can now start running down to Zahira here. Does have the heal, can't quite secure it. Kevo's around, but misses the zap. And that will pull the flash out of Zahira in the 1v2.
Yeah, it just feels like M&S has a little bit more movement speed to work with than other people. That zap just barely missing as well. But forcing M&S out of lane allows Kevo to walk in now. And now comes the other... Oh, I'm just going to wait, Nilla.
Nilla is in a lot of trouble. The wind becomes lightning. Doesn't hit, though. That felt like it did. I think that was the Z-axis because I
think that's what you call a win stays win in that situation there. But what I was about to say as well is the fact that with the Aphelios into the Victor now, you're starting to see the other end of the coin when Victor finally starts picking up the items for himself, because that's what we talked about with the control mages as well. They do not have much power to work with on the first few waves. AD carries, they have much more to work with, but now that you finally get a little bit to the mid game, now that you finally start building up the item, that's where you can start pushing M&S back.
He has, and he's, of course, been forced away, made some slightly interesting plays. I think particularly that one in the mid lane where he was really feeling himself and got burnt for it. May have cost him, but of course, can still become a threat. Is still obviously in a composition where he's got a zillion and the likes behind him to keep him alive and dangerous to continue to threaten this game. And of course, JDXL have still managed to get a lot of gold into their hands purely because they got, I believe, 13 turret plates before they fell. Full turrets in mid and top, 3 turret plates in bot. That has definitely fed the bank accounts of the JDXL members.
You know, I'd go as far and say that's not too bad.
There you can see the goal discrepancies there. It's pretty even in bot lane, but mid lane is pretty even as well. But then you look towards the top lane and the jungle. Very big advantages for Dan and Cries right now.
Definitely, and this is what we want to see from them as well. Pushing in the mid lane, moving the pressure down towards the outer turrets and just taking care of them, forcing out the opposition from stepping up towards the turret. Response is coming through from the side of Vanya, though. They're looking for that top outer.
Oh, Zahira is going to get rooted in place. There's an Everfrost there. He's going to get knocked up, and he's going to have a Gravity Field that does not hold people down. that will be a dead Zahira by his own base gate. It gives M&S time to secure this turret, and JDXL going to shove in mid lane as well, where they've got a Ziggs ready and waiting with a satchel charge to complete the demolition.
Oh, there we go, and that's just 3-2, or 2 turrets rather in that instance. Noodle, though, will be capitalizing with the Rift Herald, but being the team without momentum, having to work with a Rift Herald, it's never really easy. Quite often, you are reliant on having one lane to play for, one lane that has the proper setup. And currently, right now, JDXL is just a team with the setup every time, except those times where they screwed the Drake up a little bit. But even then, it's come off the mistake of JDXL and not so much Vanier forcing the play themselves.
And this Zillion top for Cries is once again proving to be really deadly. Roams around, finds the pick onto Zahira, goes teleports to the top side, double bombs the wave, it disappears, he's got AP. And Zahira now needs to be a little afraid as well, but not going to be too much here. M&S just continue to try and keep this Victor in place.
The fact he's so willing to stay there with absolutely nobody behind him, is absolutely mind-blowing, because you're playing into 11 Victor and you're only level 10 yourself. Like, you saw the trades as well. Zahira are starting to win these trades. Like,
it's surely a Hex drink a second. You've got to feel for M&S if he wants to play. But no, that's going to be Collector.
Nope, it's not.
It's Collector. Okay, fair enough.
You think he's going to go on the defensives?
You know,
have you lost your mind?
You know what? I'm sorry, M&S. I doubted you. I did watch his stream yesterday, actually. He was streaming yesterday.
Oh, did he?
He was playing Kalista top. Went 0-13 in lane, still won the game.
So M&S is just actually the shy reincarnated.
There is a bit of, there is a lot of, that's basically what I'm going at, is this is a man who picks AD carries in solo lanes.
That means he's going to have an incredible high and then afterwards an incredible low. So let's have it. Embrace it, ladies and gentlemen. You are witnessing M&S at peak.
There's an irony, of course, with the shy being very much not shy, and in fact very bold, and M&S certainly in that same mindset. And right now we're at the peak. Let's enjoy it before the prophesized valleys may come. As top side, Herald was summoned. That will be the trade out as Cries will try and deal with that. Noodle is around this dragon and may look trying for steal. Remember, this would be sole point for Veneer as M&S has the heal and managed to step aside from the attempted engage from Veneer. M&S still on this flank, still has Calibrum and Infernum, could look for a big ultimate as that's a lot of damage. Can he get to the other side of the glass cone? We're able to do so. Cypher Power not quite enough. Flashed over the wall to prevent Zahira catching up.
Zahira needs to be careful not overstepping here because
he's in trouble. He's just dead. He can't
just
go.
Like that. He's alone.
He's not got flash. He's just in trouble. Gets pulled back. Super Mega Death Rocket is not required because, of course, that's a Mega Inferno bot. I apologize for confusing the two ultimate names. Noodle is immune. Going to try and step forward onto Cries, but I don't think he's going to get a lot done here. There's still a Chrono Shift, which means this was very over-eager from the Gwen, who is snipped down to size in trade for her over-aggression as Dan steps forward, a bomb on his head, will get another, and it's a double for Kikis on the Nautilus.
Yeah, and they didn't even take the Drake, they just wanted to refocus their attention on Zahira instead when he was overstepped. They get the few kills for themselves, and then afterwards they get the Drake. Trade off for Vanier was that inner turret in the top side, but all in all, when we calculate the differences between that business deal, I gotta say JDXL definitely came out on top of that one.
And for a team where we consistently praise, yes, the jungle control, yes, the way they control things, but also so much pressure goes on to M&S. This game, it's the other members of JDXL doing so well, and Zahira tries so hard for that kill.
He's such a good baiter. He just has that entire situation under control. No Zahira is going to get baited by it. Flashes forward, setting his team up for success. Who else but M&S himself in the mid lane?
You see, even when he's playing weak side, he's still got the abilities, and then the person who's there to catch the overextended fish, of course, Kikis, who picks up the double in this one, hook, line, and, well, anchor in this case.
I'm obviously joking. I think this is one of the worst games we're seeing from M&S. Sure. Possibly his worst one, actually, because he always pops off. Like, I've not actually
we've not seen him have a bad game.
Even in the games against X7, it still felt like he was a threat.
Monster.
Right, this time around.
It was a good setup for the initial kill. Then there's been a couple errors in side laning. That one attempted over-aggression in the mid lane as well. Does manage to sort of play that one out pretty well there, but he's definitely not ahead in this game.
Oh, definitely
And
not.
that's partly why I did want to raise up the fact that Dan, that Kikis, that Cries are in such good positions in this game.
Far forward, does a flash.
Very dangerous. Takes the wind, becomes lightning into the audacious charge, and Zahira will manage to escape with a wild growth to his name.
Disrespecting positioning from Vanier. That's just not that part of the map any longer, and especially when you have no vision to work around with either. Oh, costing Zahira that flash.
Cosmic Drive plus Everfrost plus Lucidity Boots means that the bombs that are coming out from Cries are on a basically no second cooldown. They're like almost always up.
There actually is a combo where you can keep a bomb on your opponent all the time and continue stunning them.
I need you to stop. No. That knowledge cannot go out to the public because I'm irritated enough at Zillion as he is right now in solo queue. So stop. No.
Me too, for sure. Broken kit for sure. Reviving champions, right? You know what we think about it.
Look, you just reduce the amount of HP the revive at on a basic ability.
And the cooldown.
Yeah, and the cooldown.
That ultimate is up every team fight, if not 2 times in a team fight.
Oh, they could have a really good voice over them. That might be okay. And a really swag walk.
Yeah, great. Bring back the real groovy Cillian skin, and then we got a deal.
It's fine. Yeah. I actually, for the record, quite enjoy Renata. I just think there's some tuning to be done there for the reference.
I haven't played her yet. I haven't gotten the time.
Interesting, because I thought that would be a champion you would have...
yeah, I'm going to one-trigger it for sure, completely.
Literally, I started that sentence and you're right there. No hesitation.
I mean, if it's annoying to play against, you can counter, and I'm the one playing it.
There you go.
Moving back to this game, side lane's control gained a little bit by the side of JDXL. Mid lane finally pushed out by Vania, but it's only giving them some extra time to work around with. 2 items have been finished up by Kevo. Still waiting for the second for Sahira. They're in no position to fight.
Oh, Christ. He's going to walk right on top of them, so there's no way the wild growth will be all that helpful. There's an Everfrost, steps forward to Noodle, can maybe look to make Cries heard, has got the Chrono Shift on top of him, but that means that Dan is left to the wolves and is shut down. Baron is alive, and they can continue to chase. Zamalek is going to be the next target, knocked up, but a good double bomb keeps space, but they'll have to back out. But with 2 low health bars, I think Veneer can just turn to Baron.
Yeah, jungle dead here. Zamalek incredibly low, does not have that teleport.
This doesn't have teleport.
He's having to back eye as well, and there's no vision control right now. You will be forced to face check, and it might just be done. You got it. Gwen, TP's coming through now as well. So let's have a look at the contest.
Yeah, they said Mega. This could be just an easy hop over the wall. There's the Baron. It's gone. And Veneer managed to find a little bit of life in this game again. Good stuff from them. They punish JDXL's over-comfort in trying to control Veneer's jungle.
We may not be done, though. They still need to get escorted out. 3 members trying to run. And 3 members trying to collapse from the side of JDXL, but they're just going to get let out from the side of Vania. They should be able to recall with the Baron and Power minions as well.
Kevo continuing to trade forwards. Let's have a look at this again, because Cries and Dan go to do what Cries and Dan often do and get horribly punished.
But remember, we talked about it. You have 1 point of attack in this composition, and it's Noodle on the Gwen. He's the one where you need to find a favorable skirmish, and they just get scattered up here in a position where MNS doesn't have TP. He's in a side lane. Nille can capitalize as well, so the rest of the members of JDXL just cannot keep up with the fight.
They try, they fail, they give Baron over, and that cuts the gold lead down again. This has not been the cleanest game from JDXL for however well they have run it and taken towers. There have been some uncharacteristic slip-ups where they're normally so ruthless, so clean, bluntly, with a lead. Kikis meeting the hook there.
Nille is staring that hook right dead in the eye, just not deciding to sidestep.
Required. just stops in place. Reminder that, of course, JDXL did secure that last dragon. It's coming up again. Might be an option as Rooted in Places Dan has a Chrono Shift, but it's not popped, so we won't resurrect.
Oh, no.
2 massive ultimates, 2 HP bars, and no HP is a flash away from the Super Mega Death Rocket. Will mean Dan's on low HP, nearly over the wall. Can knock him into the wall. There's no Crescent Guard, no hope, no way. And the wind becoming lightning will mean so little. The bomb's done too, and maybe they could turn this around. They flash away from the Mega Inferno bomb. Nearly knocked up. Mega Nara is there. MNS tanks a Chaos Storm, but does get out alive and is just fine with Price speeding him up. It's a 1-for-1 right now, but the smite advantage is with Veneer, and with the dragon alive, it surely is theirs to take.
Yeah, definitely. Roam to play around with the Victor lasers if you want to go walk up and face check. It's impossible. I don't see how you make that happen.
Beautiful.
Drake, Soul Point going over now to the side of Vania, and just one mistake from JDXL when they were in the opponent's jungle has completely flipped this game by his head. Vania picked up the Baron, they picked up the Mountain Soul, put them in a good position for trying to crawl their way back into this game. But remember, they are still at a gold deficit with resets now coming through.
They are at the gold deficit, but they've got themselves to 2 items on Gwen, to 2 items on Kevo, and they get themselves to Soul Point off of the back of this fight.
Yeah, like a slippery little Noodle once again, finding the front line as well, just charging against them. And you know what's real sad? It is, of course, Stan and Cries not syncing up their ultimates properly. Then the game does get a little bit messy, because by going into the enemy jungle here from the side of Vania, they do allow JDXL to move in through the river with the rest of their group. pathing down towards the bot side, and they do end up trading 1-for-1 in this instance. But in the grand scheme of things, they still have the composition that allows them to deny them from entering the river and thus putting themselves on sole point.
And while it looked very good in the early game, while the tower and the map rotations have been really good in the later game, this unusual composition has been punishable as Noodle steps forward in the 3 people. And with the needlework, is doing so much work in turn, has a stopwatch to buy space and time. Dan will be saved with a good use of the bomb. Now can XL extricate themselves from this position as Kevo is stepping aside. Kevo cries over the wall, trying to bomb, trying to zone. Kikis can look for a hook, lands it onto Kevo, but they can't follow up. A polymorph comes through and Kikis is taken so low. The Mega Infernum ultimate from M&S with a Gale falls forward, not quite enough. Has Crescendum and Severin, but can't secure the kills because of a hallowed miss. No one else is dead yet aside from Kikis. It's Sahira stepping forward with the Siphon Power. He's going to get rooted and never frosted. Surely he's gone too deep, and M&S picks up his first kill of the game.
And just like that, they can still collapse on it. Nilla finally able to TP. HP bars are low from the side of JDXL, so we're going to continue up with this.
Nice. Gets to step aside from the zap, but here comes Nille, who's got a chrono shift. And stay alive is, of course, the side of the Zillion. But a Mega Gnar comes through regardless, and they get the kills they're looking for. Zamalek, who's respawned, but with a minute and a half until at least Baron. There's not too much more they can get unless Zamalek falls as well.
Messy fights, I gotta say it. JDXL continuously dropping the ball at the moment, but Vania also stepping up, and it comes of finding Samulek scattered away from the rest of his teammates. No one in a position to actually help him. And just like that, Chrono Break essentially useless as he just gets taken down as soon as he got revived. Kevo with the red buff, able to keep the chase up, especially with the Lulu movement speed coming through from Quickset as well. And they're just able to take this extended team fight because they have more range to play around with.
They do, and when it looked like maybe they were running out of options, these fights, this gold has made things so difficult. It's not the best Moonlight Vigil you've ever seen, and M&S thinks he might be able to get it, but the Hallowed Mist means that M&S can't secure the kill with all the chakrams in the world.
And, you know, even going back to the draft, should Gwen have been banned on the red side, there is a reason why it's such a high priority, and you can see right now how they're struggling. I would say single-handedly, Noodle on this Gwen pick has put Vania back into this game. That's allowed the rest of them to come together and now suddenly be threats as well. Kevo's picked up the 3 items now as well. M&S doesn't have 3 items. Samulek doesn't have 3 items. They finally put themselves in a position where their carries are ahead of the curve.
I was looking up some stats for Noodles Gwen. He pulled it out against Nariki earlier in the split, went 7-0 and 12 on the champion. Absolutely decimated them. It was the last time we saw it. This is the second time the split, and he's become a challenge to deal with. But JDXL now say, enough of this. You're going to come and fight us here. We're going to force you to try and deal with it. Nille has no teleport, so cannot come over. But with the Hull Breaker, they need to go back and stop him shortly, because otherwise he can just take absolutely everything. Their entire base kickers can come for a flank. Noodle's going to get engaged on, knocked up, has no stopwatch, and yes, so should surely dive unless he's got a wild growth. And the Baron is stopped, and just look at the picture in picture. Nille will stop for no one, nothing, and certainly not a structure. Second tower falls, forwards goes down, can't find the kill. Will have a chrono shift and a resurrection, but they can't finish anything off, and all the while, Gnar is still going, pushing.
And they're just going to continue here in the mid lane if they can stop the backs. Nilla can continue. Samulek have finally backed off himself now as well, and Nilla will have to back off. But that was a play that was started by the side of JDXL, and 10 seconds, Souls will be up. JDXL have just reset with 2 of their members. The Drake is spawning now.
Veneer, what a beautiful mid-game from them. They absolutely call the bluff. They stare the trigger down, and at this draw of guns at noon, they are the one that...
He's stuck in traps, he's stuck in traps!
They get the dragon, but now they need to see whether they can make anything else more of it. It's just going to be a disengage at this point. Soul secured, inhibitor secured, Baron denied. Veneer playing the map exquisitely.
And what wouldn't this do for Vania's playoffs run? We were talking about the strength of schedule, having to play up against JDXL today. Almost on the verge of an upset right now, as you said. Baron once again started up. It goes down fast. Vania on the reset, but they can move in with Noodle. Will they be able to stop this in time? Half HP, face check with Rocket. JDXL, I think they'll need to back off.
3,000 HP. There goes Noodle. Needlework begins. Kevo is here, but it's going to be a good chance of Flame Drop to buy space and time. The Moonlight Vigil doesn't do enough. Nan is polymorphed and sent to resurrect, but not for long. It's not 3 days. He resurrects after it's 3 seconds. He's sent back to the grave. And now with 2 dead, they can just turn on to Baron. JDXL reset, and they are out of options, Goldborg.
Bot lane inhibitor down. Mountain Soul now for Vanier. Second Baron will be picked up. And there's 2 lanes for you to play on if you want to. JDXL looking to get beat by Vanier, looking to get upset right now with the way things are turning. And once again, it's so difficult for them to find this team fight. They can jump in, they can have the lockdown, but there's just not the room to play around with. Sahira is too much of a bother with the lasers. No one can step up. And Dan, he's alone in the front line. Yes, you can be a little bit immune if they're out of your Crescent Strike, but you're no Gwen. And it's a difficult situation now for JDXL.
So much of the early gold went on to Kreis, went on to Dan. But your damage is M&S, your damage is Zamalek, and as this game has gone on, neither of them have a way to deal with the Gwen, and Gwen is happily taking any charge from this Xin Zhao. Kreis can throw out as many bombs as he wants, but they're not actually buying the space they require. The Chrono Shifts don't have the value we're so used to seeing from Zillions over the past few weeks and months in Global League of Legends. Finally, M&S is at 3 items. Finally, Zamalek is there as well. But I have to question whether it's going to be too little, going to be too late. They've got such a deficit to crawl out of now.
That's definitely the case, and they're once again playing on 2 lanes. Minion wave being pushed in from the top side. Nilla currently escorting a minion wave into the mid lane, and yes, you're stopping the push on top side, but who's going to take care of the mid lane? No one seems to be the response, and more pressure is coming through from the bot side as not only 1 but 2 super minions will now get stacked up. Someone's going to have to respond to the pressure. Teamfight will have to break out, and Kikis, he's looking for it.
Infernum bomb goes wide. Kikis goes in, goes down, will come back up, but that will mean so little. Kikis will die for a second time. Dan will die as well, and the rest of JDXL just can't make it happen because Nille said, I don't even need to be there. It is a 5 versus 4, Veneer. Win it, Nille, with Hullbreaker, takes down the Nexus, and Veneer moved to 8 and 6.
From the early game we had, who would have thought Vanier would be able to crawl their way back into this game? As we have trouble. Probably the only one, actually, with that Vanier prediction. But I gotta say, that was a game that JDXL completely dropped with the priority they had in the early game from their lanes. They found 1 bad skirmish in the enemy jungle, and Vanier, it's like they just needed a little bit of wind in their sail, and that would be enough to take them to the harbor because they just upset JDXL today.
So good from a team that we question their mid games. They pull off a mid game like that. Veneer coming alive the later this bit goes. I'm looking forward to playoffs already.
I definitely am as well.
We've got to cut to break. See you after that.
Welcome back after this amazing game between Vanir and JDXL. Vanir taking down JDXL, the team that only lost versus X7, getting taken down by Vanir. Who would have thought, aside from Trouble, she knew. She's the Oracle. Who cares? Weird prediction, but taking a good game. This was an amazing one. Obviously, I have a lot of questions for every single one of the players, but I'm going to focus on the. Okay, I'm going to talk with Nile. It's going to be with Nile to start it off because I have a lot of questions for him to understand what happened throughout this game. And there we go. Hello, Nile.
Yo, what's up?
Oh, just like that, you took a game out of JDXL. Obviously playing Dinar and getting a little bit, I'm going to say a little bit camped on the top side at the beginning of the game. Threw you off a little, no?
Yeah, it was a bit disgusting what I did early game. I mean, getting solo killed in our against Silla matchup is not what's supposed to happen, so yeah, I was a bit disappointed in myself, but was able to pull it together and play a bit better the later it went.
I mean, in playing versus a Zillion is not an easy matchup as well when he has a lot of assistance. The poke. It's supposed to be the Nar poking, right?
Yeah, I mean, Cillian is like not that weak in this matchup early maybe, but I still shouldn't be able to die, so that's completely on me. Like, yeah.
Okay, but we move a little bit forward into the game, and all of a sudden you get the hull breaker, you get a little bit of split push. Your team is capable of handling it by yourself and allows you to go into the sidelines. Nobody is stopping you, and all of a sudden you turn into a menace. How do you feel when you got to that point where every single turret was yours for taking?
I mean, it felt pretty easy to play side lane this game because they don't have the best chance to really stop me on side. So I could kind of do what I wanted on the sideline, and their team just kind of wants to group S5 and try to force a fight maybe. So I was kind of free to do what I want.
I gotta ask you this. When you guys saw that it was a failures on the mid lane for MNS, what was the reply from your team? Like, what reaction did you guys took?
I mean, I think we were really happy and relieved that he was like behind for once. So I think we got a lot of confidence from that.
Okay, this to me was one of the toughest matchups that you guys had to play until the end of the split. Like these 2 weeks and a half, this was probably the hardest one for you guys. How do you feel by taking this hurdle away from you into the playoffs?
I mean, yeah, this win is really, really nice for us. So we have a bit more like wiggle room in the last games. So yeah, feels really great.
Okay, I'm gonna wrap it up now, but I want an answer like a yes or no. If you could nerf Hullbreaker, would you do it?
Yes.
Thank you
for sure.
so much. Thank you for the interview. Good luck on the remaining weeks. You guys got this. Apparently, it seems like you do. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And out of the sudden, Vanir appeared, take the game out of JDXL, and we have to talk with JDXL. We have to understand what happened. Aphelios mid, I know it's Eminez, I know he has a lot of champions. Apparently not Katarina, but every other champion on the pool is working out for Eminez, but apparently this didn't work. So I want to understand what happened like in the entire game, because the top lane was shut down, but apparently it wasn't as soon as he got the Hullbreaker. So this is why I'm gonna call into the interview Dan from JDXL, the jungler. Hello, welcome back. Oh, the Volley Bear ban. Did it got to you?
I was expecting it to come. It's not a big deal. I think like I had to prove this champ's OP. You can see in the meta that a lot of other teams are playing it right now. And I'm actually happy I get to play some other stuff, to be honest. It's quite boring to just tower dive people in my life.
Yeah, when you play like 1, 2, 3 games, it's fun, but after that, it gets a little bit pushy to play the same champion non-stop. So this is why MNS is always changing champions. And I gotta ask you, man, I gotta do it. I know it's painful, but I gotta do it. Aphelios mid lane, what was that?
I mean, he came in with it today, and we were like, we had a scrim block before the game, and we smashed, I think, 3 games with it, Aphelios mid. was looking really, really strong. And I don't even think Aphelios mid was the problem here. I think we just didn't pick enough threats. Like we had Zillion and Ziggs against Gwen, and like they were playing a front to back comp, and so were we, but our comp didn't have enough like damage or threats. So I don't even think the Aphelios mid was a problem here. I think it was proven to win for us in the scrims. We picked it for the right reasons, and unfortunately it didn't work out, but I don't think it was the problem.
Love the reply, because that's exactly what I was going for. Did you guys try it before or just appeared in the middle of the Champion Select? So I got my answer. That is so cool to see that you guys are actually trying new things on the scrims as well. But the Zillion top versus the Gnar, it kind of worked at the beginning. You gave a lot of help to the Zillion and he got ahead, but Gnar is Gnar and Hullbreaker is Hullbreaker. Were you guys not ready for the split push for the Gnar? Because as you told me, you didn't had enough threats. So how can you deal with the Gnar on the sideline?
I mean, I think normally we play this with a traditional ADC. So we'd normally put the ADC into the side lane, and if that can't deal with it, we'd normally put our Aphelios, who was ahead. We did obviously try to get Aphelios ahead in this game by diving mid at like level 3. But obviously some events happened where he was not strong in the game as we had been used to. So yeah, we kind of struggled just through like our own mistakes, maybe our own complacency a little bit, to actually match the Gnar. But I think we were aware of the whole Breaker. We've been obviously swimming against it all the time. It's extremely OP. We decided to not play a whole Breaker champ ourselves. But yeah, I think we just ran this game down, to be honest, and that's all we can really say.
Last question for you, man. The team of JDXL are pretty much secured in the second spot, but do you still feel there's a wiggle room for the other teams to take the place?
Oh, no, I think this is our spot if we want it, to be honest. Like, we're a bit more open to experimentation right now because we know we've locked playoffs and we want to see how far we can push our limits with like how little practice can we go on champions before putting them in official matches if the spot looks good. We're not like trolling or something. So yeah, I think right now we're in an experimentation phase where we might drop a game or two here or there, but like it's okay, we're learning and we'll come in stronger to playoffs for it.
I love the idea. Okay, so you feel secure on the second spot and you feel like playoffs are going to be quite different once you get into the best of 3. That is, oh, I want to see that. I'm so excited. So thank you so much for this interview and good luck on the remaining weeks, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you.
JDXL taking the first loss versus another team aside from X7. Let's see how they fare on the last 2 weeks, but now it is time. X7, M&M. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'll see you soon and I'll tell you all about it. So don't skip a beat. I'll be right back. Welcome back. We have a new champion on the desk. It is Goldberg. Welcome back.
Wow, introducing new champion spotlight, Goldberg, the Dane. I didn't have.
Well, that was.
You know, it's
not
bad
good.
when that's the greatest quality I can give myself as well.
Do you want me to introduce like a new challenge?
You're a voice actor. You can make things epic. Give me something great. What am I?
Goldberg appears and you have like the soundtrack like, haha. That would be perfect for you. Like it fits the persona.
I thought you were gonna bring the Smash soundtrack in instead. Then like you like epic fireworks, everything. Trouble, how are you doing?
So the next game is going to be M&M versus X7. And something really important about this game is that last time these two teams played, thank you very much. Last time these two teams played, M&M was that close to taking X7 down. Had it not been for the down tier 2 top lane tower where all teams overextend after Baron and throw the games, I think that M&M had pretty good chances of taking X7 down. Now, given M&M's current form and how they haven't necessarily been able to have this clean early to mid game, I don't know if we're going to necessarily see the same competitiveness in this one.
The same thing was as well. I do remember X7 back then had a little bit of a more interesting draft as well. They didn't have the best win condition. We had the Twitch Nami, I believe they came through with as well.
It was Tom and Jerry.
Oh, it was Tom and Jerry, great.
Yumi.
Twitch Yumi, that was the case, thank you. There was an enchanter on the Twitch, so the old classic rat combo. So I think this time around, if you come in with a proper composition as well as something that's a little bit more meta as well, M&M won't have the same kind of chance. And I completely agree with you because I think that M&M has not been where we wanted them to be. I think they had a really good read on the meta when they started playing through Kanon and Engager, and specifically through the mid and jungle, having Michigu as a reliable backline carry. It seemed like then something clicked a little bit in the team because I don't necessarily think there's always something wrong with their drafting. I think it more goes into the in-game perspective of M&M's decisions.
Right. So right here we're targeting mid lane where Elkani has played the action before and he's very oppressive.
He's never getting that again.
Faker is also very oppressive when it comes to playing like these close quarter fights when you have like the Aurelias, the Camille's diving in, things like the Knights. It's very difficult to just reach the backline, especially because of the short cooldown of the cage. And of course Michigu's Ziggs has been a problem all around because he's so good at playing that. Now of course all ADCs are up for grabs except for the Zeri. Also, I was about to say Kana's Hecarim, but at this point it's Haru's Hecarim because he's played it to more success.
It's true. Now this puts it in another interesting position where you get to have Thresh finally available as well with one of these hyper carries if you're looking for it. Can always third pick a jungler. You know that that pool is still vast and deep. You don't have to worry about it right now. You can still wait for it. Is this a throwback to the Udyr Hecarim meta we had for the longest time ever? Because, I mean, Udyr has seen play again. And yes, we're back with it.
Speak up play.
Yes, we have seen it in NA2. And now, you can secure a Jinx for yourself if you want to play towards the bot side. You can go for the Thresh as well if that's where you want to just have that extra support to back these up, but no, they're going to go with the Cillian instead. The extra movement speed for the Udyr.
Is Zumi?
Hear me out.
Or the hunting dog?
Hear me out. We've seen in the LCK, Hullbreaker Rek'Sai. Let me introduce you Udyr jungle Hullbreaker, because he can definitely do the same thing. You can split push with the Udyr. He's really fast. He's got the zoomies on his own. It doesn't necessarily need the Zilean on the side lane. So you can have this on M&M as a double threat for a side lane.
Yes, but now for sure the rotation has to be Jinx and Thresh here. I feel like you just go for this now, because if you don't, they'll just first pick the AD carry for themselves. So I feel like, yes, you get some finicky comps now from the side of M&M, but I'm so far, I'm way more happy with the rotation coming through right now currently from X7, because it's just very easy to play for right now. You have someone that can peel for you, have an engage right now, and you have now the core components to build it up with a control mage and just with a stable top laner.
What I'm just really worried about is that Kana is usually the trigger for M&M. He's the one pulling the trigger, engaging fights, creating early game opportunities. With Udyr, if we recall back to like the Nidalee Graves, Udyr, Hecarim meta, you usually just want to stick in your jungle, farm it up, and be a nuisance later on, right? Just farm, be a huge tank. Yes, you can go with the camp tank, you can go with the Hullbreaker, you can just do what you want, but he's not just as active in the early game as something like a Lee Sin, like a Viego, that you want to be impacting lanes with, or even a Hecarim where level 6 you want to go in and create opportunities. So I'd like to see the movements on the map right here for Kana. What can you pair this up with to make it more relevant in the early game? Because the only thing that Kanin has played into a bigger success, I would say, is the Vex. And I'm expecting this to possibly get banned here.
Yeah, so another thing that's probably going to get banned here is some of the AD carries that's still left up and available because they decided to prioritize the support from the side of M&M. So I think Varus goes out here. Aphelios might be another good shout. Just make sure that whatever they pick down in that bot lane, it has to weak side. Then you do still have the benefit of the doubt on the side of M&M in the fact that they have R5, and you can give that to your top laner. I think the idea right now currently for M&M is that ban out 2 mid laners, let's have a mid laner that didn't do well into them, and then forfeit the mid laner and give a counter for Babista.
The fact that you're banning here the Vex tells me that you want to R5 for Royal Cannon. So we could potentially see the Zillion go up the top lane to Babista, and it could be
Oh yeah, completely.
flex.
You're completely right about
I think
that.
here they might pick something like an Ezreal. If you want to completely weak side both side of the map, this is why the Jhin was banned, this is why the Varus was banned. These are usually typically really safe laners that you can play with, or they might just do the exact opposite.
No, I was going to say, you know, it's
go for the
funny.
brawl.
It's funny. I literally just said they're going to start banning out AD carries because that haven't been picked yet. And then I started saying, so we're looking for a mid laner when you could have definitely, well, Cillian's obviously going up towards that top or mid lane instead.
Could
so
be mid, yeah.
AD is definitely going to come through here and you save that solo lane for the last one. So X7, I think you still have tools. You can go forward with this one. Syndra is fine as well with the scatter. We know that's something Tempt had liked to default with to in the past as well. So we've seen it on Victor multiple times. I think Control Mage is definitely just something that can come out. And, you know, short range against Udyr is not all too bad, but against the likes of MF compared with a Nautilus, you can get caught off guard, but I still think this is a fine pick that can get you priority. It can give you movement around the map with Realm Warp. And then I just think we're going to be getting a stable. You can get Bruiser for a top laner right now for Jaeger, and you can just say, let's get Gragas, let's get it on, and let's just get some backline access.
Or you can get the one champion that builds Hullbreak and literally take your entire base.
Will it just
in
take
about
inhibitor while everyone else is
35
at the other
seconds?
side of the map?
Yeah.
Question, do you pick Gangplank for Babista now? You have the slow, you can slow down the teams, allow Udyr to come in fast.
No,
And
no,
you can build Hullbreaker.
I don't think that is the case here. You definitely go for a champion that can build Hullbreaker, aka Camille, Graves. You can even go with the Tryndamere, if you will. So something that can match the Gnar in a side lane. Now, Jace is one of these champions where if he has to match Hullbreaker here because Gnar is extremely strong on the one-on-one when he does build Hullbreaker, which takes down a lot of the power of the Jace. Unless you play completely top side of the map, so Udyr perma spams the Gnar and puts him behind, so then the Jace can go into an Eclipse and more of an AD route on his build, where he can be like super poke later on. If that doesn't happen, he has to match Hullbreaker, and that takes down a lot of the power from the Jace.
Very easy execution for X7. At least the team seems perfect on paper. The other side is a little bit more, spicy.
They got good lockdown. Like, one member gets CC, double bond on top, Udyr stun. Like, you can have really good pick potential. So vision control and the fact you can play it without vision pockets will always be a little bit of a slight win condition for you, even if you fall behind in the early game. But I am worried for you if you fall behind, because there's a lot of tools right now from the side of M&M to just collapse on you as well.
X7 are looking to just secure that first place with only one defeat so far. On the other side, M&M are trying to get another victory, and they bring back the bear, the hunter. And I'm sending to the casters with a whoa, 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 whoa.
Prepare for trouble, she's on the desk.
The Hapgoods are double.
To protect our lanes from jungle invasion.
To unite all the Northern League nations.
To denounce the evils of Prime League and stuff.
To take our teams to EU Masters above.
Initialize.
Chimera.
Team Hapgoods cast games at the speed of light.
Surrender at 15 or prepare to fight.
Yes!
Yeah. And I'll see that's right.
There we go.
Okay, video games. Right, should probably talk about that.
We have got an Udyr Zillion on one side for M&M with a misfortune for the first time this split, alongside Haru on Hecarim.
I'm glad you were paying attention to that, because I spent most of
the time writing that script. Yes, I know.
What was going to happen there. So,
Yes.
with Udyr, obviously we've been seeing Udyr come back a little bit more, and Udyr with the move speed buff becomes really scary. Yes. Of course, you've got the ability to fall clear, become a very tanky, annoying, hard to remove CC bot that actually does significant damage. Now, he's had a lot of nerfs since that time of
the halcyon days.
Halcyon days of 2021
last
spring of MSI
yes.
back then, but it's still something to take into the equation when you do have
disaster. There's no flash on Udyr. I can't say flash bear slap.
Oh, damn.
I'm immediately disappointed. How could you do this to me, Kana?
So the thing is, every time I see Udyr, I think of our good friend and Udyr main Middlecott, who absolutely despises the rune phase rush and often talks about Aftershock on Udyr. This time he's gone for the lethal tempo, much more dueling potential. It's not the Conqueror of old. But then again, Conqueror's been nerfed a lot since, again, those Halcyon days. So I hope that rune choice pleases him, because I've got no... I haven't the foggiest about Udyr builds, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just like, he does damage, he'll auto-attack you a bit. But this seems to be going more towards the early dueling potential.
As far as I've seen, I have seen a little bit of it. Malice, for example, over in Cloud9 Academy has been building it. It's been propping up a little bit there. It tends to be the Chem Tank build. Of course, it's relatively strong right now. And can clear, can definitely be a good setup for this team. A lot of control with the Zilean. You roam to one of those side lanes and someone between Zilean, Udyr, and Nautilus hooks someone down for Jace and Misfortune to press R or press Q and blow them up.
And absolutely, because you look at the Misfortune, it's like they're like, well, yeah, not seen much of that. Is still very lane dominant in a lot of the ways that it works. When you have the point-and-click CC, much like you do with something like Ziggs lanes, you can get some serious kill combos. Speaking of kill combos, or at least potential top lane fighting a lot already. You do expect that about the Jace. And it's very important for me, again, to see if MNM can get a lead for the Jace and make things work out for this side, because though they might be a strong lane in the Jace, much like that bot side in the Misfortune, this is a lane which needs to stay ahead of the Nox. If you get to steel caps, you get to that hull breaker, you really struggle as the Jace. It's one thing's keeping him down in the meta right now.
And I want to call out as well, the last time we saw Haru on Hecarim, he eviscerated JDXL. I'd put it another ways, but like, he came through and basically decided that he wasn't really riding a horse anymore. He's sort of like, you know that scene where it's Lord of the Rings, Battle of Pelennor Fields, and they've got the massive charge to hear him, and it looks really good, and then they turn around and it's just like ginormous Murmikil, ginormous elephants. It's like they've turned around, they think it's going really well, and then there's just this monstrous...
Hook cancelled, Nat is called out!
Oh, that's so sad. Never mind Lord of the Rings references, never mind that. Flash forward for First Bloods, and M&M take us away from story time.
Oh man, what an awful mistake from Nat. Recalls on a ward, they had that lane position, and Kassin goes to roam, and that's a cut down to size. I mean, I don't really know if there's an appropriate movie reference for that one. That's a horror story if anything.
But having said that, Mr. Kubo and Dr. Chaos have now both burnt Flash, and Haru is around. If Kassin can help set up for this, this could be a very dead bomb. That's a double play into the hook. Mr. Kubo gonna get charged back. I'm gonna get Stargate run down. The Make It Rain comes through, but I don't think there's any money coming through for anybody but X7. Nata returns to get his assist, and it's a double to Haru's Hecarim again in the early game.
Oh, and they have to bring us right into a replay just to double down on how much this hurts. Double buffs, very quick clear coming in from the Hecarim, and Haru's just there in time, and it's 2 overstays from 2 bot lanes, and it's 2 kills to the Hecarim. We saw, you referenced back to it, it was that JDXL game, match of the split we were hyping it up to be, and it just didn't deliver because Haru decided it wouldn't be delivered. He decided to cut it off early, and this is another game where you sat there thinking, oh my gosh, it's all well and good you got this kill combo, but Hecarim, when he gets up to Chem Tank and something like a Deadman's or something like a Frozen Heart, what do you do as M&M at that point?
We occasionally get reminded. And we do quite a lot of reminding on cast as well, but we occasionally get reminded by the play as well that Haru has quite the caliber, quite the history to him. Remember, he has got that jungle skin for Ezreal of all champions, a champion of many years, really, in a lot of ways, and come over to the ERLs looking to find a kind of new start, a new lease on his career, and has done pretty extraordinary things.
Bringing it back to that one player, he's setting up for a top side something or other. He looks in towards potential dive attempt, chooses to err on the side of caution. Discretion is the better part of Valor in this case, and Cannon turns up shortly after to spot out that pink ward, which of course was what gave Haru away in the first place. Well spotted by that ward, so while he didn't see the champion, saw the control ward went down, joined the dots, and Babista will carry on his laning phase for now.
Yeah, a little note here as well. I'm not sure whether this is standard, but Kassin running Minion Dematerializer on the Thresh.
So, I mean, that calls back to what we saw when it was back with 6 charges. We actually saw this a lot in mid lane too, which is probably why I know about it, because I had to deal with it for so long. Is that effectively once a cannon minion turns up, you're just like, well, sweet, cool, we take that. And the other thing is that when you're against something like a Nautilus Misfortune, very, very bursty, you're not going to be in range of the cannon minion all the time. We saw it a lot more on stuff like Leona and Nautilus. Leona and Alistair rather, which couldn't necessarily auto-attack the minion that they could use to get to level 6 or control the wave. It gives you the ability to instantly shove, instantly get out the map and kind of take control of your lane after that point. And then if the other support doesn't have that, of course, they don't have the ability to contest it. The thing with Dematerializer is that often when one person takes it, you're almost necessitating
to take it back in trade.
The other person take it as well. Much like your Hullbreakers, actually, as well.
And you know, against someone like a Misfortune as well, who's often very lane dominant, it's a way to kind of potentially buy, cheat lane priority. And obviously, when you said those cannon waves are there, Kana right now is going to think about looking at a dragon. Was wondering whether Haru would start up, of course. You did see Tempt and Haru, that Korean combo, come roaming over to see whether there was a dive available. Haru was hanging around at that tri-bush behind the bot lane tier 1. There was Realm Warp available for Tempt. You could see the inklings of a setup there, never came through to anything. And instead, having swept the river, Kana will decide he's got the opportunity to go for an early dragon.
Okay, so we can talk about all that setup and say, oh, maybe it didn't work out on the top side, but kind of Haru's already kind of done his job. He's got the 2 kills. He's going to get to early items. He's got the extra XP from those kills. They're on a very efficient timing with his camps too. So again, just really hyping up the name of this player and saying, look, Haru's really good. X7 are really good. Now, calling back to some previous results, obviously X7 only lost the 1 game so far. That was against Bifrost. That was through bot lane not going so well for them. They did get caught out and they kind of crumbled to a Poppy jungle, which counted their comp. But M&M just before that pushed X7 really, really hard. Now, they didn't get to close out that game. That is why it is only at that 1 loss, and that is not to their name. But if we're going to track this game a little more, let's see if M&M can try and recapture some of the form they found on that day, and they desperately need it in the race for playoffs. They are 4, they are on 9. Babista,
here we go,
is having a bad time.
He's got himself an acceleration gate, but it's just not quite enough. Will try and get out, but even with the hammer blow, cannot disengage enough. An onslaught of shadows into a final couple auto secures a kill for Jaeger.
And that is a very impactful kill, because Jace wants to be stable in the lane, wants to be more than stable in the lane, particularly against something like that Gnar, because you know that the Gnar eventually is going to build up to that, one item, but it's not going to stop in the top lane. It's mid too.
Yeah, it's time to not pass go and instead go to Rune Prison, courtesy of Tempt.
And he's just collect 300 gold. That's actually going towards X7.
Indeed. They've got bounties to go to collect those. They want that one, though, is you do give Mishigu some time alone on this bot side. We'll be able to get at least a plate, but he's actually going to have to back off because Nata and Kasing, having got the kill in mid, will be able to roam that bot.
Sam, considering that it's actually X7 that have got the bounties, do you reckon we could be in for the Book of Babista Fett? If he gets some lucky kills. Look, Kasing's dying! Talk about that!
Truly tragic, but that's a good use of the ultimate from Misfortune. Bullet time, not quite enough as yet, but apparently it does strike twice, and that clock comes through to secure a kill. Nata now locked up, and that was a slick combo from Dr. Chaos. A double kill to Mishigu. Let's bot lane, baby!
And 1 bad pun and 3 good kills later, M&M draw even. They do pick up a lot of that gold floating around the map. Babista gets to take down another a plate in that top side, gets a kill to their name, and M&M explode back into even footing. Starts off again with X7 being on the bad end of some bush control. It started with that catch onto Nata, of course, way back in the early game, and this time it's Kasing who bites the bad end of this, and you cannot fight against level 6 to level 6 in this 2v2. This is one of the hardest spiking ultimate lanes in the 2v2 game.
The amount of CC that Nautilus brings to ensure that Misfortune's bullet time will hit absolutely everybody for the entire time is super strong. Also meant that that stopwatch that was there for Kasing has been popped very early to little gain, and it does keep M&M in this game. Getting gold onto your Misfortune is going to be one of your very important carries come the objective fight is critical. 2 kills, a plate, and of course, at least only 1,000 gold as a discrepancy now as an overall team. Yes, Haru is damn strong. Yes, he has a cam tank, but it's matched by Mishiku on the Gale Force. The question is if that's going to be enough to keep him alive when everybody comes charging for him.
I'm going to hazard a guess and say probably not. I think that this game is going to come down to if M&M can find someone before actually X7 are ready to pile onto you, because I feel like if Hecarim finds enough people, if Hecarim is close enough to the rest of his team, this is going to be very, very difficult for M&M to survive the initial onslaught.
Herald was picked up by Haru earlier. There's a lot of plates that have gone down here. That means it should be a relatively easy pickup.
Okay.
Haru is rooted, but does have an Aura of Dread. Dr. Chaos forced to flash. The bullet time comes through, but doesn't get that much value. 2 plates go down. Herald is stopped, but do X7 feel comfortable enough to try and pick up the dregs of this tower, but they won't complete the demolition quite yet. They'll just leave it there as derelict and ready for destruction.
You can see that Mishiku didn't really want to pop that ult because he sat there thinking there is still a cancel from Haru. If he does pop that ult, need to make sure that this fight isn't going to collapse as soon as we commit to it. Now, Haru has managed to regain a lot of that HP, which he lost from that bullet time. Of course, that ultimate no longer available. So, X7 didn't finish it off on that wave. And they're going to look to,
try and stop the back.
Stop some backs, as they do in the mid lane.
That's actually really important because there's 30 seconds on this Drake. And yes, there's a teleport, but it gives Tempt another chance to push this wave in.
And what it does is because often what you do as a mid laner, you recall before a cannon wave so you can walk up with it because it's harder to kill said cannon wave. It forces the TP, so Royal Cannon doesn't end up losing the majority of quite a high gold value wave when it is that cannon alongside it. So micro advantage alongside the much more tangible reward of the plates and the tower and bot side.
Absolutely, and it does even up a little bit some of the uglier plays that have gone on in that 2v2, where Nata, of course, got caught out a little bit early when there was the early roam from Kasing, and just some good play there with the bush bait. Babista about to wish he was in a Disney movie, because this is looking more like a slow-motion moped chase as he is brought down low.
What do you mean? I didn't see him doing a 360 before he shot the ground right there.
He did a 360, but unfortunately Haru was like a Mach 5 speeder and comes down and crushes the very much slower motion Jace.
Okay, well, maybe a slightly different genre, as Nata seems to be on absolute heist of a game right now as they got all of those plates bot. Getting a lot of these topside too. Nata, while they did die a couple of times in that laning phase, has got a lot of gold to play with from plates at this point. Mishiku, however, not he's pretty affluent too at this point, picking up a couple of kills, picking up a lot of plates too on the bot side. But still, as a whole team, X7 getting the better end of the map traits.
They absolutely are, and it is a kind of hallmark of X7 at this point that we tend to expect strong lane and priority and control from this team. Eminem, at least in the bot side, Mishiku and Dr. Chaos doing a pretty good job of punishing the fights for that control, but Haru has come down bot, got that tower for them, got some kills down there with the return gank after the overshove at the early levels. He's done top, got 2 kills up there. The priority you grant to a jungler like Haru is taken and expanded upon so well compared to pretty much every other jungler in the league.
And this is so interesting because you look globally at a lot of junglers right now, and they're not playing quite so selfish.
Nice attempt there.
I was wondering if there was going to be a mind game one, but you look at junglers in general, and they tend to play, or some of the best ones in the world. You look at your Malrang, someone like Ona's a similar kind of example too, where they play for their team. And Kana, speaking of junglers,
I don't know whether you want this.
Right
Well, Cannon can come over, and of course does have the chrono shift. Hasn't yet to use it. Instead, we'll just use a time warp to ensure that Kana can run out and do it again sometime.
Then you look at this Udyr, you look at this Hecarim, and you think, these are probably a bit more selfish junglers. They do farm up, they do have a lot more individual power, and that means Haru has the beefy stats to get out of that alive.
Does take a depth charge, but he's a long, long way away, and the depths reading come out a little bit too far for the engage. No torpedo, so to speak, to follow up. And does manage to get out. Now, Dr. Chaos in a spot of bother him, but there's no flash. Does have a dredge. Right out of it. Kasing looking to outplay the plays that haunted him earlier. Haru continue chase on. Tempt is coming with a flank. Kana being run down. No way out. No hope. The chrono shift comes through onto the Zillion, but you don't have 2 hearts. You are not Doctor Who. You don't have multiple lives. Instead, you go straight to the death chamber.
And X7, they just pounce. We saw earlier in the day, JDXL falling in a bit of a duff game. X7 have now found themselves lofty, uncontested at the top of these heights in the NLC, and they're not stopping there. They are not content at resting on their laurels, and they pick up this fight so easily.
Let's look at it again, because the flay out of the dredge line is just so clean, and then Haru keeps on the pressure.
And a lot of this comes from actually Tempt saying, "Oi, I'm going to be in mid lane. See you in 5 seconds or so," because he pops that ghost. One of those combat summoners allows him to roam to the play that much easier. And X7 moving like clockwork and getting to the play on time.
They've got themselves second Herald. They've got themselves a significant gold lead at the moment. That is 5,000 or so gold, just shy of. as a result, at the point of the 15-minute mark, you can see about 1,000 gold is the difference in every single lane.
That's a lot of gold when you total all that up. That's actually quite a lot.
It's about 5,000, in fact, one would say.
Incredible, wow. Quick maths.
Incredible.
Right,
My
okay.
ability to read numbers is unparalleled.
Your intellect sometimes it scares me.
As it should.
And it should probably
I'm a
be scaring
scintillating
M&M at this point, or at least the size of X7 and those said numbers. Very, very scary for them because you were really hoping to blast a couple of these lanes. This bot lane almost did it. Were it not for a jungler by the name of Haru, and then top side, similarly with that Jace, is kind of stuck here going like, well, I'm waiting for a 2-3 items power spike because my early game window has been firmly shut and probably shattered with a horse hoof.
Yeah, he's been somewhat defenestrated out of that window, one would say. Just came up there and the horse come through and lobs him out of it. There's a reference there to those who are watching the LEC, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, let's have a vocab list of really hard words.
I have actually got a vocab list. The one I've yet to find a way to use is rhubarb, which if I can manage that at some point, I'll be very proud. As Mishigu left for third, is going to take an onslaught of shadows. It's rainbow coloured, but the arcade won't quite find a high score yet.
And Mishigu not quite made into Mishiglue by the horse on the other side.
No!
As Haru does pull the ultimate, but what that means is that Mishigu has to use the ult for wave clear, and that's a lot of the fighting potential now gone from M&M. If they don't have that bullet time, you can't commit to these fights.
Yeah, and it turns out the bullet time was in fact short, not enough of it, and kind of has forced away. They lose inner turrets in mid lane, in bot lane. They do trade for an outer turret in top, but that's really not on the same scale. The amount of gold in inner turrets is just so big at this point with the current standards of League. They're going to roam over and stop a sole point being an option for M&M, and this team struggling to find win conditions right now. Mishigu, yes, 2-1-1, but is struggling to stay safe as we kind of feared.
But one thing you can always kind of have in the back pocket is, well, if they don't catch the misfortune and they just stand in the ultimate, that's a hell of a lot of damage. Now, it's not going to be a clips into Muramana or, you know, something like a Cyril's on top of it. There's still some arm penetration and the Gale Force helps you maneuver around those fights, but it's not quite as 100-0 blink and you'll miss a team wipe from this build. But still, if you walk into double bombs, you walk into a Jace, you walk into that misfortune through a Turk point, some of these X7 members will disappear very, very quickly.
And it's so difficult as well right now because there was probably a world where with the Zillion and enough frontline, the misfortune does actually have an okay time at staying alive. The problem is, Haru is the one that picked up so much of the early gold that Hecarim is at 2 items, the second of which is a dead man's play, and he's got Merc Tread, so he's even very difficult to stop.
Oh, the
Dredge line misses, and now Haru will just turn this around. He's unstoppable, quite literally. And with how much gold you are that's on this Hecarim, you can't stay safe with the misfortune very easily. You are going to get charged on, and you're kind of relying on desperation picks like that just don't work out.
Yeah, and I think that was, I would say a Dr. Chaos Emerald in the rough kind of play, but that's a catch, Johnson.
Maybe. They've got it.
That one's better.
Great stuff. And Misfortune starting to find some more. Might be able to pick up a 4th kill here as Kasing gonna fall this time to Babista for a second to him, and that's pretty well played. Kana so fast can maybe keep chasing. Haru has got some rampages and of course a devastating charge to give him space, but Babista going to get rooted and tempt. So much damage, so many roots, can maybe look for a kill, waiting for cooldowns. A spell flux not quite enough, doesn't want to flash for it.
Well, I think at that point you sat there thinking, job done. You don't have the Realm Orb though, and this Udyr is so quick, but hasn't quite found the angle on attempt.
Overloads come through, and of course you hit one, you can do a spell flux Rune Prison, and suddenly Udyr doesn't really get to run as fast anymore. And that was a good moment for M&M. They're still 6,000 gold behind, but at least they get more gold onto Misfortune. They get another kill onto Bista, and they kind of punish X7, trying to keep the pressure up.
This is also not the first time we've seen Nata occasionally do something very aggressive and get punished for it. Most of the time, he's outplayed his way from those situations, particularly in the first couple of weeks. I'm thinking back to his Aphelios games, which were hilariously entertaining, but also very close to the edge. That one felt like was a little low value for the attempt, though, just kind of pushing him for another wave, trying to get some extra territory on the map controlled with those minions walking up through the lane. And it is a good punish from M&M. The question is, can you do that back to back to back a couple more times to really break the flow which X7 have set up for the majority of this game? That's a small road bump for them.
My eyes still remain on Mishigu, who's got that BF sword. If that turns into potentially an Infinity Edge, my answer becomes, you know, there's an outside chance of that being an option, as Kana also just gets to run at people incredibly quickly and be very dangerous, but Kana takes a lot of trade damage in turn. Chaos goes over the wall. Haru, though, is so damn tanky. Gets a devastating charge forward. The teleport's coming through from Jaeger with the Mega Gnar stunned 2 into the wall. Dr. Chaos is going to come over and throw a depth charge, but it means so little at this point, as look how tanky Tempt is. He just takes a whole bullet time, and it's interrupted as Haru charges down the cannons. The Light Brigade win this one.
Woo!
And they turn to 13 kills to 6.
They do, and again, it's another fight which kind of comes out of nowhere for X7, but they know they have the goal to make it work. Eminem don't quite manage to land this engage. They try it with a couple of flashes, a couple of engages too far, and Eminem, this is going to be an early exit from this game if they keep pushing.
They are actually going to try and end it. It's 21.5 minutes in, but look, everybody's dead. They've got a wave. Cannon needs to
Gonna get Jinx excited.
He can't do anything. Jinx will be excited, and you can feel the blood pumping. They're going to get onto the Nexus itself. There's nothing that can be done. Eminem are about to be wiped in a rapid turn of events. A double to Nata. It's revenge for the earlier parts of this game, and Haru helps X7 stampede to a 13th win. It ain't unlucky for them.
And this is the kind of game where we go back to those old statements. You remember that old statement? We're not here to win, we are here to traumatize. This was the kind of game you walk away from and the other team thinks, oh heck, I don't want to play them again. And a victory by any other name would smell just as sweet.
Very good. Romeo, wherefore art you? Actually, Haru, because that was beautiful to behold. Never mind the Prince of Cats. He's the Prince of Horses, apparently, and stampedes over that game, treads them all under hoof, and comes up with a very clean victory. We're going to cut to a break. When we come back, Archrom, I'm sure, will be taking us through some interviews. We've still got more games to go, though, so please go nowhere.
Welcome back to the NLC after a stellar victory from X7, getting even more distance from the second place so far. Really hard to deal with this team. Obviously, I need to talk with a few of them, but we're going for the top lane, Jaeger, who played the Gnar. So I want to talk about that Gnar and why is Gnar being so picked? Is it only because of the Hullbreaker? I'll give you a few questions for the Jaeger, so it is time to welcome him back. Jaeger, hello!
Hello.
Hello, another victory, a fast one at that. And Gnar top lane with Hullbreaker. 3 games in a row with that top laner. Is this something that we have to deal with now?
Yeah, now it's pretty strong right now, I would say. It's a good blind pick. It does well every 1v1. And Hullbreaker just made it stronger, I would say, than it was before. Yeah, it's just a solid pick, I think.
So it's only because of the Hullbreaker. It's like that item is allowing Gnar to step back up into the meta, right?
I mean, when Riot nerfed all the fighter items, like Hullbreaker just became like by far the best item, and they kind of like, yeah, I don't like the meta. Like I think the fighter items are too weak now, like to rush, and like I think it's just stupid decision by Riot, honestly, to like there's so much damage already in the game, like all the ADCs one-shot everything, and then they nerf the tanks or like the fighters that are supposed to be like beefy. So yeah, it's just I don't think it's a wise choice, and they don't seem keen on like reverting anything. So it's gonna stay that meta for quite a while.
I agree with you so much. I'm a top laner, and Hullbreaker is something to behold. But tell me, do you enjoy playing the Gnar?
Yeah, it's fine. Like it's like it's not the most fun champ. It's like for me, like Tryndamere and stuff like this is more like fun because you can actually do like get a lot more kills, do a lot more. But Gnar is just like strong pick, and it's like I'll just play it if the team wants me to play it.
Talking about more kills, you got the first penta of the NLC. How did it feel? Let's be honest. Most of what you did was like E and spin to win. How did you feel though?
It still feels good. I think it was my first penta ever in a real game, in a competitive game, I would say. So I maybe I don't remember stuff from like 8 years ago, but I'm fairly certain I never got one. So like it still felt pretty good. Like, and yeah, I don't know.
Congratulations then. Oh, that is awesome. Okay. Looking into your team, Haru is even better than before. He's stepping up so much. His Hecarim is kind of scary. How can you play against Haru? I know it's a weird question because you're on his side, but how can you deal with Haru?
I don't know. Like, I think it's like it comes from a lot of different stuff. Like, bot lane really like had some oopsies this game. So, but me and Tempt were quite dominant in lane, I would say, and we just played like we just play on our turns, and Haru ends up like killing everything every game somehow, and I don't really know often how it happens, but it does. So I don't know. Like it's just it's difficult to play with like a guy who is this good in jungle and understands the map really well. It's like it just takes time for other people to like match him, I would say. Maybe in EU Masters there's gonna be better junglers and more like better teams, I would say, and then maybe it will look different, but he's still probably the best jungler in ERLs, and it's just how it is.
It appears so. Last question for you. You're pretty much secured. You guys are secured on the playoffs and pretty much on the first place. Can we expect something different from a best of 3? Like, are you guys testing new stuff, spicy picks as well? Are you guys focusing on the meta right now?
I think it's gonna be even easier in best of 3s for us. I don't think we like best of 1 can always like oopsies can happen and mistakes can happen. That's also the only reason why we got a loss. It's because it was a best of 1. I would say in best of 3s, like it's just gonna be easier for us because we can play everything.
Okay, so yeah, tell me.
Yeah, no, like probably our enemy will be Excel, and they are drafting random stuff all the time. And I think against a good team, first of all they can't do that because they will just get punished. And I think it just benefits us best of threes because we play everything and we are really good at it.
So it seems like it's going to be like a speed run, any percentage for the X7 at the playoffs. Oh, there you go. Thank you so much for the interview, Jäger. It's always a pleasure. And congratulations on the first Penta.
Thank you.
See you soon. X7 looking more solid than ever. Every single week they step up. They bring a more solid composition. Haro is just a beast in the jungle. It's really hard to deal with Haro in the jungle. Timp is also solid as well. The bot side, Kasing and Nata, at least on this game, they shivered a little bit versus Michigo. This is exactly the person that I'm going to talk with. Michigo, hello, how are you doing?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm doing good. What about you?
I'm doing really, really good. It's going to be, so far, it has been a beautiful day. Okay, looking into M&M. Obviously, it is not the result that you were expecting, but the bot lane did really good versus Nata Kasing. How did you guys prepare that game? Was like an all-in, okay, we got Misfortune, we got Nautilus, we got to use this duo to get the advantage on the bot side?
I mean, generally, I just like picking a lot of champs that not a lot of people play, and a lot of champs like Misfortune and like the Varus and stuff like this are not really played, and they are like really good answers to just blind picks like Jinx. So I think blinding Jinx, if you know how to counter it, is pretty easy for the team countering it. But it wasn't enough.
So you believe when we get into the best of 3, the blind pick Jinx B1 is it's not going to be used as much as we see on the best of 1, right?
I think it will be used pretty often because I don't think a lot of people have very unique champion pools. Like, I think I am one of the better mage players at least, and a lot of mages are really good into Jinx, for example.
I think that's a big strength of you. Like, you playing with the mages on the bot side is also something really interesting to watch, and probably one of the reasons that your team is stepping up. So tell me, I don't know if I have a lot of time to talk with you, but looking into the M&M schedule, it's not the easiest, obviously. What is your ideas going into the end of the split?
I mean, not a lot. It isn't really up to us, right? So better luck next split, I guess.
But you still believe you can do it, right?
Of course. Never surrender. I will 1v9 every other game that we will play, for sure.
Okay, I like to see that M&M just going strong until the end of the split. Thank you so much for this interview. I had so many questions, but we got to do it on another day. And good luck next week, man.
Thank you. Have a good one.
There you go. M&M are still fighting. It's going to be a tough one, obviously. There's not a lot of slots to go into the playoffs, and every single game is going to count, like the next one. Nuriki versus Singularity. For Nuriki, they might be able to get the lead, just as Trouble was talking on the pre-show. But for Singularity, this could be their first victory and actually destroy the hopes of Nuriki. So stick around. It's going to be a fun one, and I'll see you soon. Last game of week 7, Singularity versus Nuriki. For Singularity, it doesn't mean much. For Nuriki, it could mean the playoffs. But Singularity could take the first win.
I mean, that's kind of the role of Singularity currently right now. They're kind of just running around and seeing whoever they hopes and dreams they can take away. They have nothing to gain. They can only be horrible against you. Honestly, Singularity, they're just the bad guys of the league currently. What? Because they gain nothing of their wins. They only take away your playoffs, hopes, and dreams. So that's exactly what they want. The
League of
fulfillment
Legends is about
of
that.
taking away other people's dreams.
I think I'm gonna take it from the other side of the battlefield right now, and I'm gonna take Nuriki's side. And we
Okay.
saw earlier in the pre-show they have the easiest strength of schedule towards the end of the
Yes.
season, and the easiest team on that schedule has to be Singularity.
Oh,
We
yeah, for
haven't
sure.
gotten a win yet, so I think this game for Nuriki is mandatory win.
If they lose, this could be the first nail on the coffin of not getting into the playoffs. There we go, Ziggs is going to be removed. Will we get the Gnar again? Just as Jaeger was telling us, Gnar is now priority pick, is so good on the top side. Even without the Hullbreaker, he's really good, but with the Hullbreaker,
Okay.
it's something.
Okay, Tryndamere being banned right here, to me, it signifies a Graves pick. If you're gonna ban the Tryndamere away, of course you're banning the versus Petoska because he's an insane Tryndamere player, but also a lot of the times it's gonna be banned away when you want to pick the Graves because it becomes really difficult for the Graves to play versus a Tryndamere. Now I'm wondering if they're gonna choose to ban away the Riven because last time it was open, Petoska didn't choose.
I honestly don't think I mean, against a team like Singularity, maybe they feel like Riven is worth banning, but last time we saw it was against a better team. I think that Riven is a pick against the lower end teams, it's going to work out because you can outplay them mechanically. But against the top end teams, the Riven's just not going to work because they'll know how to play against it and they'll know how to shut it down. Now, AD carries have not been removed yet, so we might just see the traits off of that. I'm also looking at Gwen, that she came on blue side, which is quite surprising, but it also just speaks to the fact that you have another priority pick you're looking for when you're banning away the Gwen like this.
I mean, you have Azetor. You have the Jinx Prodigy player in your team, so I'm thinking right here you could potentially handshake the Aphelios with the Jinx, unless, again, you want to potentially B1 the Graves here and then look to maybe swap it in the jungle later on if you want to flex it around, but they're gonna choose to play for priority pressure mid and bleed it into a side lane.
Yeah, we just see the Rise as well. It is something that can gain the priority. You get the Realm Warp to move around with, just cheat the tempo a little bit whenever you're roaming, or just all in all, create good plays with another team comp you can come up with if you want to dive into that backline. Now, going for the Aphelios in this instance, though, it just leaves open the Jinx for the side of assets also. I do believe we'll have that picked up. Wouldn't surprise me if we saw Abagnale on an insta supporting gauge as well, or if you want to see the jungle pool as well, because it is one of these things where the jungle pool is so vast and deep that you can still afford going into it to the second ban rotation. But as a support here with the priority for Abagnale and for Massetor, do you feel like you need to prioritize something now, or are you fine with just picking up whatever jungle you want now? And I think this is the one that makes sense.
I think the biggest takeaway here is not necessarily the Jinx, because we knew they were going to take the carries anyway. You just take the threat away from the Aphelios, and you make Aphelios, you know, a little bit more vulnerable, whether he has like a Nautilus next to him or a Leona. It's not something that necessarily protects him too much. It's more of an engaged support, and here is they're going to lock in away the Nautilus, which means that a lot of the comfort, survivability, and protection goes to the sort of Jinx having the Lantern.
Okay, so moving into this one, like, it's outside of the Jinx, having the Rise and whatever that's going to come through from the side of Nuriki, like, it is a little bit short range. You know they're going to play around team fighting, so Veigar is a pick that could end up having value as well, moving further down if you're waiting out. And banning away top laners like this, either you're looking for a fourth pick, because there's no way you would ever blind pick Fiora. So I think what Singularity is looking for here is that they have a pick in mind, they're going to fourth pick their top laner, and then they're going to save mid for counter.
So,
yeah, what's up?
Camille is very scared of Fiora on a side lane. So I'm looking here at the Fiora ban, and I'm like, this a lot of times is targeted versus someone who wants to play Camille. You want to ban away the Fiora, because in the side lane, later on, Hullbreaker versus Hullbreaker, if you will, Fiora does end up winning the 1 versus 1. And you've already banned the Tryndamere as well. So I'm thinking that here it could be some sort of Camille, and then you look potentially for your last pick I would actually pick mid here and then save potentially the Camille for last
that is fine for me, and I would normally also just pick a control mage on 4 here. What I don't really get is the fact you ban Fiora because no one ever blinds Fiora. Like, you would have an incentive to pick Fiora into something, which is, to me, is a bit interesting. Baker does go through, which we quickly highlighted as well. A little bit of short range. Picking it on R5 would have given you more intel, but it does leave open counter pick for Tatooine, which have had success in some matchups with the counter picks, but struggle to translate it into any meaningful victories, actually. Any victories from the side of Singularity.
Yeah, but now you've locked in yourself with 2 immobile carries, the Veigar and the Aphelios, and Trundle does really well into the Zinza on a 1v1 matchup. He does really well into immobile carries, just goes from lane to lane to lane, pops up the pillar, grabs the flash, rinse and repeat, and it's a kill. And now, right here, what do you look to round up your composition? Because you have AP damage, you have AD damage, you have a lot of protection, you add another layer on it, but this is very crucial here because if Tatooine locks in something like a Camille, locks in something like a Hullbreaker side lane, that Ornn is going to get pushed in really hard, which means you're going to start having a bleeding lane, and Tatooine has looked really strong when he has the good side of the matchup in the top lane.
The thing with Fiora as well to me is I was quickly thinking of Aatrox, and I was quickly thinking of the Urgot as well because Hullbreaker has
It's Camille, it's Camille. It's Camille.
Well,
Like, the
Camille
ban
is
Fiora,
coming
it's a
through as well.
Camille matchup.
It's just it's interesting how that was picked up. I'm still baffled a little bit by the second ban rotation, but this will...
My third eye is up here.
There you go, the article.
But this will be the composition coming through with it. Great team fighting, all in all, from Niriki. You got great kite back. You're going to be building Everfrost on the side of Rice. You got the Trundle for immobile carries to just create a slow zoning field, and you got long range engage with the Ornn. Now, I will say you have some room to play around with because there's good disengage in the Sinsao. There's a good cage with the Event Horizon for Veigar as well, and you got a scary carry to play for. I honestly think whoever gets like close to an objective first can really play this on Ornn. I don't know what your sense are.
Yeah, I feel like tags off. I think Singularity have a very promising draft. I really like the double cage with the Camille and the Veigar. You lock someone in, you lock them in again. So whoever basically walks forward, you do have the guns and the power to instantly destroy them. The Ornn walks forward, you still have the Veigar ultimate when you're also like really farmed later on in the game. You're still going to do the damage. You get rid of the front line for the side of Nuriki, then you can start moving forward in the fights. Especially since the Ornn was picked, you know that they're going to be engaging into you. So I really love the Veigar here. It's going to work wonders.
This could turn out to actually be a bloody game because Nuriki have everything to lose on the side of Singularity. They have nothing to lose. And just as Varus tells us, beware of the man who has nothing to lose. It is time for the casters to take over and head over to the Summoner's Rift.
I think you'll find, he actually says, beware a man with nothing but shoes.
Yeah,
so
shoes.
if you see someone with way too many like pieces of
cobblers.
footwear,
He's telling you be afraid of cobblers.
Do not go near like a farrier for horses, a cobbler. Just
no, the reason you go to a farrier for horses is because clearly he's been arming Hecarim with weapons of war, and you saw what happened in that last game, and it's very dangerous.
Yeah, effectively beware of the man.
Look, people who have great fashion sense and enjoy collecting sneakers are actually just psychopaths and dangerous.
And speaking of sneakers, Singularity are looking to sneak a win.
I knew that was going to be your choice of pun, and it was. Ah, he's here again. Softwatch, Destroyer of Worlds,
revere him.
Breadcrumbs. He who is the Herald of the Void, beyond Malzahar.
Blessed with their presence. All hail.
Cursed?
Both? Either way, something notable of appearance on...
That duck's terrifying. Truly, I have nightmares. Maybe he is the nightmare.
Yeah, well, I think this split has been Singularity's nightmare, if we're going to go back to the game once more. I know we have to do that at some point. Singularity sat at 0 and 13, and yeah, they probably wouldn't necessarily want to be focused on this split so much themselves if they were in our shoes. Again, too many shoes. But this time, they have the ability to be a bit of, well, not quite a blue shell, because obviously Nurki are chasing towards that 6th place spot. And given how good the 7-win teams, actually now going up to 8-win teams as well, have looked, that is a tall task.
And you are trying to steal a playoffs position from Riddle, from Dusty, or from Veneer. As it stands, with only 5 games left to play, well, 4 games after this game is done for every other team, of course, you have got to reach at least 7 wins. I'll say it again.
And then hope.
And then hope. That means X7, JDXL, and Bifrost are all confirmed in playoffs.
Also means you're kind of your best friend at that point. You want them to slip up to you if you're facing them and beat down all these mid-table packs so you can catch up with them.
which is why actually Veneer getting that win against JDXL earlier was such a big deal for them, because it's a win against a team that was already pretty much confirmed, and it means the opportunities to take a slot away from someone get narrower for the likes of Nariki, Astralis, who of course did fall short earlier today, and of course M&M, who also did not manage to get it done versus X7 in the previous game. Nariki currently on a 3-game losing streak, and they've got themselves a relatively standard front to back with the Rise kind of playing something of a side laner. But I did like what the desk was saying about the kind of the double cage comp, the fact that Tatui clearly isn't wearing shoes because he's decided he's actually going to have knives instead of legs, which are also fairly dangerous, who's got a split push thread as well.
Yeah, but speaking of those double cages and all of these comps and stuff, I think that a lot of this in the early game is going to be determined by Trundle and Rise having infinite prior of what Singularity are doing. Deciderate already level 3, walking into Porp's jungle, who hits level 3 themselves. But Vigar can't push out from tower. Porp has to abandon his blue buff because he knows that his mid lane opponent's mid lane is in his jungle.
Porp flashing out of his wolf pit at sub 3 minutes. That is the power of early jungle tracking. It's a full blue side clear into a full blue side invade from Deciderate.
It's that, and it also, this harkens back to what has been one of the big issues for Singularity, which is if they are playing around early jungle pathing, their lanes have rarely been in a position to support that. They have rarely been in a position to respond. Luckily for Porp, that, well, I mean, I say luckily. He's lost the coin flip of guessing which side of the jungle, which Deciderate had played towards.
Surely he's sure with the blue buff on.
Saw the blue buff, but he might have thought he'd gone towards
the invade
blue
on
Wolves Raptors.
Right.
But either way, he's gonna find himself half a jungle quadrant down, and that's of course been added into the hungry belly of Deciderate. And Deciderate, who, let's be honest, against JDXL, had a bit of a shocker. He did. Last game, flipped over a crab, did a bit of a blabber versus DFM. You see, I got to reference that team in relevant.
Yep, he did a crabber, specifically.
He did a crabber. He feasted upon crustacean, and then the enemy kind of got fed off of him.
Look, you know, the likes of, you know, PUBG has winner chicken dinner. We've got crustaceans. That's our choice. We've got seafood.
Do you have a rhyme for it? No. I'm gonna say
game win, inflation, stop inting for the crustacean.
That is much better than I could have come up with, but Deciderate has come up with something in the bot lane, and according to
challenge me, and I will deliver. Nariki trying to get a play in the bot side. Yepe taken desperately low with Wolves towards 5. Abagnale knocked up by the 3. Talon, strike, needs to land under the wind, becomes lightning into audacious charge, gets first blood, and vengeance for the early invade as Yepe flashing forwards, but doesn't have the most HP, doesn't quite die to the final rocket from Fishbones. I remember Jinx's rocket launcher for a second, as in comes Aero looking for an invade. Does have flash, does not have ghost. What can he get done? It's a 1v3, Porp stepping forward. Hook come through as well. Yepe doing a lot of work, and Spikey gets 1, gets 2, and Singularity might be finally pulling a blue shell. Poor Aero now needs to back away. Singularity will not find more, and Spikey on the Aphelios comes up clutch.
Yepe landing a hook after hook, but he's gonna fall for it.
Get it. Spellflux not quite enough for final auto, and it's an overload that brings down the Nautilus.
It's an overload to punish an overstay from both of these teams. Saw that a lot in that last game. Going back into the replay of all of this, though, it starts with early aggression from that Trundle. You know that he wants to keep pushing up the ante. You know that Porp has been shut out of this game, but again, credit to Porp at this point, actually after being shunted out of his own jungle, finds himself at the right place at the right time to at least turn this play around and turn around some of those early game woes. So both teams coming in with some heavy hitting punches in the early game, and they've traded 1 or 2 apiece now.
And Aero saw a potential angle, but it was 1v3 here, and honestly, I am slightly surprised he didn't go down. The turnaround from Yepo, though, and that flash forward for the Dusk Wave, for the Binding Eclipse. Beautiful stuff from Spikey. He just couldn't quite get the wave into tower, and Aero with a solid punish. And Dragane, even on the Veigar, doesn't actually get that much back in terms of the wave. Of course, he has just reset.
He's a Veigar.
Yeah, has
what
just.
do you want from this champion? He's only got little legs, Sam.
Yeah, but he's down 20 CS despite that long-term roam is more what I was
He's only
getting
got little
at.
legs and little staff things, Sam.
He is the font of quite a lot of phenomenally evil power.
He might be in 15 to 20 minutes, but for the
right now, it's just a small amount of phenomenally evil
yes,
power.
I have
okay.
a small amount of. It doesn't sound quite as imposing when you say
Yeah,
that.
well,
I have
he's not a
small amount
particularly
of
imposing figure.
phenomenal evil. You're like, okay, that's actually
yes,
not that concerning.
I have I've got about like I don't know $1 worth of phenomenally evil power.
Well, Dragane would like to spend that dollar to get a ticket out of the mid lane gank, and he does so. Great job. Public transport working well on Summoner's Rift today. I could see that there's no line disruptions here. And focusing on other areas of the map, we do see that both junglers are hanging around the top side for now, handing off a blue buff, whereas Pop going to try and catch up in some of that farm, which was so deceitfully stolen from him early. And both these junglers now kind of getting to that point where they've kind of had their first initial salvo in this early game. And they're waiting for that. Yes.
I know I'm cutting you off here, but
Yes,
I've committed a cardinal
Hey.
sin of play-by-plays.
Go for it.
I've forgotten an ability name.
What's
I'd
that,
like to
Sam?
know. It's the one that allows Veigar to stack up his passive, the Q. What's it called again? The one where he throws the
Is
little
it-
lines field.
it's Baleful Strike.
Baleful Strike, thank you so much.
I thought that. Wait, Sam, I genuinely thought you were going to trap me into a pub.
No, I was actually genuinely quite upset.
Well, they've trapped
Thank
some
you for
people in the bot lane.
Yeah, they have indeed. Thank you for rescuing me. I apologize for my lack of knowledge, but I will now remember the name Baleful Strike.
Not gonna
one
lie.
strike one against me.
I'm not gonna lie, I was sat there and like I looked at you with quite a
you look very nervous.
Quite a condescending gaze, and I look back and I see some stuff happening in the bot lane, and then again in the top lane.
There is still going to be a Call of the Force Call gets 2 up. He's going to get the solo in a 1v2. Patoska, you can't do that. Porp should surely be able to finish this one up. Patoska looking to see if he can get the knock up on the pillar. Can't quite make it. Doesn't quite have the damage, and Porp will secure it, but that should never have happened.
No, probably not. Actually, the last time we saw a Camille in a similar situation was Cries the other day, and he was out playing a 1v4. So that tends to happen when you have insane leads, which Tatui does not have. So Patoshka, this player which you often visit in the sides of standout players, the explosive players in the good or bad direction for Ricky, does find a decent kill there. Now, is it going to mean that much? Not massively. At the end of the day, he still died on the top side. At least the kill doesn't go over to the side of Camille, at least. And now we are left contesting Herald.
Herald started by Nariki. Roam over from Aero. Not a lot of room to contest. It's a decent hook onto Yepe, who's trapped behind the Flame Chomper, so will take a solid 2/3 of his HP bar. There needs to be a little bit wary of a Super Mega Death Rocket that could come through to make his life particularly challenging. The Herald was secured. Porp has decided there was no way of contesting, so he's instead looking for a lane gank down here. He is off vision right now.
He is, but then look at what's happening with the mid jungle from Nariki. Well, so Nariki will win out on this trade if nothing happens in this bot side. So Singularity looking to make a play work on the bot side. It's going to be plates. It's going to be a wave lost. But the person who's losing out for this is Porp, and that has so often been the case for this team. At least Porp picked up some kills across the map. Now moving out of bot lane, they could find themselves caught, but Agnale not going to pull the trigger there.
All right, there's the Herald summon. They already got A plates. This will be 2 more. Will not... Oh, actually, that's not quite able to interrupt that. I wondered whether there might be just about time enough to pull it out of the charge, but it had already set up, and that meant that Shelly was going to go through and secure those plates for Nariki. And they find themselves up about 400 gold in this early game, of course. The early kills going the way of Spiky have meant that they're at least staying relatively close, but I'm looking at relatively solid CS leads in mid. Obviously, the jungle differential there, the plates going down. Nariki's doing more than fine in this early game, and in fact, now actually to a slight gold lead in general.
They have a lot less, puns aside, I was actually going to say they have a lot less like spiky gold leads themselves because they have more even gold across the board. So you are looking at Aphelios as the person who needs to be very efficient with their gold, needs to do more than their fair share of carrying because your Camille is not really ahead. They died that first time. Your mid lane is not going to be in a great position to do that for a little while either. So you're waiting to see what's going to happen with this Aphelios. Now, Aphelios is one of the best gold carries in the game. And we'll have to keep our eyes on that later. Because Spiky, of course, is up against Aztor, one of our best AD carries in the league. I genuinely think he is second best or best Aphelios in the league. Of course, he's on the Jinx this year.
yeah.
And Spiky taking up the mantle of that one himself. And really, we're not seeing that much action at this point. As we said, the junglers have kind of crested their ability to really be a wrecking ball on the map, and potentially this will be the next time to kind of hand the baton over to their teammates, the Dragon.
If I had to put a potential fly in the ointment, it's that I've not been especially impressed with Nariki as a whole when Patoshka isn't on a side lane threat. When he's been on things like the Orm, when he's been on things like the Cho'Gath, they've looked a lot less comfortable in the mid game than they are when he's on something like the Gangplank or the Jax, or the Tryndamere even, which is perennially, permanently, never mind perennially, all the time banned against.
I don't even know the meaning of the word.
Perennially, like every other year or like half a year, something like that.
Oh, I actually didn't realize that. So, that's English lessons with Sam, who has a lot more knowledge of that than me.
If I remember correctly, it's a bit like biannually, where you're like, does that mean twice a year or every 2 years? And it can mean either, depending on context.
What?
It's really stupid.
Well, don't confuse me
It's
like
really
that.
stupid. No, it's genuinely.
Sam, my brain is filled with League of Legends facts, nothing about actual vocabulary.
I personally prefer to subscribe to cat facts.
The cat might be out of the bag here in the bot lane as the sweeper spots him in the bush.
And that's a lot of traded autos. That's a flash for the root. Azator now trying to back his way up, trying to auto their way forward. Flash forward from Spikey for the Binding Eclipse and the Dusk Wave. Can't quite secure it. Will surely be going down, but no, flash away from Azator. And body blocking by Abagnale means that there's no way out. Dragane is coming down though. Can he make it work with the Primordial Burst and a flash? No way to miss that one with a point and click deletion.
That is so harsh. Just like flashes in, like comes in, just like initial D music in the background, like I'm coming for that Jinx.
It's just like it's just literally gone flat. It's like, you know, when you turn up to, like, you know, those memes of LeBron turning up to a middle school basketball court and just going for a slam dunk over their heads. That was basically Azator. Poor guy.
Gosh, so back to where this started. That sweeper got some serious value for Yappe, and they decide, right, we're going in, we're going to commit to this. Damage calculation very, very close, comes down to the wire, but when you have the Predator on the Vega and the flash available to them, you know that Nails cooldowns are down. This is so unfair. Oh, that is, you just got to feel so bad because they worked so hard on that TV2. They calculated so well, and then those short legs walked a whole long way to get there.
That was a particularly rude word to specifically Azator, as locked into the cage of Patoshka. He outplayed it last time. He gets another double knockup. Not quite enough even with the flash. And he does go down this time. This one secured by Tatui. In the mid lane, though, Aero and Desidere will be able to secure first turret in mid lane. Dragane punished for his roaming ways.
And they also get the last plate too, just before the plate's time off in the top side. You talk about Patoshka and kind of worrying about him if he's not on a side lane threat. Well, they are now in a threat in the side lane because they're
out of mana. He's got flash, but Tatui gets pulled behind a pillar and the hard place that is Desidere and Aero, hitting them with every spell available. With nothing to work with, will have a flash chomp that does not secure the kill because Aero manages it instead.
Okay, so another overstay, not quite understanding the position of the Rise, and of course that Trundle on the map. And that Trundle has a Divine Sundra already, seriously ready to fight. Of course, most people are starting to build up towards their mythics at this point. And you look at the hard-earned victory in topside that has now been put into more gold onto this Rise, and the person who's realistically going to be dealing with that Rise is going to have to be someone like this Camille in the side lane. And once you get up to that Fimbulwinter, I mean, that Camille's actually going to kind of struggle to cut through him in a 1v1 scenario, which means that Nariki do have themselves a side lane option, though it's not on Patoshka like you were saying, which you were a little worried about.
Indeed, and there's a little irony perhaps in Camille buying Divine Sundra going into a Fimbulwinter, which of course Norse mythology was the death of the gods. That's where Fenrir comes out.
Oh, really? I thought that was Ragnarok, the end of the
thing. It's Fimbulwinter is when Fenrir comes out, I believe.
Oh, really?
It's the winter of the end of the world, if I remember correctly.
I'm absolutely.
But Ragnarok is Ragnarok's the big final fight.
You know, I would have. You know why? I would have learned this if there was like a Percy Jackson series of Norse mythology.
It was an Age of Mythology, though.
That's true.
One of the god powers in Age of Mythology. To those who were old enough to have played that game or committed enough to old school RTSs. Great game.
The thing is, you know, Vizichauchi very famously used to play that game too. So
he was the fake of that game. He was really good.
Nariki are trying to make some connections, kind of line up the dots and find themselves maybe towards a mid lane push as Singularity are taking down that Herald, and they might catch themselves a Vega.
He's got no flash. He's got a cage, though, that gets a lot of value. The Death Sentence goes wide, but he just can't get enough distance and does go down. No boots, and therefore not dangerous enough to escape with his life.
Oh, pull back into the hungry maw of the Charybdis named Nariki, if we're staying on mythological terms. And Nariki are going to maybe catch out their second catch of the day in the Camille.
They are going fishing, but the hook doesn't quite land, and that means Tatui won't sink either.
A bit of a yellow star. Missed the hook, misses the play, but I mean, at least they were there at the right point. You're trying to potentially judge a misstep, a backstep out of a hook, or predict a flash in itself. Not going to lead to anything more on the kill department, but Nariki find themselves a lot of territory. They find themselves under enemy lines.
There's a Realm Warp, but the Hextech Ultimatum prevents the escape. Dragane coming down now. Watch for the cages. Watch for the damage. Azator left to die. He forced to Tatui. Spiky coming down. He's not here quite yet, and that means there's some room to potentially damage people. Tatui goes wide with the hook shot. That means that they can still start falling. Abigail trying to escape. The onslaught plus Dustwave forcing Aero to run away. They can't quite kill him, even with the Moonlight Vigil. Gale Force Dustwave does the job, though. Now Desiree going to fall out, and Singularity just take Nariki apart.
Take him apart. Desiree trying to run, but the minions are having none of it. And Dragana gets that final kill participation. And you know what? We were praising Nariki pretty hard for those rotations, but not for the first time, and probably not for the second or third either. One of these teams just does not understand when to get the hell out of dodge. What happens here, of course, is you have a Realm Warp stopped by a big old Camille LC. Stuck way too far outside of enemy lines behind enemy lines at that point, and Singularity, credit to them, is something that they've rarely done in this split. Find the right time to choose a fight.
They do, and that was so well done. And that double knock up there, so nice. One from Porp, one from Yepe, did all the work they needed. And Goldberg, oh, sorry, I got his name, I got his O and U the wrong way around, I apologize. Said on the desk that Singularity right now can only be the evil team. They can be the team to potentially take away dreams of playoffs from the likes of Nariki. They nearly managed to take a win off Riddle. They failed. There was that B-roll, that continued clip of MC stealing the Baron at kind of the end of a slow fading of their gold lead. Singularity right now are at Soul Point, are ahead in kills, are pretty close in gold. They have a hyper-scaling Veigar, who is looking towards a death cap, and speaking of being evil, it feels rather appropriate they're playing that champion.
And of course, Dragana came in as a late substitution in this split midway through because for Muta, who for the longest time was very high damage percentage but on this team for Singularity. But with Dragana coming in, actually a lot of the best performances have come in, and they've looked a little bit more cohesive after this mid lane change. Of course, I mean, they still haven't found those results. On the other side, of course, Aero, the mid lane of Nariki in this matchup, was brought in for this split. Actually, Nariki qualified for this league in the very first place with Wazen, who's now their sub. And Aero's come in and in an attempt to bolster this roster as well, and neither of them have found the levels of success they would have looked for in this split. Still looking to develop, still looking to clutch onto hopes of playoffs on the side of Nariki as well.
Double charge that Herald in mid lane gets them both an outer tower in mid, and a significant permanent chunk onto that inner turret in mid lane. Aero, though, pulling off a Chovy, pulling off a Duumbi with these CS hacks, has been up 30-odd CS over the timer. Pretty much able to game long as Dragane about to get Realm Warped on, but that's a really easy Event Horizon. Does a lot of damage back. Call of the Forge God does get a port, but he's got a Crescent Guard to buy space and time to disintegrate.
Okay.
Goes down. He takes a Primordial Burst to the face and goes down a turn. Porp gets out alive. Spiky with Crescendum has got so many Chakos Tatui's into the backline, but he only gets a stun onto Abagnale, but he's locked Azator into a second cage at the other side. A Event Horizon comes down. Dragane dies for it, but they still win the fight. Yepe finally burns out, but Abagnale takes a hook shot to the face. He goes down, line and sinker for a double for Porp.
I mean, they still have themselves great weapons to do Baron on Aphelios. It's a 4 for 2. This should be a Baron to Singularity, an objective they rarely see in any of their games.
That's their first Baron.
Looking to try to go to it, but Patoska has got the Spellbook Smite, has a flash, has a hope, a prayer, and don't let it be a Baron steal again. I couldn't take it. Emotionally, I'm not prepared for this.
Surely not. Can you block him? Here comes Zero. You can't let him in. You've got to block him. He can't get into the pit. Take him out. Stop that man. It's secured. They have the Baron. Desiderate is here, but not in time. They'll take him as well. And Nariki do not make it happen. And Singularity have Baron to their name.
Crisis averted, but you had to think. You had to look on in horror for just a second. Singularity punishing the overstep from Desiderae. First time we saw him on the Trundle was, I believe it was versus Dusty in their victory versus them, and even then he had some duff moments, had the great early game, but struggling to land all of those punches in these fights and safely stay alive. And once that first kill comes down, it seems like the whole formation of Nariki falls apart. There's no one to keep the Jinx out of danger. That Camille gets right on top of them, zeroes in on top of Aztor's head, and Singularity now with the Baron, now with a significant gold lead, at least, well, okay, the starting of one is not much to on, but it's enough, and they have a way to push things on the map.
And Port, from being down 20 CS, from being invaded as wolves so early on, from a failed re-invade to try and trade back, is now 6-1 and 5, 2 items in, even in CS, and playing this game out with style. You've got a death cap on Dragane. You've got 5-1 and 6 of Velios.
Picture-in-picture of Tao's dying.
And a picture-in-picture of a split push indeed. It's Hullbreaker complete, and this might be the rock that Nariki break on, that their playoff dreams die on. They need to turn this around. They might have found an angle here. Here's the realm warp. It would be a 5 versus 4. Call of the Forge God. But can they make it work? That will surely be Yepe trading his life out. It's a decent Moonlight Vigil in turn, though. Look at the damage onto Petoshka. He is dead. Tatui survives. The death sentence lands, but I don't think it's going to get followed up on Pop. Knocks up Abigail. And a Dark Matter makes a huge annihilation reaction to wipe him from existence. Pop goes forward, does need to be a little afraid going in. He's got Crescent Guard, trying to trade on Transitor, can't quite make it happen. Healing up with a Death Stance, will survive, and that is a kill that comes through onto Desiderae. The Troll King falls. Where were you when Singularity were 20 kills to 10? Where were you when Azator was about to be run down? A baleful strike come through, a cage is out. And the cage match is Singularity's to lose.
It starts with a realm warp, it ends with the Jinx falling. It ends with Aztor for not nearly the first time this split, looking on in horror as the team collapses and he doesn't have a platform to put out the damage he needs to. And Singularity, in one of their first games again, it's pushing a little bit hard on this, but how often have we seen them string together good fights? And this seems to be 3 off the back of each other. Starts with the Call of the Forge God, but the cancel, as you're saying, traded for the life of the Nautilus. And Yepe does his team a massive favor with that, because they all lined up like bowling pins. Not to be knocked down at this point. And real credit again to all of the CC abilities used by Singularity, going in for the knockups on this Xin Zhao. The cage is continually changing the terrain of the battlefield, and Singularity playing it a bit close to the line again, but being paid off for their boldness.
I went hunting to see whether Singularity had gotten a Baron this split. I believe they've gotten 1. I think this is their second Baron all split long. They are up 6,000 gold. They have Soul. They have the tower lead. And just look at the items, look at the scaling of Felios, Veigar, Camille. Those are some of the biggest 3-4 item threats in League of Legends. It's 24 minutes in, and Nariki are looking lost in this game.
But they might find something away back to the map with Tatui.
It's Dragane, though. He could have turned around. It's double cage again. He's going to be locked up and locked down. Taken straight out. And look on the other side. Aero at least gets a bounty back, but it's at the cost of their top laner, their frontliner, the person who's supposed to ward away the onslaught of Singularity. They're rising up in this game. They're looking to play the biggest of upsets. Inhibitor about to fall. Secured.
Okay, they have themselves a Soul, the Hex Tech Soul. Desiderae looking to find something with a pillar. All he finds is a hook.
They find the hook, and it might be what they need to find an edge to close the game out. They're being forced under their Nexus towers now. Tatui will set up onto this bot lane turret. It's fallen. Inhibitor sure to go after the Hextech Soul, stands out the lightning, and the sparks are flying. Lightning might be striking here. It will be a shock, a horror, a start for Singularity. This would be the end of the losing streak. 13 games and no more, they say. They will not consider it an unlucky number. They will not consider it a winless split. They will take down Nariki and Singularity. Welcome to the NLC. You finally got a game.
A split with university players, a split with low expectations, and it takes them a goddamn long time, but You gotta feel something for these teams. You gotta feel for Nuriki, of course, losing for the first time to the Singularity roster, but for this development team, for these players, I mean, like I said, I've cast Port for literally years in the university scene, and it's been a hard split for so many of these players, but there is an emotive level, a very base level of huge. Come on, you finally did it. You finally got that win. Be proud of yourselves.
Hats off. Show them all the support in the world. What an incredible result. What a blue shell for a team that was still thinking about playoffs. We've got a break coming up, and afterwards, we will have a winners interview with Singularity coming up. Amazing.
Schlegums.
We are back live after the game versus Singularity Nuriki. Singularity finally taking the W back home. It's like,
I think I cursed the entire schedule.
you did! It's on her. It's on Trouble.
I said that Veneer were going to upset Excel. Maybe that wasn't entirely, like my intentions weren't entirely true on that one. But the other one I really believed in. I really believed that Singularity could pull an upset. And we said that Nuriki's strength of schedule was so easy compared to the other teams that you should never drop a game versus Singularity.
It's, there's some beauty in it. A team that's been struggling to find meaning in the league finds meaning and take away the hopes and dreams of other teams. And all of a sudden, they leave a mark on the other teams. Like, you need to be worried about Singularity. You can't disrespect them because they might be the one team you'll have the biggest regrets when the end of the season finally comes around.
They're now the villains of the league.
They're now the villains. I love that. I mean, they won a game. Obviously, to them, they're not the villains. This is what you go solo queue. You pick Timo. You may not win the game, but you ruin the other person's experience.
No, you ruin your team's game experience.
I'm happy with that. Okay, so moving on into the interviews.
Sure.
We should look into Nuriki's sides first. It's going to be Desidre with us to begin with. If I'm not mistaken, it's going to be him talking with us. There you go. Hello.
Yeah, hey guys.
Hey guys, I know, it's a tough interview.
Yeah, I can't really be positive today, sorry.
Makes a lot of sense. So we'll keep it short for you. We'll keep it short, and let's look into the game to begin with. Obviously, it was not an easy game for both teams. It was not one-sided. But in your opinion, what went wrong?
I mean, even before this game, a lot of things went wrong. It's mostly just a lot of issues piling up and not enough action being taken. So, I mean, I can point fingers and blame a lot of things, right? But it's, at the end of the day, useless. So it happened, right? So nothing I can do and just move on and hope for a better tomorrow. I don't know. It's the only thing that's kind of in my control right now.
All I'll take away from that is a smile that says we move on and we take it one day at a time. And I agree with you completely on that one. I just wanted to see your perspective of when it comes to the playoffs right now and your race to playoffs. You're still in it, obviously. You need to win every single game. And as we saw in the pre-show as well, you have the easiest, you still are, and you have like the easier strength of schedule compared to the other two teams that are on the same sort of.
Okay.
He's like quickly checking his
He's back. We got this in. We're back.
I thought we have to win like 4 games from now, and
you have 4 more games, so you have to win every single
game
one
from
of
now
them.
on. Yeah.
So it's possible.
It is possible.
Okay, I mean then it's not over, right? It's fine.
The smile came on.
Okay. Oh.
I mean that's something to hope towards, right? Yeah, I thought it's kind of over. Yeah.
There you go. So I'm gonna pick your brain now because.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, saved my evening.
The other 4 teams that you have to play are teams either that are tied on you or like right above you. So give me, I want to pick your brain a little bit on how you want to play against those teams, because obviously the last 2 games that we've seen from you guys have not necessarily been ideal.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the least we can say about the games, but I mean, I think a lot against a lot of those teams that we're gonna face now, we had successful first games, so I'm kind of hopeful, but also I'm, I don't know. It's kind of like I really need to make sure that we fix the issues that we're having right now that make us lose games, because I think when we're in the right, I wouldn't say atmosphere. It's kind of like when we're in the right zone. I feel like we can be a really good team, and like our potential. I think it's for sure possible, like to be. I mean, I'd give us top 5, top 4. I think it's realistic and doable. But like as of now and the way we're losing games, it's kind of. I mean, I don't want to say embarrassing, but it kind of is for me. But yeah, I mean. Yeah, I'm gonna do my best, and I'm sure everyone on the team will try their best to fix these things.
We hope to see that, guys. And honestly, you've shown insane growth in Riki as a whole. I don't think necessarily the score reflects how much you've grown as a team from the start of the split to now, even in your losses. I want to exclude Excel, X7, and Bifrost because they're at the top of the table. And obviously, we have then Dusty and Vanir that are right behind. And let's say if you don't lock the 6th place for playoffs, who do you think is your biggest competitor to take that one? Who do you have your eye on?
I don't know, maybe M&M. I think they probably have the highest ceiling out of the other teams that are kind of close to us. Like, I feel like Riddle kind of wins games. I'm not sure how they win games, to be honest.
We don't even know
like
how
just
games.
I think honestly, like, teams just make stupid mistakes against them. Like, for us, like, we did a really bad draft. For other team, it might be something else. So I don't want to shame them, obviously, right? But I just think M&M is better. I think they're better.
Thank you very much for your insights, Desidera.
Let's see what happens. And I'm so glad that the air on your room got a little bit cleaner now. You know that you still have a shot.
Yeah, it's because of you guys,
You
actually.
have to close that door, Desidera. Come on. You have to close that door.
So I can
with the
keep
door
the
open.
Door open.
Do you play with the door open?
Yeah. I mean, there's no one to disturb us. It's fine.
We played a game where we rate your background, and your background got lower
Mhm.
points because you have the door open.
I mean, if it's closed, I think. I mean, maybe it's better.
Yeah, you will get more points.
Give you a room tour, maybe. I can show you my pull-up bar up there. There's like a yoga ball.
Oh, okay. Nice. Points going up.
Desidera, thank you so much for the interview. And I'd like to take away what Trevor said. Yeah, the work your team has put up so far, it doesn't reflect on this game. You guys are way more than this, so I would like to see what Nuriki is all about in the end, okay?
I want to believe that as well. So hopefully we make it through.
Good luck, man. Have a nice one.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
This was a positive interview after all.
Smile came back.
Yeah, because I was really worried, like, oh.
You were looking at the man who just thought he died and then realized
Exactly.
he's still alive.
Oh, I have Guardian Angel, so he's back. Okay, obviously the schedule is way harder now that they lost versus
Oh,
Singularity.
they can't drop a single game.
But there's still a chance. It's like that meme. Wait, you're telling me there's still a chance, even though it might not happen? There's still a chance. So that's all they need. For Singularity, obviously, they got the first W of the split. This is really important for them as well, mentality-wise as well. And there we go. We finally get to meet Dragane. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Congratulations, the first victory of the split. And it has to be you on the mid lane. How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing decent, thank you. It's nice to to get the first W, even though, of course, for me it's just the fourth game. So yeah, I'm still happy to pick up the first win, of course, for the team as a whole.
So when you joined the team, we instantly saw a lot of improvement. And now I want to ask, because you were built into a team that already had a roster, and you were put into it due to your leadership skills, from what we saw. And we saw you on Twitter as well. You were saying how, you know, even though you're still losing games, you're really happy with how the team is behind the scenes. Can you give us a little bit of insight on the team?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of reflects on on those tweets, and I guess what you think as well is that I would be like, if you view this team from the outside or any other teams, just like, okay, we're 0-13 or now 1-13, you wouldn't know that if you saw how it was in the team, right? With the atmosphere, like everyone is always having a laugh, and I think I screamed a bit with the team until I officially, or like before I officially joined as well. And even then, I still thought it was good, like atmosphere, and I was a bit surprised how good it was, right? So yeah, I guess you could just say that, like, if you view this on the outside, you wouldn't think that we were 0-13, just how everyone is in the team. So I think that's a big strength of my team, is that they like are, you know, keeping the spirit up and the will to play, which we have now shown, and what like basically brought us this win.
Oh, that's lovely, because it reflects exactly what Pop said the other day about the same thing. He's like, if we weren't the guys we are in Singularity, it would have been a completely different disaster, you know?
Yep.
So what is the motivation as well of a player who's watched Singularity, you know, if they've been struggling, and then because let's be real, you are coming into a little bit of a disastrous team. What's the motivation? I mean, let's all be honest, right? So I'm really curious for you as a mid laner, what was the motivation coming into Singularity, and what was what's your goals? Because obviously saying, hey, let's make European Masters is not really that realistic. So to you, what has been the end goal of this, or what is the end goal of this?
I mean, for me personally, I have played competitive for quite some time now, and I'm like, ever since I was a kid, I was been a team player, right, playing football, floorball here in Sweden. So it's like the team aspects of league and team projects, all this like team play stuff, like all that regards into a team, the good, the bad, the middle ground, you know. It's what I love, and that's my passion for this game. Playing solo queue all day is just depressing. So when the opportunity arose from me knowing Softorius, the coach, and Spike previously, the ADC, I was immediately interested, just because this is what I like to do in this game. Like I like to play the team stuff. Of course, I didn't necessarily expect to make playoffs with this as well, but like if I stay on Singularity or whatever comes next, it's also just very valuable for a competitive player to get some competitive games in, right? Some scrim time. Because I mean, I could say from my first game against Astralis, I felt the nerves a bit. I felt like the first competitive game back, you know, these shenanigans. And I mean, you want to reduce that as much as possible, right? Going into your future projects, even if it's with Singularity or not. So I just think it's valuable experience for me, both as a continuous player and just that this is what I like to do in this game. It's my passion to play team player and compare to play in league.
Well, it's great to know that you have the hunger for the competitiveness of the game because, I mean, it's definitely needed. And it's great the atmosphere is then so, well, in Singularity as well. So, all in all, great response. Thank you.
I'd like to know, and I'm going to give only good news here. No one gets relegated in spring. So it doesn't matter if you go with 0 wins all the way to the end. Obviously, this is like a building process as well for Singularity. And I would like to know what your role is in the team.
Well, I don't know if I know my role yet either, to be honest. I'm kind of just winging it, but I mean, people that have played with me before and that eventually will just know that I'm a very vocal person, at least, both inside and out. I always speak my mind, like we can take as an example after, well, not versus X7, but versus Riddle. I immediately after the game was a bit, not angry per se, but you could say I was a bit tilted, a bit like pissed off, honestly, because I felt that us as a team played like just scared for no reason, right? I think we had the Riddle game in the bag, but for reasons like nerves, etc., that shouldn't necessarily lose you a game. I think it lost us the game, right? I said to the team, if this was a scrim, we would 4-0 this Drake fight, 5-0 it, get the soul, get the Baron, and right, because there would be no nerves, of course, it's scrim. So as an example, I just instantly said that, right? And I get good response from the team, like, yeah, we agree, etc., etc. So I don't know. I think my role as a player in a team or just a group environment is that I always bring up my mind. I bring on I guess good discussions and constructive, and I don't necessarily have a problem with speaking my mind, which many do. I think it's good to speak your mind instantly and get the things out of the way and then move on, right? Good or bad.
And it seems like it took 3 games of you speaking your mind for Singularity to pick up the big W. And I think it's very important because when you keep continuously losing, sometimes you like forget how to win. But now also figuring it out in an official game and not even just scrims, I think it speaks miles to the development in Singularity as well.
I have a personal question for you, and it's actually curious that it's you that's going to reply to me this, but it has been a heavy rain for Singularity since the beginning of the split, and now you come in, the team is adjusting as well. I want to know what was the ambience at the end of the game, or when you guys saw that you're going to get the first victory after 13 weeks. Be honest, I want to know, without those specific words, you know, but I want to know what happened on the call as soon as you guys won.
I mean, it was joy, right? I mean, I can bring up an example from when I think botlane did like a 2v2 or like with a gank early, they got some kills. Jeppe was just screaming, so the fucking mic was, you know, getting a screech almost, you know, shit like that. So, I mean, the will was there, but then, I mean, there was more from everyone of that screams when, like, we realized that it was over, right? I was just running around trying to kill the trash, like, yeah, give me the kill. Everyone else was like, and then I was like, no, I want the kill. So I was like, joying around a bit as well. But yeah, I mean, it was just overall joy, right? And I mean, for me, as said, I'm like basically coming in halfway, or even if it was some more games that was played over the half, right? But for my team, I'm mostly happy for them, right, and proud for them because they showed up today. Like I said as well, I didn't really think we showed up full on in the Riddle game as an example. But we did today, and then that results the win. And I mean, then I'm just happy, right? That's all I want. That's what my tweet was as well, right? That if we bring the will and the will to play and the spirit, and like no matter win or loss, it doesn't really matter, right? Because you came to play, and we did that today, and it ended up in a win. So that's that.
That answer makes me truly happy. I'm just going to say this. It makes me really, really happy because I saw the tweet from Jeppe today saying, this is our game. I don't care if we're going to make playoffs or not. I really don't care. I just want to win versus Nuriki. I want to prove everybody that we can do it. And there we go. It was screaming nonstop at the end. Thank you so much for the interview, Dragane. It was wonderful to meet you, and congratulations for the entire team, dude.
Thank you very much. Happy to be here.
He waved. A small wave, but he waved.
Yeah.
Ah, it makes me happy. A wave is a wave.
Size doesn't matter.
I like it. Okay, standings to wrap up the day. This was an exciting day. X7 at the beginning. Everybody knows this. JDXL lost another game. Bifrost in third. Dusty trying to keep it up, but Vanir still staying strong. Riddle at 6th place, and then at the bottom, Astralis, M&M, and Nuriki. The teams that needed to make it today were not capable of showing up.
Well, luckily, they don't have to worry about that kind of opposition, but yes, the other teams still moving ahead of them is obviously not what you're looking for. Getting games on towards Riddle here, I mean, if you want to overtake them, they can barely win games.
I'm looking at Nuriki again because told Desiderian they have chances. I think their chances are really slim because I don't know the
Really
head
slim.
with Vanir and Dusty. Because right now, the way I see it, they're at 4 wins. There's 4 more games remaining in the regular season. That means they need to win every single one of them. And they have 1 versus Dusty, 1 versus Vanir, 1 versus Riddle, and 1 versus M&M. Technically, every single team that's right above them or tied with them, they need to win all of them. And I think Riddle need to lose every single one of their games. And that's just to get tied with them.
Yeah, luckily Riddle, they are against Bifrost next time around, which is obviously a tough
It's a
opponent.
roughie.
It's a roughie, yeah, but we told them, like, there's a shot, a slim one, but there's a shot. You are not allowed to lose anymore. X7 versus Dusty. Let's see if Dusty are capable of getting that victory for them in order to stay on the playoff spots. JDXL versus Singularity. They don't care. None of these teams care about this game. JDXL just to get that spot, but
Singularity is locked out. JDXL
So,
are locked in.
it's going to be a bloodbath. I don't know what's going to happen on that one. Riddle versus Bifrost, obviously that's going to be important. Nuriki versus M&M, really important game. And Astralis Talent versus Vanir. Those last 2 games, if Nuriki or even Astralis lose, they're out.
I think one of the most important ones here is going to be the M&M versus Nuriki because
Yeah.
M&M are in the exact same fate with Nuriki on the exact same number of wins as Nuriki as well. So if one of them gets left behind, they lose out on playoffs.
Yeah.
It was a beautiful day. Singularity got the W as well. And I hope you enjoyed this NLC Week 7, Day 2. So we need to kick it off for the next week, Week 8. Last 2 weeks. I hope you're excited. Playoffs are around the corner. And I'll see you soon. Don't skip a beat. I'll see you.